and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to
not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a very special day here at the Due Dissidence podcast and our sister streaming channels. Hello out there, everyone. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobula, of course. Russell, got to unmute your microphone.
Hello, live from CPAC for the launch of Melania Coin.
Yeah, right, exactly.
The big event is going to be any minute now. There is no way that one's going to be a rug pull.
Right. Yeah, you got to bring your chainsaw. Russ didn't even know that Javier Milei came to CPAC, despite the scandal and everything, and that Elon came out on stage with a chainsaw, literally with a chainsaw, and started talking about, all the cuts that he's going to make. Because, Argentina, that's a real model for success there. 50% poverty rate, just absolute desperation on the streets. So
but hey,
definitely.
They can tango.
Yeah, they can tango. That's right. They could tango.
Make America tango again.
That's right. That's right.
No, Keith.
Some people are saying you're a little quiet. Hold on. Let me see if I can edit Russ's mic. Russ is on auto. I'm going to juice your volume a little bit. Talk more.
All right.
Go ahead,
how
talk.
am I?
That's a little louder. All right. I'm
when
going to
the
take you
moon
off
hits
of auto.
your eye like a big pizza pie.
There we go.
That's
Perfect.
amore. All right.
All right. Very cool. So, nice venue. Very nice venue.
It's very nice. This is the Langston Hughes Auditorium. You know what I just learned from longtime viewer and sometime guest Tusker? Langston Hughes was a commie. I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Yeah.
You knew that? I did not know that.
Yeah. Well, I know because Raisin in the Sun, the play, is inspired by his poem, and Lorraine Hansberry was a socialist. And so I knew that, she kind of, it's a line from his poem. But yes, I knew they were comrades in that respect. Yes.
Well, what's funny? This is a good example of how, Chris Hedges touched on this in our interview, how they've kind of erased the positive influences of communists on society, because I gave Harlem tours for years where I go by the library, the Schoenberg Center, where Langston Hughes is literally interred under the floor of the main lobby. His ashes are in a box under the floor, and a cosmograph has been created. It's an African form of kind of creating a memorial to the deceased that connects their life to other people's lives. And they took his poem, The Negro Dreams of Rivers, and they used it to construct a cosmograph of different rivers intersecting: the Harlem River, the Nile River, the Mississippi River, and so on. And he's buried under this. Nowhere in any of the biographical material I ever looked at to do that tour did they mention that he was a communist. No, never. It's not on the walls there where they talk about him and why he's interred there. Not a word about it.
Wow. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's what Hedges talked about with us. And, it's something that, Joe Brunoli, a blogger, used to write some articles for us back in the day. He wrote a whole long piece for his site that we published on ours about how, essentially this is what Hedges was saying, that communism is what kept capitalism in check. A lot of the reasons why you had the sort of social programs and social reforms of the 20th century is because the capitalist class was afraid of revolution if they didn't keep the public at least somewhat satisfied.
Right.
And after the fall of the Soviet Union, all that pretense dropped because there was no state socialism and there was no example of successful socialist revolution. And so the capitalists were just completely unleashed and they went full bore. And that's basically brings us up to date. That was a history of the last 100 years.
And that's how we got here.
In about 35 seconds. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, hey, folks, thanks for filing in here.
We're going to be launching our history app
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Plug it, Keaton.
Right.
History
we'll
of
do
the world in
shorts.
30 seconds.
In 30 seconds, YouTube Shorts, a channel just of YouTube Shorts about the comprehensive histories of certain subjects. But hey, we got a nice crowd filing in here. We got 679 on YouTube and X297 on Rumble to start what is going to be a very long day, but a very good day. We do have other channels who are streaming this. So actually, thanks, Nocturnal Human, for bringing this up. Due Dissidence, I'm guessing since this is going to be streamed to other people's channels, we have to watch our language, LOL. Are super chats and rants going up, or is it best not to display them? Good point, Nocturnal Human. So yes, not only do we want super chats, if we're being honest, we kind of need them. They're kind of an expensive trip. So to help support the program, it would be great to have super chats and Rumble rants. But yes, please do keep it kind of PG-13 today, since we do have other channels streaming this. Generational Change is streaming this right now. I believe the Burning Spear channel from the African People's Socialist Party is going to be streaming this, and whoever else wants to. I mean, everybody knows, a lot of people know we're doing this, so there could very well be other channels streaming through our YouTube. So yes, we don't want to get other channels in trouble with censorship, so, err on the side of keeping it a little more PG-13 than usual.
Jokes.
Yes. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Watch all that.
All that, just kind of curb that until tomorrow, right? Tomorrow we're on regular time, 7 Eastern. You can get all that out tomorrow.
Wild.
Put us in danger of censorship, which you guys are used to. You do that every day. So, yes. But for today, to keep our friends out of hot water, just try and curb the more extreme super chats. All right. Perfect. But yes, we will display them. We will display them. Unless they violate that rule.
Unless they're grossly inappropriate.
Be forewarned, kind of keep it to, PG-13 level if you want to display it on the screen. Once the speakers start, we will be displaying super chats. We're not using Rumble Studio today because we are not able to display super chats through Rumble Studio, but we do have the ability to do that here. So, for example, Conor McGregor was never my friend, says, love you guys, love the show. Thanks for changing my perspective on a lot of issues. Y'all may be literally the only ideological consistent show online. Well, thank you. That means a lot.
Thank you.
Those are the comments we like and see. So once the speeches start, if you have a response to one of the speech, if you want to comment and you put a super chat, we'll do just like when we stream the inaugural addresses or the State of the Unions. We will display them during the speech. We won't necessarily read them out loud. We won't talk over the speakers, but we will display them. Yeah.
We do know that at this point, people are almost expecting at events where there are a lot of speakers going up, someone's going to throw a Nazi salute. Yeah, so if you're here for that, I've got to warn you, we're probably not going to do that. We talked a little bit about, we have a viewpoint diverse audience. Maybe we could kind of limply, raise a hand but it didn't work. There was just no way to do it that would have the right effect without going full Nazi.
Hey, did you see? So Russ has been out of the loop in news because he's been, touring it up in Seattle. But Russ didn't know about the chainsaw. He didn't know about Malay. Did you know about Steve Bannon's Nazi salute?
Not until you sent it to me.
Yeah, he did one.
Is he autistic too?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Are they all autistic? They're all autistic.
He threw one up, which was another pretty obvious one.
No, this is what amazes me, man. Because we'll get some comments from our favorite author, H.U.D. And
right.
H.U.D. is constantly telling us, well, what? You don't want to see corruption cut? Why are you so suspicious of them? This is Trump derangement syndrome. We're suspicious of them because they take a guy who just did the most epic rug pull of all time,
a blatant con
with a dodgy crypto scheme, and platform the guy. How can you miss what they're telling you?
Not only did he scam,
I
mean, that's the beginning.
And what their intentions are. How can you miss that?
That rug pull was probably the least of his crimes. I mean, he plunged a third of Argentina into complete destitute poverty. And in general, the poverty rates there is about 50%. So, yeah, he's featured at CPAC. They got Bannon there throwing up the Nazi
how much
salutes
do you
there.
think they give a shit about people?
Right.
If they would put that guy on a stage after that. How much do you think they care about you? Like
Marine Le
this
Pen,
vision that you have that they're coming in to clean up corruption, it's fucking absurd. They're telling you in broad daylight, getting rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, one of the only agencies actually designed to protect consumers from predators like Mark. How much money does that old lady have in her bank account, Andreessen? Immediately they get rid of it. Immediately they illegally fire people from the National Labor Relations Board. But no, when they just throw out some dodgy spreadsheet showing you all of the fraud in Social Security, which Republicans have been trying to get rid of literally since it passed. Nah. The people who want to hang out with the epic rug pull guy from Argentina. Nah, man, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. They're doing this for you. They're doing this for you. They're doing this because they care about your well-being.
Yeah, no, it's quite extraordinary. And the National Front Party of France, the Marine Le Pen party, the far-right party of France, was supposed to appear at CPAC. They canceled because of Bannon's thing. They pulled out. They said, we're not, we can't go.
It was too much for them.
Yeah,
it was too much for them.
Bad to be associated with that. Right.
They asked us if we wanted to get in on Adolf coin. Said,
right,
no,
exactly. No,
none.
No, yes. Yeah. So definitely a lot going on there. Well, we have a full show tomorrow. Do we have Tusker for tomorrow? Is she coming on?
She's
cool.
Down. Yep.
So the way this works, folks, is today is the conference. Now, tomorrow they're having their convention, which is for members only. So we're not live streaming that. And full disclosure, we are not yet members. We may decide at some point to become, at which point we will disclose that because we don't want any conflicts of interest there. But we are not members now. But Kshama was gracious in allowing Russ to come and report on the event. So we will have reporting on that after the fact. We're not streaming that tomorrow. Yeah. But we do have our show regular time tomorrow. Tusker will join as co-host. Russ is probably going to join that in progress. So you might be a bit late to that since the convention runs into the time. So we will be streaming tomorrow, 7 p.m. On the YouTube and the Rumble channel. All right. They have their countdown going.
The show's going to be a whole lot purtier.
What's that?
The show's going to be a whole lot purtier.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So we are at 19 minutes till showtime. The official On Strike YouTube stream is counting down right now. So that is good to see. And we have a full guest lineup, folks. So speakers at the events here include, obviously, Kshama Sawant, Jill Stein, Hassan Abdel Salam from Abandon Harris, formerly Abandon Biden.
Thank you.
Then there is a break for lunch and breakout groups. So during lunch and breakout groups, that's about a 2-hour break during which we are going to bring in studio guests to our live stream. Russ will be walking around, so we'll have Russ and the studio guests mingle. But we have some guest appearances. We got a little mini post-duopoly show we're going to do for you guys. We got Kit and Nick coming on at the same time. Then we got Omali Yeshitela. We got Blakeley. Then we got Jen Perelman and Pete Hager from Generational Change. We have Professor Anthony Zenkus lined up, and then we may have a surprise guest at 5:30. I'm not going to make the mistake of introducing that too soon, but we may have a surprise guest coming up 5:30.
We may have a very timely guest.
Yes, we may have some. Yes, we may have a guest at 5:30. I think you all know where I'm going. But yes, that is a possibility. So we have a full day. We have a full day of programming for you guys today, and then there's going to be more speeches after lunch. So after lunch, they have Teamsters members, they have Amazon workers. Omali Yeshitela has a video address for the conference. Nick from RBN has a video address. We got speeches. Russ and I.
Hang on one second. Hang on.
Yeah. What's he doing? Oh, he's telling me hang on. See, if he was going to hang on, he could. Okay. All right. It's interesting broadcast technique. Tell me to stop talking so you can walk away from the microphone and leave me with dead space. Ha ha. Just kidding. Just kidding. So then after lunch, we have the Amazon workers. We have rank and file Teamsters members, Omali,
right,
Nick,
so I'm gonna
and us. Yeah.
take the mic out so that you can be heard by Kshama.
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go.
Hey, Kshama, how are you? Good.
Good. Good to
Can
see
you hear us?
Yes.
Good. All right. So we got this all cooking now. Everything's cooking. Everything's firing away. We got the countdown going on Strike. We got some channels who are streaming this. Status Coup is streaming this right now. And I think we got Burning Spear is streaming this, the African People's Socialist Party. So that's great. So we are about 18 minutes away from getting started. What are you thinking so far? How you feeling?
Feeling really good. In fact, it's insane how many people are continuing to sign up. Like every morning, I wake up to a ton of email messages because I get a notification every time somebody registers for the event or joins Worker Strike Back. This morning, we had somebody join Worker Strike Back saying, and there's a section where we ask, why do you want to join Worker Strike Back? They say, I want to kick Jeff Bezos in the proverbial teeth.
There you go. Good.
Now is that because the Broccoli family just sold the rights to James Bond to Amazon?
I think it's because of how much working people are getting screwed over by Bezos, Musk, Zuckerberg, that whole gang.
I think we have a tremendous opportunity with James Bond fans.
Yeah. I mean, we're willing to reach out to anybody who wants to fight with us.
You mentioned the, Bezos, Zuckerberg. Now there's Elon Musk and Mark Andreessen. One of the things we've been talking about on our show recently, and, for the past really 6 or 7 months, ever since Elon signed on to the Trump campaign, which was over the summer, I never really mistook MAGA for a pro-worker movement. But in 2016, it did have a sort of populist aesthetic to it that I think brought a lot of workers into it. This time, it seems much more of a big tech aligns movement. And to me, it's very hard to reconcile that sort of grubby blue-collar populism that it sort of disguised itself as in 2016 pretty successfully with what it is now, where, you have Elon Musk coming to CPAC with Javier Milei, who was just exposed as a complete scam artist with that whole crypto meme coin thing. And so what do you think is different in presentation about the sort of Trump movement this time versus last time?
I think that Trump himself, Trump's own presentation during the election wasn't that much different than the last time, in the sense that he still tried to present himself as, I'm the guy for the forgotten men and women. In fact, he went even farther, right? This was, unlike 2016, 2020 was in the context of the genocide that was being conducted under the auspices of the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration. So Trump's con man job went even farther than 2016, because in Dearborn, the Trump campaign ran big billboard ads that says, vote Trump, vote peace. And so it could not have been more of a lie than saying that, this guy is another warmonger. But what's happened, interestingly, is I would say two things. One is that the fact that he is so aggressively embracing the tech billionaire crowd, I think that is starting to wear thin. People are understanding that, well, these are the same billionaires I hate, which is why I voted for Trump, because that's the reason I hate the Democrats. And people are seeing people like billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Mark Andreessen, as you mentioned, who used to be Democratic Party supporters, and now in the blink of an eye, they've gone to Trump. Basically, they're so exposed as people who are just out for themselves. It doesn't matter to them who's in power. So I think that is exposing Trump. But I think also the federal employee firing, that is not popular with ordinary people. So again, it's a question of and it comes back to the organizing conference that, yes, there are illusions in Trump. We should not exaggerate how quickly they are disappearing. But at the same time, there will be anger against Trump as well. But again, the question then will be, when people are angry at Trump, when Trump is more exposed in the eyes of his own MAGA working class base, then who is going to reach out to them? Then again, it will be like an oscillation, like, oh, then vote Democrat in the midterm. That's right. What we are pushing back against and saying neither of these parties is for you. If you're a working class person, if you're MAGA working class or a working class person who has voted Democrat, it doesn't matter. You're both getting fucked over by both parties.
Yeah, I just saw this video either late last night or early this morning. They kind of blurred into each other because we were doing some work to pull this together. But there's a video about some
And Kate, make this the last question. I'm getting 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, there was just some like facility in Pennsylvania that had like government workers processing retirement claims, and there were fears of mass layoffs. And these were not rich people; these are just working people who shuffle papers around. And Elon claimed that this particular facility had all kinds of inefficiencies, elevators that didn't work. Turns out there are no elevators in the building at all. He claimed that they could only process 10,000 claims a day, which is totally not true, of course. And it seems like what he's trying to do is automate a lot of these government jobs out of existence. It doesn't seem like he's necessarily trying to shrink the government, but they're just trying to make it more efficient to run on computers, which is what their vision for the economy is, very broadly speaking, just AI and automation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like the billionaires and the capitalist definition of efficiency, and this is like Econ 101 textbooks. This is what I pushed back against when I was
Right.
teaching economics as a professor, that their definition of efficiency means really screwing over working people, paying them less or not at all if they can get away with it. That's also the logic of slavery that existed under capitalism 150 years ago. And Elon Musk is calling poor people parasites. He's not only attacking government employees, he's saying that poor people are parasites. But let's be clear, who's the real parasite here? Elon Musk gets $8 million a day from government contracts for his massive companies. And so obviously the real parasites are the billionaire class, not the working people who make the economy run.
Excellent. All right.
And here we are, just very quickly, joined by Dr. Jill Stein.
Jill Stein. Oh, that's Jill Stein. Hey, how
Yeah,
are you?
behind the mask. Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Yeah, thanks for being here virtually.
So what brought you all the way to Seattle for Workers Strike Back?
Oh man, it is so the time for workers to strike back and for us to all, rally around and be like South Korea is kind of the model we need in our heads. Where 16,000 people came out in the middle of the night in order to reverse the mandate basically for martial law.
Martial law, right.
And for martial law, and where you had the parliamentarians actually scaling the walls because the gates had been blocked by the police. They were scaling the walls to get back into the assembly because all meetings of the assembly had also been forbidden, along with all the rights of the press, the right to strike, the right to slow downs. Everything had ground to a halt. And, you have our legislators are saying now, so what do we do? What can we do? It's their government. Well, no, it's not their government. Fundamentally, it's our government, and we need to be standing up and fighting for it and strengthening the power of workers. At the end of the day, that's really where push comes to shove for us to be able to put the brakes on this system, which is devastating working people and poor people, and to understand that this is not about a fight with Republicans. This is about a fight with Republicans and with Democrats, and that they are both, it is this entire system. Donald Trump is a symptom, but the disease is oligarchy and empire and capitalism.
So you're speaking today. Hassan Abdel Salam from Abandon Harris is speaking today.
No, he's not. He's not.
Oh, he's not. Oh.
He's not. Oh, what happened?
Right?
He has sent a video, and unfortunately he was unable to come in person.
Oh, okay, but he has a video that he sent. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, well, he's still part of the event. So I
Yes.
guess the question remains, you guys all connected during the campaign. You had that great rally, which we covered, obviously, in Chicago. And now it seems like that coalition building continues even after the campaign season, which is great. So how do you guys plan to partner up and work together moving forward after the campaign has ended, obviously?
Well, the specifics of that, are the subject of our discussion here today. But we'll be talking about, sort of model projects that we really hope to help encourage people to take on, like some of what happened here in Seattle, I think 10 days ago, where a referendum was passed to basically support social housing through a tax on excessive CEO pay, and we'll hear more about that, I'm sure, today. There are some very powerful models going on right now. You had Alameda County in California, which recently just passed a huge divestment proposal, and they are in the process of removing $32 million of their county retirement money from Caterpillar. The actions of students to stand up and still to fight repression on campus. There are many things that we need to do, and above all, to fight the propaganda that tells us that, oh, there's so much support for the oligarchs and for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. That's absolutely not true. And in fact, you can see their support in the polls is cratering in a big way right now. So if you actually look at what's going on, the American people are very much in revolt, but that is being silenced and suppressed. And, we will be continuing to run some candidates as well to fight, to be on their city councils, to to repeal their investments in apartheid and in the military government. So there's a lot that we'll be doing. The key thing is that we do this together and in a way that's linked, because that's where we actually capture the power that we have. We have that power, and we need to reject the propaganda that tells us that it's their government, they own it, which is what Hakeem Jeffries was telling us the other day in that viral clip. It's their government. What can we possibly do about it? Well, we can throw out bums like that are collaborating with billionaires.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr.
All
Stein.
right. Thank you, Jill.
Thanks, Kshama.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
just on your question, Keaton, quickly, we to follow up on what Jill was saying, Worker Strike Back was part of the fight for the Prop 1A ballot initiative, which is the follow-up of the tax Amazon that we won in 2020. That shows a huge opening for, the point is that the people who ran the campaign, unfortunately, didn't do a very good job, but it won handily anyway, which in our view is a reflection of the massive anger in society and the huge openness to tax big business. People want to do this, and these campaigns can be done. And to that end, we are presenting a Fight the Rich campaign proposal for the broader organizations to look at, and we need to build broad unity on a principled basis, like we are doing in this conference.
Excellent.
Right. Thank you very much. Great
Thank
event.
you very much. And Jill, one more thing. Congratulations on your victory over Ukraine. Just kidding. I'm joking. Ha ha ha. That was from Eddie Hassan, in case he's watching.
I'm responsible
Yes,
for all things, good and bad. Yes, bring it on. Thank you.
It was a joke for everybody, for all of our kids.
All-powerful master of the universe,
yes,
Jill
exactly.
Stein.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. So there you go. There you have it.
Yeah, there you go. That was cool. Making that happen early.
All right.
Good heads up. All right. So where's your spot? Where are you going to get set up?
Yeah, in a not disruptive place.
Beautiful. Mark Pugliese says, in honor of what I hope will be the one big moment to save us. Thank you, Mark. Well, I don't mean to damper expectations, but, never expect one thing to be the only thing. This is a small group. We hope it grows, but it is a coalition group among other groups. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot, and this is a place to start and a building block. But that is the idea. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that very much. Black Spot, thanks for the $2 super sticker. Appreciate that. I got to text Colin because Status Quo streaming hasn't started yet. All right, let's go over here.
Once the speeches start, there's really no point. I'll shut it down once the speeches are gone.
All right. Yair Navarrete, thank you for the $9.99 super sticker. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for your support, everybody. That's easy for me since I've totally never sworn. Yes, thanks, Fun Bad. Appreciate that very much, Fun Bad. All right, now Status Quo's going, getting a big crowd everywhere we got. That's good. Let's go WSB. Just joined on Thursday. Beautiful. Thanks, Paul Green. Appreciate that very much. Derek P., thanks for the super sticker. Landrew for $100. Thank you, Landrew.
Ding, 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 ding.
I'm going to hit that cowbell for you, the automated cowbell. Where is that automated cowbell? There it is. Landrew says, I once had a debate with Chris Hedges about the need for a leader. I said, we need a leader like Bernie who brought us all together. Chris says, leaders inevitably fail you. 1 month later, Bernie betrayed us all. Who will be our leader? Did you jinx the Bernie campaign, Landrew? Well, I don't think there's going to be one leader. And like I said, this is one group that will work It will have to work in coalition with other groups. They have Amazon workers there today. They have Teamsters there today. They have Omali Yeshitela submitting a speech today from Uhuru. That's a good partner group. And they have, obviously, some of their own people, some of Kshama's own people from the Tax Amazon fight. They have people from the University of Missouri campaign for $25 an hour minimum wage speaking. And then they have people from their caste discrimination fight later as well. So they have a lot going on here today.
Keaton does it.
So you don't have like a staff to help?
Not yet. Not yet.
All right. We got somebody recognizes there. What do we get, an employment application there?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Are there people on the stage there now? We're at 40 seconds until their stream starts. So we will get that screen share set up.
The Green Party, and we're just so incredibly excited here to be joined by impressive organizers who help.
All right, Russ. So I'm going to mute you so that I can go to their stream. Okay.
Of the Green Party, and we're just so incredibly excited here to be joined by impressive organizers who have helped build for this event, including, the Green Party, Chris Hedges, Carolina Amazonians
How's
United
sound
for
coming through,
Solidarity
folks?
and
Sounds good?
Empowerment, also known as Cause, Due Dissidence, Revolutionary Blackout Network, Status Quo, union members from SEIU, IBU, UAW, and more. And of course, many who are not yet part of an organization, but arrived ready to organize and win. I know we have people in the room today from as far away as Massachusetts and North Carolina. Can people raise their hands if they traveled to come here today? That's impressive. In addition to this room full of people ready to organize and win, we're live streaming this event to thousands of people on several channels across YouTube. This helps us, all of us here, get a head start on what we have to do immediately after this, right? Because this event is just kind of the kickoff for us to go out and continue to build and organize. Speaking to thousands of people on YouTube and other social media channels helps us get a head start on spreading the word that it will be urgently necessary once we leave here today. I'm going to periodically give some reports from the live stream. So if you're watching there, please let us know in the comments where you're from so we can share, the spread of who we're talking to. Like many working class people, just a little bit about me, I've been fighting for my life against rising rents, unattainable health care, climate catastrophe, and I've watched as the Democrats have either feigned helplessness or led the charge on every attack on working people. I'm horrified by the attacks that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their reactionary administration are carrying out on federal workers, on immigrants, on LGBTQ people. Not only because I stand in solidarity with oppressed people everywhere, but because history tells us that attacks on vulnerable communities are only a prelude to an assault on the working class as a whole. And if you're here today, I imagine it's because those things resonate with you too. To an extent, we're almost exhausted from hearing all the things that are wrong, right? We know the symptoms. We see the ever-broadening human misery in our everyday lives. A recent statistic that just really hit me was that homelessness amongst adults over 65 is on track to triple by 2030. And we have very clear studies showing that it's the cost of housing and healthcare that's driving this trend. It's unambiguous. Today, that there are 10 times as many so-called natural disasters every year, and we have unambiguous data saying it's climate change fueling that escalation. And of course, I think something that brought many of us into the struggle over the last year is the ongoing horrific atrocities in Gaza that continue to persist despite a ceasefire. Trump is kind of the most honest about the genocidal ambitions to completely remove all Palestinians from Palestine, and this project moves forward despite the overwhelming support for peace. The real question, though, that millions of working class people have, and I think why we're here today, is what will it take to turn the tide? I started by saying that I'm here because I know that we can win, and I feel confident in that fact because I've seen it. I was excited to help found Workers Strike Back in 2023. to build on the strategy that has yielded so many incredible victories, like the Seattle minimum wage that was $15 when we won it and is now over $20 an hour. That was like the Amazon tax, where we taxed Amazon and big business over $250 million per year to fund affordable housing. These are the kinds of transformative victories that are urgently necessary to turn the tide. During those fights, I saw how in a city with no elected Republicans, Democrats played an open role of subservience to big business, obstructing our movements. And when we did force their hands so that they had to vote yes on what we were fighting for, they fought to water down our victories at every single opportunity. The Democratic Party is not an ally to left-wing movements. When Kshama Sawant left office, those same Democrats rapidly moved to water down our $15 an hour minimum wage law last year. They wanted to use inflation as a reason to permanently enshrine a second lower tier among minimum wage workers, as though it's workers and not the bosses who should absorb those costs. It was absolutely shocking. And Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers led the charge in stopping that attack, turning out to City Hall and stopping it in its tracks. As of January this year, every single Seattle minimum wage worker makes $20.76 an hour. And that's what we're all here today to discuss. How can we continue to build on that fighting strategy that engages the strength of working class and young people? Because we're not outnumbered, we're just out-organized, and refuses to make backroom deals with the two parties of the billionaires. How can we fight the rich and their two parties and win?
This woman's name is Emily. I'm not
sure
her
last name. For
last
many of us,
name.
we've maybe feel like we've been checked into the struggle. We've, been out protesting, and it feels sometimes like it's not moving the needle. I think for Workers Strike Back, a core piece of our strategy is clear fighting demands that act as a call to action for working people. And that's why we're bringing, as part of our Fight the Rich campaign, demands like Medicare for All and unionize Amazon front and center today. And we're going to talk more about this Fight the Rich campaign throughout the day. But we know that unionizing Amazon and winning Medicare for All would be transformative for working people. But also, importantly, we know that they're wildly popular. We saw how in Missouri, even though Trump won the popular vote, a $15 an hour minimum wage also passed overwhelmingly, so that these kind of working class victories can cut across the noise of the two parties of big business that seeks to divide us. From people who are totally turned off by electoral politics to those who are organized and fought for the strongest vote for Joe Stein in the last election, many in this room today, and even those who were lured into voting for Trump on the promise that things might actually change for the better, demands like Medicare for All can act as a lightning rod, uniting working class people against our real political enemies, the rich. The full proposed program of demands for Fighting the Rich campaign, and like I said, more speakers are going to get into more detail, but I think it's important for us to start here, is Medicare for All, end the genocide in Gaza, tax Amazon and big business to fund social housing, stop mass deportations, and take big corporations into democratic public ownership. So Workers Strike Back wants to use this organizing conference, and we're working with a broad array of other groups to bring this event together to build an organized fighting force prepared to agree not only on that program, but a strategy to win it. And we're so excited to have you here today. I'd like to welcome up my co-MC, Margaret, who's going to give you some opening remarks as well. And then we're going
to... What happened there? Come on. Did we freeze?
I'd like to welcome up my co-MC, Margaret, who's going to give you some opening remarks as well. And then we're going to...
What happened? They have stream problems. Hey, Russell, are you there?
To get into it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, good. All right. Whew. That would have been bad. Oh, they're having some stream issues. Let's see. All right, I have to call
Quick
Russell.
shout out to everyone who is attending today via live stream. Thank you for watching and thank you for tuning in. Your participation matters a great deal. I'd also like to share that I'm very excited to be here today with everyone who has organized this conference, specifically Workers Strike Back. During the 2024 presidential election, Workers Strike Back and the Jill Stein Butchware campaign closely worked together to advance workers' rights and a strong, consistent anti-war message. Maybe you attended the rally in Seattle. Perhaps you were one of the tens of thousands who watched them via live stream. Of course, you may have also seen the viral video of Kshama's speech from the Dearborn rally, which captivated millions of viewers. This conference and the Fight the Rich campaign are important extensions of that collaborative effort. We're here today because we share common perspectives on electoral reform, police reform, social justice, the ecological crisis, and perhaps most urgently, an end to the genocide and peace for Palestine. The situation in Palestine right now, which I think we need to understand, for capitalists is not primarily a moral one. That's how we think of it, but that's not how capital thinks of it. For them, this is a matter of suppressing and crushing liberation movements. A liberated Palestine means a liberated Middle East. Liberation in the Middle East means capitalism in the imperial core faces a serious crisis, and they will not let that happen. So they are unleashing the full violence of their extraordinary power to make sure it doesn't. We need to be cognizant of the fact that liberation in Palestine is fundamentally antithetical to the capitalist world economy. Any liberation struggle by a country on the periphery to achieve economic independence, to use their own resources for their own development, for their own ecological transition, or for their own human needs is destabilizing for capital in the core. And capital reacts with the most extraordinary violent backlashes, as we've seen time and time again. Now it's Palestine and Syria. Before it was Libya, before it was Iraq, before it was Chile, before that it was Indonesia, before that it was the Congo, and it will never stop. Countries of the imperial core are overwhelmingly responsible, specifically the ruling classes who control the means of production and energy manufacturing, for excess emissions which are driving the climate crisis. And the ecological crisis represents the processes of colonization and appropriation, and it's also a disaster which is playing out along colonial lines. If we're not attentive to those colonial dimensions, we're fundamentally missing the point. We live in an age of incredible paradox, with tremendous production, labor, and manufacturing, yet 80% of the world's population cannot meet their basic needs. The explanation for this paradox and the problems of social and ecological change we face are ultimately a symptom of our system of production, capitalism. This is a crisis which, at its root, is about capitalism and can only be overcome by recognizing that fact. And the antidote to capitalism is ecological socialism. We should have collective democratic control over what we are producing.
Look at that. They call a rumble rant from in the room.
We should have democratic control over what we are producing. We should control what the goals of our production are and who benefits from them and so on. When we do, we can solve these problems quickly. We actually know what to do. We just don't have the power to do it. So I think in the face of these ongoing crises, we have to have clarity about what it is we want to achieve, and we need to start building movements and coalitions which are capable of achieving our shared goals, which is one of the reasons I'm happy to be here with Workers Strike Back, the Fight the Rich campaign, and groups like Whole Washington and Fair Vote Washington. If you don't know, Whole Washington advocates for single-payer universal health care, and they are a countrywide organization, so you can find them in your state if you are not here in Washington. And Fair Vote is also a nationwide organization, and they work for electoral reform, single, transferable vote, ranked choice voting. That is the way we solve that situation. And working together with all of you and with all of those organizations, we can change our world for the better. It doesn't have to be this way.
Thank you so much, Margaret, and to the Green Party for being here. So just before we dive into the main speakers, there's a lot of logistics going on for an all-day conference, and so I'd like to invite Shirley Henderson, who's the captain of the steward team, who will be a really great resource if you end up having any questions today. So come on up, Shirley, and just going to give you just a quick rundown of some logistics before we dive in, just to make sure people feel confident about where they need to be.
All right, so I just muted that for a second since we don't necessarily need to hear the logistics of the room. Just want to announce, as our crowd file is in, we are taking Rumble Rants and Super Chats today. We are streaming this to some friends of ours channel, and so in order to not get them in trouble with YouTube censorship, please keep the Super Chats and Rumble Rants relatively clean for today, sort of PG-13 and milder, and then you can lash out like you always do on our regular stream tomorrow. Thank you for that. That's our logistics presentation. That's my outline of logistics for the stream.
Who are in person, we definitely want everybody to have a badge. This is for many reasons, but it also helps us keep tabs on people, who's already registered, who hasn't, so we can keep track of who's here today. It's best if you get a lanyard, so if you've just got the...
Okay. We don't need to hear about the lanyards. All right, we'll take some more Super Chats, some Rumble Rants here. Hey, freebie for life. Keep speaking truth to power. Thank you. Hey, this is an opportune time to give you a virtual cowbell. Where are those cowbells at? Where's the virtual cowbell? There it is. Keep speaking truth to power. Your work is so important. Thank you for your consistency and courage. Thank you, freebie for life. Appreciate that very much. And thanks to everyone who contributed to our Give, Send, Go, to our fundraiser to get Russell out there. And thank you for the support today. The Super Chats and Rumble Rants are always super helpful. V. Nettlesboom, nothing to say, but here's $5 your way. Thanks for what you do, says Nick T2234. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that very much. All right. Looks like we'll go back here to the logistics. Hopefully this is almost over.
For whatever reason, we're going to have QR codes to access the agenda digitally at tables that are going to be up throughout the event. So yeah, come look for us if you have any issues or concerns. We're here to help you.
Thank you so much, Shirley.
That was a good time.
Are y'all ready to get into it? All right. So we're starting off with a bang. Our first speaker, it's my honor to introduce former Seattle City Council member and socialist Kshama Sawant is a founding member of Worker Strike Back and also a member of Revolutionary Workers. She led the fight for the $15 an hour minimum wage that is now over $20 an hour here in Seattle. She has never backed down or taken a backroom deal in her 10 years in office. She only accepted the average wage of a worker that she represented, donating the rest to social movements. And unfortunately, that is an incredibly rare track record. It's the only one I know of. And so it's my honor, to introduce someone who used their elected position to organize working class struggle. And she's going to talk to us about how to fight the rich and what we're here to do today.
Good morning, everyone, both people who are here in person and watching over live stream. The billionaires and their system are in crisis. Political parties around the world, parties that represent the elite, are facing revolt after revolt from working people. Last year in the elections of all 10 leading industrialized nations, the incumbents were either booted out or lost a big share of the vote. This was the first time this has ever happened in almost 120 years of records. Here in the US, the approval rating of the former incumbent Democratic Party is currently in the rubbish heap. Nearly half of registered Democratic Party voters disapprove of them. And overall, only 21% approve of how Democrats in Congress are handling themselves in the present crisis. The revolt of working people against the establishment is fundamentally about the bankruptcy of capitalism and its representatives. The cost of living crisis, the skyrocketing rents, the undermining of the public services working people rely on, the death of the American dream. Working people are fed up with going broke just to buy groceries or pay their rent. Meanwhile, wealth continues to be rapidly amassed at the top. Amidst our desperate struggle for survival, last year saw the world's 5 richest billionaires increase their wealth by $542 billion. Elon Musk, Trump's current favorite billionaire, has $500 billion in wealth. This revolt against the Democratic Party does not mean working people are giving Trump permission to run roughshod over them either. It is true that a section of the working class has illusions that Trump is their guy, and this raises a crucial strategy question for us. How do we win those working people over to a fight back? Because we have seen that on issue after issue, whether it is raising the minimum wage or taxing the rich or Medicare for all or ending the genocide in Gaza, American working people are more progressive than ever before. Some of the states that voted for Trump last year also passed ballot initiatives for a $15 minimum wage, paid sick leave, union support, and abortion rights. And a recent poll confirms that there is not majority support for the bulk of Trump's anti-worker agenda and the pet projects of the Republican Party. A majority opposed Trump's brutal attacks on federal employees. A majority of Americans are vehemently opposed to Trump's plan to permanently extend his 2017 tax cut for the rich, tax cuts that Biden continued. Large majorities oppose eliminating the repayment plan that helps student loan borrowers and funding cuts for federal student loans and grants. Over 80% oppose cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, commonly known as food stamps, and a whopping 90% of Americans are against cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. Trump's own approval ratings, while higher in the past, are basically breaking even. About an equal number approve and disapprove. And this is during his so-called honeymoon period. These approval ratings have nowhere to go but down. But we should not expect that it will happen overnight. We should not be complacent. And in the meantime, Trump and the billionaires are going for broke. They want to do maximum damage at this moment before a serious opposition to their assault develops and before the real impacts of the damage they're doing becomes clear. The main success of this billionaire in the White House has been tapping into the widespread anger at the establishment, and in this, he's been handed a humongous gift by the rotten Democratic Party and its endless betrayals of working people, which allowed him to get reelected after he left office as the most unpopular president in modern American history. The huge irony is that Trump is the one capitalizing on working class anger, and the anger that is actually at billionaires and the rich, and the very same class that Trump himself belongs to and represents. Politicians and the corporate media were stunned by the show of support on social media for Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year. They were even more shocked when polling showed that this was not some fringe phenomenon, but a strong majority sentiment, nearly 70%. This anger represents a historic opening to fight for fundamental change if it can be redirected into a working class movement. Killing individual CEOs is no solution. Thompson has already been replaced with another blood-sucking executive. And if such killings were to continue, they would be used as a pretext to attack workers and increase the powers of the police. Instead, we need to build powerful mass movements of the millions against the billionaires. And it's only through working class power that we can win a different kind of society. Our goal must be to both fight for radical change in the present and to bring down the billionaires and their system, capitalism. Unfortunately, alongside the fury of working people, the most prominent feature of this political moment is the near total vacuum of clear leadership on the left and in the labor movement. There is a profound shortage of leaders prepared to break with the political parties of the rich. We've seen betrayals one after another of these so-called progressives. Bernie Sanders, AOC and the Squad, and progressive labor leaders like Sean Fain. Both Bernie and AOC played a central role in bringing Trump to power. They uncritically supported Biden and then rushed to endorse Harris. They abandoned Medicare for all. They abandoned the fight for a $15 minimum wage. They could have organized mass rallies on either of those demands and put massive pressure on both parties and built a new party in the process. Instead, they put a premium on their peaceful relations with the elite, squandered a historic opportunity, and carried out a historic betrayal. There is a meme going around of Bernie Sanders' action figure that has a stamp on it saying sold out. I'm not sure if there's one for AOC. In any case, that meme is the epitaph of the Bernie movement. Sadly, it was a predictable ending. I, like many of you, was part of Sanders' movement, and we were correct to be because millions were coming together, but some of us did so with our eyes open. From the beginning, myself and the socialists who are part of revolutionary workers today noted the fundamental mistake of funneling people into the Democratic Party. We warned about the dead-end nature of this strategy of a political revolution against the billionaire class from inside a party that is owned lock, stock, and barrel by that same billionaire class. The most recent stunt by Bernie Sanders, this so-called tour against the oligarchs, is also telling. Even at this moment, Sanders is trying to redirect people back towards the Democratic Party. One of his 3 central planks is reform the party. Reform the party? Seriously? This party that has stabbed us all in the back 1,000 times over? I don't think so. Our job is to burn the Democratic Party to the ground.
Well said.
To destroy
point,
any
Charles.
remaining illusions in it, in any idea that it represents workers or oppressed people. We need a new mass party for the working class and the oppressed. The organizations here, like Workers Strike Back, the Green Party, and all of us, we have an important role to play in that process. But that will not happen so long as lesser evilism rules the day and until the utterly failed strategy of voting for one billionaire party so that another billionaire party can win is abandoned. We need to build an organized, unified movement of working people to systematically take on the rich who run society and undermine their ability to rule. We have a lot of wind at our backs. there is a major opening for working class politics. But we also have real obstacles. We face the absolute disaster that the left and labor leadership have become, and along with that, all the rotten ideas that are being argued for by those misleaders. So we need to return to the basics, and we need to get something straight. First, this system does not belong to us. Capitalism is a system of rule by the rich and solely for the rich. It is based on stealing the wealth you and I create through our labor, as Karl Marx explained 175 years ago. Or, as the late George Carlin said somewhat more recently, it's a big club and you ain't in it. Second, the main reason this tiny sliver of society, the billionaires, the capitalist class, are able to own more wealth than a large majority of the world's population, more than billions, the only reason they can make us work long hours and live off crumbs while they amass untold wealth is by dividing working people, the overwhelming majority of society. To overcome that, we need to be clear about some things. By far, the most important division in society is between the capitalists and the rest of us. Between them, the rich, and the immense majority of us who struggle to survive. To succeed, we need to be clear about who our friends are and who our enemies are. Our enemies are the billionaires and the bosses, the capitalist class, their institutions, their political parties, and also their more treacherous spokespeople who sometimes appear and sound like they support workers, but really act as pressure release valves and gatekeepers. Our enemies are not other working class or middle class or poor people. They are not immigrants or tech workers or workers in the South. Or Muslims, or trans people, or ordinary Republican or Democratic voters, or independent voters, or non-voters. Our enemies are those who make billions, or even millions of dollars a year, own the politicians, own the land and the resources, and who call the shots in the system. Our enemies are also those who justify and protect the interests of the rich. And because we outnumber them 1,000,000 times over, they need to invent 1,000,000 ways to divide us. They use nationalism and xenophobia. They tell us that workers in other countries, whether China or Russia or immigrants from Mexico, they tell us they are our enemy. This is one of Trump and the Republican Party's favorites. They use identity politics, which is favored by the Democratic Party. Identity politics is a systematic weapon used by the ruling class to stoke division between white workers and non-white workers, between workers based on gender, sexual orientation, and nationality, between workers with college education and millions of other workers whom Hillary Clinton insultingly called the basket of deplorables and Biden more recently called garbage. We need to be clear about the difference between identity politics and the fight against oppression. Identity politics is corrosive to working class solidarity. But it is the responsibility of all of us in the working class to fight together against all oppression. Against racism, sexism, transphobia, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and every other kind of prejudice. Because if we don't, we are just playing into the boss's ploy to divide us and use that division to keep us all at low wages with poor standards of living and afraid to fight while they rake it in. Some of the most important victories we won through my Socialist City Council office were on issues of oppression, and those victories helped to build for other victories. The Amazon tax itself would not have been won had we not won the support of the rank and file of the Black Lives Matter movement during the George Floyd rebellion in 2020 to defeat Jeff Bezos to win hundreds of millions every year in big business taxes to fund affordable social housing. Our Amazon tax raised $450 million last year alone. tools of the Republicans at present are anti-immigrant and anti-LGBTQ, particularly anti-trans scapegoating. And of course, they try to blame the poor for the poverty. You know, Elon Musk famously or infamously just said the poor people are parasites. Both wings of the ruling class, he is the parasite, exactly. He and Bezos and Zuckerberg and all the rest of them. Both wings of the ruling class try to divide us on party lines also to make Democratic voters hate Republican voters and vice versa. The Democratic Party, who use identity politics for their own end, don't actually care about oppressed people. Actually, they stab them in the back the moment they can't leverage them for their own gains. When the Black Lives Matter movement was on the streets in the millions, the Democrats assured us all they were in favor of funding community programs and agreed the police budgets were bloated. They said Black Lives Matter, sometimes with tears in their eyes at press conferences. Then they broke virtually every promise they made with the help of black misleaders who just wanted money for their NGOs and a career ladder to climb. Sellouts come in every color. The Democrats claim to be all about immigrant rights. They attacked Trump for being anti-immigrant. And then Harris ran on the message that she'd be the best builder of the border wall. Many working people are concerned about immigration. This is unfortunately an issue on which Trump currently has support. There is genuine confusion. At the root of the support for deportations is the fact that millions of people have watched the American dream get kicked into the gutter. Millions are stuck in soulless, dead-end jobs that don't pay enough to make rent. They're saddled with student debt, medical debt, credit card debt. They face collapsing school districts for their children, gutting of social services. They're called deplorable, lazy, garbage. They face a society plundered by the billionaires, and they are justifiably angry. Trump and the right wing channel this anger by the scapegoating of immigrants. And we cannot fall for it. The boss's super exploitation and marginalization of immigrants is used to undermine the wages and conditions of all workers, both native-born and immigrant. Low wages for immigrants are used to drive down everyone else's wages. Immigrants worried about being deported are put in a position where it's more difficult for them to make demands for workplace safety, and they get more desperate and accept worse conditions. The net effects are all bad for native-born workers and the working class as a whole, because when the bosses can force immigrant workers to accept worse conditions, that means worse conditions for American-born workers also.
That's a good point. That's a good angle.
Latin American immigrants don't leave their communities and often their families behind to risk everything, sometimes losing their very lives trying to get over the border for no reason. It is because of the devastating effects of US imperialism in their own countries, as well as the climate crisis. More and more deportations and firepower at the border will not end immigrant influx into the United States, and it's not going to solve the problems of American-born workers. The purpose of the anti-immigrant rhetoric is for you to turn your anger away from the billionaires and their sociopathic system of capitalism. If Trump carried out the kind of mass deportations he has talked about, it would have a hugely damaging impact on the economy and millions of native-born workers, as well as immigrants that are deported. It would almost shut down food productions and lead to a massive escalation of prices. Native-born and immigrant workers must stand together against the waves of deportation being carried out by both parties of the billionaires and fight for better wages and conditions for all of us. And incidentally, if Democrats wanted to fight Trump or defend immigrants, they would have immediately removed the totally corrupt and politically bankrupt New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who, in exchange for a corrupt pardon, is helping Trump and ICE carry out deportations. We can't stand for any of this. We have to maintain our focus on the rich. So I ask you, who is our enemy? Who is is our enemy? That's right. It's the rich, the billionaires, and don't let them tell you any differently. We need to build unity on a broad basis with all those who want to fight with us against the rich. That part is important. We need unity with those who want to fight against the rich. Unity with those who want to fight is the basis on which we need to build. That is what we have done here in Seattle. That is how we won the highest major city minimum wage in the country and how we've defeated Amazon again and again. There are millions. There are millions who do want to fight back, and that's whom we are trying to reach, not those who admire the billionaires. What are we fighting for? I hope everyone has had a chance to read Worker Strike Back's program and the Fight the Rich campaign proposal we've circulated here today. These are the main demands we're proposing at our Worker Strike Back convention tomorrow, which we'll be discussing, amending, and voting on. Fight the rich and the billionaire class and their system. Workers need a real raise, $25 an hour minimum wage. Good union jobs for all. Stop the climate catastrophe. Take big energy corporations into workers' ownership. Fight racism, sexism, and all oppression. Stop mass deportations. Medicare for all and quality affordable housing, tax the rich, end the genocidal war on Gaza, no military aid, no occupation, bring down Trump, the billionaires, and their two parties, no more sellouts, we need a new party. We need to build our campaigns around things we agree on and that we can use to mobilize many thousands of people to fight for because they could make a real difference in their lives. Both Medicare for all and $25 an hour minimum wage and many of these other demands can inspire people to fight. And we must also keep our focus on ending the genocidal war on Gaza and the brutal occupation. It seems unlikely the current ceasefire will make it to the second phase, and already Israel has breached it multiple times. This is one of the worst genocides of our generation, and we must find every path to stop it. We need to build an international anti-war movement alongside an international workers' movement. We must refuse to support the bosses' wars. And I mean both the war on Gaza and the bloody anti-imperialist war in Ukraine. Exactly. These conflicts are a product of the global capitalist crisis. We are entering into a new era of war, which comes out of the winding down of the era of neoliberal globalization, which was rooted in a world in which US imperialism was the undisputed power. That world is gone, replaced by the US-China global conflict, and with it, economic nationalism and proxy wars. The billionaires in different countries are increasingly locked in violent competition between each other, violence against, that we face. Imperialist war, including the horrific meat grinder taking place in Ukraine right now, is not in the interests of the working class, and we must reject it. The rich want us to offer up our corpses for the purpose of their fight over profits and resources. Neither Western imperialism nor Russian imperialism cares one bit for Ukrainian workers or Russian workers, neither does Zelensky. And not one more worker should be dying for Putin or Zelensky. As our friend said just now, the only war for us is class war. And we must support Ukrainian and Russian workers in their fight against their own capitalist classes in bringing down both Putin and Zelensky. That is a fight we should fully take on board. We should have no illusions in Trump's ideas of plundering the natural resources in Ukraine. Trump is no friend of working people in either Russia or Ukraine, and he is no anti-war president. The driving force in Trump's policy on the Ukraine-Russia war is the decisive anti-war message working people sent to the incumbent warmongering party of the ruling class, the Democratic Party, last year. And Trump realizes he needs to reckon with that pressure from the working class, including from his MAGA working class base, who are angry that tens of billions of dollars are being spent on wars and their needs go unfunded. It is all this that has prompted Trump to begin pushing talks for an end to the deeply unpopular war in Ukraine and to declare a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, which he predictably followed up by repeatedly and grotesquely calling for ethnic cleansing in Gaza. When we were campaigning for Jill Stein last year, we said Trump will double down on the war in Gaza. By the way, how shameful is it that Bernie Sanders is railing against the attempts to end the Ukraine war and end to a war that has ravaged Ukraine and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian and Russian people? This is what Bernie wants to rail against after he failed to stand up against a genocidal onslaught on Gaza, and now, instead of building a movement against federal employee firings and attacks on working people? So the question for us is, how do we build our movement? How do we fight back? I'll take an example from my first election campaign. We didn't invent the idea of $15 an hour, but it was our movement's victory in Seattle that turned in 2013 and 2014. It turned $15 an hour from a slogan into a national movement and into a series of concrete victories in other cities. Not everyone agreed with 15 when we started, to say the least. When we began organizing around it. It was a radical idea at the time, and many dismissed it as utopian. But my fellow socialists and I had the sense that it will inspire workers to fight, and it did, and our movement made history. Campaigning for 15 in my working class election campaign in 2013 was crucial, but it was just a beginning. It took an all-out fight. We immediately used the momentum from our election victory to launch a movement called 15 Now. We held mass organizing meetings, rallies, marches, built neighborhood action groups, and filed a ballot initiative to present a credible threat to big business and the Democrats. If they did not pass a strong 15 in City Hall, we would take it to the ballot box. That is how we won. We won despite all the attempts of the Democrats to block or water down the $15 minimum wage. And we won despite the attempts of some labor leaders behind the scenes trying to convince others in the movement that all we can win is $11 an hour, we should just dump 15. We need to similarly go on the offensive today. And the logistics industry, and specifically Amazon, is crucial. This industry underpins the billionaire's profit-making machine. Unionizing Amazon is therefore a strategically necessary task of the working class. A victory at Amazon would shift the balance of power between bosses and workers. It would set off a wave of strikes and unionization efforts comparable to the massive worker organizing wave of the 1930s. But defeating Amazon will be far from easy. We have seen that even when Amazon workers win union elections, the company will refuse to negotiate. Workers will need to take mass coordinated strike action at multiple key facilities and shut down profits in order to win a union and their demands. We need to unleash the full power of the labor movement and support Amazon workers' efforts with all possible resources. Rank and file union members will need to get organized together across unions along with non-union workers to demand action from existing labor leaders and to build a new fighting union leadership. Some people will ask, shouldn't we be running a lot of candidates for office? We do need to prepare the ground for a mass party of working people. But speaking as a former elected representative of working people myself, my answer to that question will be no, not right now. Not right now is not when we can run lots of candidates for office. Our movement at present is not strong enough to run significant numbers of candidates. Elections are also not the main way that change happens. People with progressive ideas get elected all the time, but without a strong movement behind them, they get absorbed into the system. They capitulate to the enormous pressures from the rich and their politicians. And it might seem ironic to you all that I'm saying this as somebody who has a decade-long track record of having used elected office in the correct way, but I say this because, tragically, that is the only example we can point out in our times of elected office being used in that way. So yes, it can be done, it needs to be done that way, but a sober assessment also is that it hasn't been done otherwise outside Seattle. We need to build a stronger movement now through other campaigns and struggles to prepare the ground to be able to run candidates independent of the two parties of the billionaires. Members of our movement who do want to run for office need to be accountable to working people from the outset. They should work with the Fight the Rich campaign on developing a strong working class political platform. They would need to run any such campaign on a clear fighting working class basis and agree to accept only the average worker's wage if elected, as I did during my entire decade in City Hall. And this is another point of confusion. And while it is the bare minimum that elected representatives should do, it is not enough for them to take pro-working class votes on legislation that is in front of them. That is not enough. They need to commit themselves, as I did, to a movement-building approach, to use their office to initiate and support campaigns on bold, far-reaching demands, and even though it will alienate and infuriate both Democratic and Republican politicians. And I'll tell you a rule of thumb is if you aren't infuriating the Democratic and Republican politicians, you're doing something deeply wrong. They will need to reject a careerist route and instead go to war against both parties and also against the gatekeepers that are around those parties, the NGO leaders, the labor leaders, and so on, to fight to win every possible gain for working people and the oppressed. They need to have the stomach to become enemy number one of the ruling class and arm themselves with mass movements as we did with our office. In addition to going on the offensive, we must also defend against the attacks by the billionaires and their two parties. And that includes the attacks by Trump, which are both a continuation and a serious escalation of the long-term bipartisan project of the US ruling class. It is austerity on steroids, deregulation on steroids, imperialism on steroids, and alongside this, it's the most dramatic concentration of executive power. Trump is pushing things as far as he can, as far as he thinks he can get away with. Trump is not carrying out tariffs for working people. They are a tax on all of us. In fact, we will pay for them through increasingly obscene prices for basic necessities. At root, it's an attempt to confuse us, to pit workers in different countries against each other, and to dishonestly justify more tax cuts for corporations and the rich. Already, 14,000 federal workers have been off. Massive austerity cuts are being carried out. Healthcare services are interrupted. Farmers are in danger of losing their farms. And we have seen Trump and Republicans' latest threats on Medicare and Medicaid.
Come on.
No one should have any expectation at all that Democrats will fight against Trump. Democrats have themselves brought up again and again their willingness to attack Social Security and Medicare, including Obama and his so-called grand bargain. The Democrats paid the way for all this. Our movement was complete. all this. Our movement was completely correct to reject Harris and the Democrats in the election and to take an independent, anti-war, pro-war campaign and to refuse to bend to the lesser evil pressures. And it's extremely important that Jill and the Green Party ran on a clear anti-war, pro-worker program and stood up against all the attacks.
I think we're back.
The Democrats earned their loss. Had Harris done nothing other than taken an anti-war position on Gaza and condemned the genocide, she would very likely have won. Had she also campaigned on Medicare for all and $15 in addition, Trump wouldn't have had a chance. Trump is being assisted by the complicity of the Democratic Party. Why? Because, it's not that they don't have a spine, quote unquote, as some like to say. They do have a spine when it comes to fighting against working people, when it comes to doubling down on genocide, when it comes to breaking the railroad worker strike. They had a spine when they fought against every single thing our movements fought for in Seattle, from 15 to Amazon tax to renters' rights. They certainly don't oppose austerity. They don't oppose genocide or ethnic cleansing in Gaza. They don't oppose Trump's anti-immigrant agenda. And so they are not about to stick their necks out to defend against attacks on working people and the poor, those same working people and poor people that Democrats spent the last 4 years attacking. The main complaint of the Democrats and the wing of the billionaire class that supported Harris is that they don't like how Trump is doing things, how it is destabilizing the system, their own system, and the credibility in the eyes of working people of their system. And of course, it isn't that Democrats
Sorry,
are
they're just
simply
testing the
standing aside
backup
either.
sound source.
They are frequently joining in. The 12 senators and the dozens of House Democrats who voted for the Riley-Laken bill, which destroys the right to due process for non-citizens, including legal permanent residents, by allowing ICE to arrest and deport any non-citizen who has been charged, not convicted, charged with a crime which can be as minor as shoplifting. And how about Fetterman's support for Trump's attacks on Palestinians? Bernie approving anti-worker warmonger Marco Rubio's nomination. The list is practically endless. While being clear, though, that the Democrats are not on our side, we also need to be crystal clear about something else. We cannot in any way live in the past. We cannot de-emphasize, understate, or explain away the damage that is currently being done by Trump, Musk, and company. Trump and his cabal of billionaires are doing their level best to do more damage in a few months than the bipartisan attack of Republicans and Democrats was able to do over multiple years. But we should also not overstate, as some do, and say that this is fascism now in the White House. It's important that we not use that word lightly or inaccurately. What fascism is and isn't is a whole discussion unto itself. But the fundamental reality is that while Trump would like to rule as a dictator, that is not the objective basis for it. The overwhelming majority of working people do not support Trump's attacks on democracy. One of Trump's most unpopular political moves was January 6th, which was strongly opposed by the overwhelming majority, including most people who voted Republican. And now his blanket pardon of those guilty of violence on January 6th is itself deeply unpopular, according to the polls. This is also the reason for Trump's doublespeak in saying that free speech is back. He pretends to be pro-democracy because he has to. He is helped by comparison with the Democrats who've been carrying out a crackdown on free speech in recent years, including the brutal repression against campus anti-war protesters. The capitalists, for their part, have absolutely no love of democracy. Yet, they don't want the chaos that goes along with destroying the institution of their system, which have served them incredibly well for almost 250 years. And while they are on board with big parts of Trump's agenda, of attacking workers, of austerity, of deregulation, etc., they don't want an unchecked Trump or the kind of utter chaos that fascism brought on the ruling classes and capitalism as a whole in the first half of the 20th century. The capitalists see capitalist democracy, which is of course highly limited and is mainly democracy for the billionaires, but such as it is the best possible shell for their interests. Suffice it to say that if this was fascism, this meeting would not be taking place. Many of us here today would be in prison right now or facing far worse. But we have to be clear about what is happening, how very dangerous it is, and the urgent need to fight back. While we should not for a moment let up on the Democrats, the fact is they are no longer in power. Trump and the Republicans are, and we need to fight back powerfully against them, just as we fought Biden and his party. And it's ironic that, as I said, Elon Musk calls poor people parasitic. He makes $8 million a day from government contracts that his companies have. He's one of the biggest parasites in history. Working people make everything run in this society. We create all the wealth. Nothing works without us. Not the grocery stores, not the electrical grid, not the coffee houses, not the buses, not the Amazon warehouses, not one building in this city, not one board, not one brick was put in place by a billionaire. We need to win over people to our movement who voted for Trump, who voted for Harris, who didn't vote at all, or those who, like us, campaigned and voted for the strongest anti-war pro-worker candidate, Jill Stein. We know from history that we can unite working people through common struggle. For any of you who have been on a picket line, you know what solidarity is. For any of you who've been part of a successful social movement like Tax Amazon, you know what solidarity is. And you know that in successful movements, we can have respectful discussions about our differences and our strategies. We come together around the best strategies, and we carry them out together on a principled, united basis. In order for workers to win the 8-hour day or Social Security or the end of Jim Crow segregation, we had to cut across the divisions and the bosses tried to create. Trump's firing of federal employees is the biggest attack on them since Reagan went after PATCO, the Union of Air Traffic Controllers, and fired 11,000 of them in 1981. That act had devastating effects for the labor movement that have lasted to the present day. So my question is, where is the labor leadership when Trump is firing thousands of union members? In the face of this dangerous escalation of executive power, there should be mass strike action. That would be a way to actually block Trump's assault, to bring the government offices and business of the US state to a grinding halt. To shut down corporate profits, shut down the economy. Instead, we have Auto Workers Union President Sean Fain authoring an op-ed in which he announces he's ready to work with Trump. We have Sean O'Brien, the Teamster leader, kissing up to Trump and MAGA, throwing immigrant workers under the bus, and openly surrendering to anti-union right-to-work laws. This is an absolutely shameful capitulation. It is beyond disgraceful. And let's also note the conspicuous absence of the labor leadership in any effort to build a unionizing drive in Amazon nationally. This is an abdication. This is an abdication of responsibility of gigantic proportions, because they understand, as we do, that unionizing Amazon is a backbone task to build anything right now. As I said when we launched Worker Strike Back, we need a reckoning in the labor movement to take down the business unionist leadership and restore the militant, radical, rank-and-file organizing on which the labor movement was built. And I know many hoped Sean Fain was different. He has proved, Sean Fain, auto workers leader, he has proved otherwise. We have to take our movement to the unions whenever possible, wherever possible, as Workers' Strike Back has done since our launch. But only 10% of this country is unionized, unfortunately. It's because of the 50 years of capitulation. The working class is not just the unionized workers. It is not just those who work with their hands or who would be considered blue collar. It is all of us who have no choice but to work for a living. All of us, whether we have a union or not. All of us who can't sit back and live off wealth. We need to build a fighting workers movement that includes all of us together, including students, retirees, and the unemployed, all those who want to fight. But who's not wanting to fight? It's clearly the majority of labor leaders, and certainly the Democratic Party leaders are not among those who want to fight. Both of them fear the empowerment of working people and the threat it poses to their system far more than any part of Trump's attacks. It's also the same reason the Democrats extinguished both Bernie campaigns. And so they prefer complicity. And the labor movement has been completely undermined by business unionist leaders who have long been tied at the hip to the Democratic Party and don't want conflict with the bosses. Business unionism is the utterly failed strategy that workers should let labor leaders quietly negotiate contracts with the bosses rather than getting organized to wrench a strong contract from the hands of the bosses. Business unionists put their stress on the bargaining process, and they fear antagonizing management by mobilizing workers, much less going on strikes. Business unionist ideas have led to a steadily worsened wages and benefits and working conditions situation over the past decades. They have led to dramatic declines in number of workers, as I said, who even have a union. We need to rebuild the labor movement on the basis of class struggle strategies. From the best militant traditions of labor's past, the traditions that were central to the three strikes that led the way in 1934, all strikes, by the way, led by socialists, in Minneapolis, in Toledo, and San Francisco. You can watch a recent episode of Workers' Strike Back's broadcast on the Minneapolis General Strike. Those same traditions were used to unionize the auto industry in the late 1930s. Militant union organizers, many of whom were socialists or communists, led a massive organizing drive built around a clear understanding of what they were up against and saw their struggle as a class war. They strategically targeted a series of key auto plants that produced components without which the rest of the factories in General Motors could not build cars. They shut down the supply chain, and with it, most of GM. They shut down the profits. They threatened the stability of the boss's system, which is what forced them to accept the union and the workers' demands. The success of the auto industry fight, which dealt this massive blow, built the basis for the fastest wave of unionization in US history. We need to learn lessons from those workers' movements today. And we need to build Workers' Strike Back into a mass force nationally, as well as other class struggle organizations. If you are not yet a member of Workers' Strike Back, I hope you will join today. And if you're in person here, come to our convention tomorrow. If you're watching over live stream, please sign up as a member of Workers' Strike Back, and we will be in touch. We have monthly Zoom meetings as well. We must recognize that there will be no future for humanity on the basis of gradual change or small reforms which will then be walked back at a later date. Climate crisis is an existential threat. We need to end all fossil fuel use as rapidly as possible. This has been known to science for decades, and yet here we are. To stop climate catastrophe and to stop future, more dangerous growth of the right wing, we need to stop capitalism. But we can't do that with these corporations in the hands of the billionaires because we can't control what we don't own. We need to take the big energy corporations, the big banks, all the major corporations into democratic public ownership and run them ourselves. We need to take the reins of society away from the capitalists. All of our fights right now, the small ones and the big ones, have to be towards that end. I am a member of Workers Strike Back, and I am also a member, like Emily, of Revolutionary Workers, a revolutionary socialist organization. If you, like me, agree that capitalism cannot be reformed, that it needs to be replaced by a global system of solidarity and sustainability and democracy, then you should consider joining Revolutionary Workers. Solidarity.
All right. Kshama Sawant speech 220. There are two more speeches, it looks like, before the break. I thought that was generally a very good speech. Laugh. Kshama's lost me. We need to bring down Putin. Yeah, I don't love her analysis of that issue. I don't love her analysis of January 6th. And I think the climate change talk is a bit heavy-handed. Well, yeah, I don't agree with Kshama on everything, but she's very forceful, and generally it was a very good speech.
All right. Hey, everyone. I just wanted to give you a couple of announcements. First, we've crossed over 2,500 live stream viewers. So if you are watching right now, please go ahead and share the event link. Share your live stream link.
We're at well over 5,000 across all platforms.
Strike
so that's
channel.
old
you can
data.
also find it at Workers Strike Back social media accounts, as well as Due Dissidence and on the Chris Hedges show itself. We're also filling up in person. So if you are here in this room, if you would please move in, bring yourselves in, and fill in the space in the middle. We are trying to feel our power here. If you're downstairs, still come upstairs as soon as you can so you can participate in person. All right, thank you very much. Many accolades could try to describe our next speaker. He is a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and journalist. But most importantly, in my estimation, has been his fierce independence and honesty. For 4 decades, he's refused to silence ugly truths, and recognizing that for-profit newspapers run by billionaires and even public news outlets which are independent on corporate sponsors will never be willing to expose those same corporate sponsors. Without any further ado, I'd like to welcome Chris Hedges to the stage.
Thank you. For several decades, I and a handful of others, Sheldon Wolin, Noam Chomsky, John Burns Johnson, Cornel West, Barbara Ehrenreich, Ralph Nader, and of course Jill Stein and Kshama Sawant, warned that the expanding social inequality and capture of our democratic institutions, including the media, the Congress, organized labor, academia, and the courts by corporations and oligarchs would inevitably lead to an authoritarian and finally Christian fascist state. My books, American Fascists, The Christian Right and the War on America, Empire of Illusion, The End of Literacy and the Triumph of Spectacle, Death of the Liberal Class, Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt, written with Joe Sacco, Wages of Rebellion, and America the Farewell Tour were a succession of impassioned pleas to take the decay seriously. But I take no joy in being correct. The rage of those abandoned by the economy, the fears and concerns of a beleaguered and insecure middle class, and the numbing isolation that comes with the loss of community will be the kindling for a dangerous mass movement, I wrote in American Fascists in 2007. If these dispossessed are not reincorporated into mainstream society, if they eventually lose all hope of finding good, stable jobs and opportunities for themselves and their children, in short, the promise of a brighter future, the specter of American fascism will beset the nation. This despair, this loss of hope, this denial of a future leads the desperate into the arms of those who promise miracles and dreams of apocalyptic glory. Donald Trump does not herald the collapse of democracy. He heralds the ripping away of the veneer that masks the rot within the ruling structures and their pretense of democracy. He is the symptom, not the disease. The loss of basic democratic norms began long before Trump. Deindustrialization, deregulation, austerity, unchecked predatory corporations, including the healthcare industry, wholesale surveillance of every American, social inequality, an electoral system defined by legalized bribery, endless and futile wars, the largest prison population in the world, and the feelings of betrayal, stagnation, and despair, combined in a toxic brew that has culminated in inchoate and justified hatred of the ruling class. And the Democrats are as guilty as the Republicans. Trump and his coterie of billionaires, generals, half-wits, Christian fascists, criminals, racists, and moral deviants play the role of the Snopes clan in some of William Faulkner's novels I wrote in America, The Farewell Tour. The Snopeses filled the power vacuum of the decayed South and ruthlessly seized control from the degenerated former slaveholding aristocratic elites. Flem Snopes and his extended family, which includes a killer, a pedophile, a bigamist, an arsonist, a mentally disabled man who copulates with a cow, and a relative who sells tickets to witness the bestiality, are fictional representations of the scum now elevated to the highest level of the federal government. They embody the moral decay unleashed by unfettered capitalism. The usual reference to amorality, while accurate, is not sufficiently distinctive and by itself does not allow us to place them as they should be placed in a historical moment the critic Irving Howe wrote of the Snopeses. Perhaps the most important thing to be said is that they are what comes afterwards, the creatures that emerge from the devastation with the slime still upon their lips. Let a world collapse in the South or Russia, and there appear figures of coarse ambition, driving their way up from beneath the social bottom, men to whom moral claims are not so much absurd as incomprehensible, sons of bushwhackers or muziks drifting in from nowhere and taking over through the sheer outrageousness of their monolithic force, Howe writes. They become presidents of local banks and chairmen of party regional committees, and later, a trifle slicked up, they muscle their way into Congress or the Politburo, scavengers without inhibition. They need not believe in the crumbling official code of their society. They need only learn to mimic its sounds. The political philosopher Sheldon Wolin called our system of governance inverted totalitarianism, one that kept the old iconography, language, symbols, but had handed the internal levers of power to corporations and the rich. Now we are shifting to totalitarian's more recognizable form, one dominated by a demagogue and an ideology grounded in our homegrown Christian fascism. We live in a two-tiered legal system, one where poor people are harassed, arrested, and jailed for absurd infractions, such as selling loose cigarettes, which led to Eric Garner being choked to death by the New York City police in 2014, while crimes of appalling magnitude by the oligarchs and corporations, from oil spills to bank fraud in the hundreds of billions of dollars, which wiped out 40% of the world's wealth, are dealt with through tepid administrative controls, symbolic fines, and civil enforcement that give these wealthy perpetrators immunity from criminal prosecution, I wrote in America, The Farewell Tour. The utopian ideology of neoliberalism and global capitalism is a vast con, a mechanism to funnel wealth upwards to the billionaire class. The working poor, whose unions and rights were stripped from them and whose wages have stagnated or declined over the past 40 years, have been disempowered and impoverished. Their lives, as Barbara Ehrenreich chronicled in Nickel and Dimed, are one long, stress-ridden emergency. The middle class is evaporating. Cities that once manufactured products and offered factory jobs are boarded up wastelands. The destruction is a ruse. Corporations, the destruction of trade barriers is a ruse corporations and the billionaire class use to stash $1.42 trillion in profits in overseas banks to avoid paying taxes. The labels liberal and conservative are meaningless, evidenced by a Democratic presidential candidate who turned to Wall Street bankers to formulate her economic policies and bragged about an endorsement from Dick Cheney, a war criminal who left office with a 13% approval rating. Fascism is always the bastard child of a bankrupt liberalism. The attraction of Trump is that, although vile and buffoonish, he mocks the political charade. Trump lies like he breathes, but the lies told by the two establishment parties caused far more pain and did far more damage than the lies told by Trump. Trump is merely the apotheosis of a culture of mendacity, deception, and exploitation, for we are a culture awash in lies. It no longer matters what is true, it matters only what is correct. The correct ideology of neoliberalism is as delusional as the correct ideology of the Christian fascists. Neither are reality-based belief systems. Totalitarianism elevates the brutal and the stupid, those with no genuine political philosophy other than a lust for wealth and power. Empty, mind-numbing cliches and slogans, most of which are absurd and contradictory, replace political discourse. And this is as true for the Christian right as it is for those who preach free market economics and globalization. The illusions peddled on our screens, including the fictitious persona created for Trump on The Apprentice, have replaced reality. Politics is burlesque, as Kamala Harris's vapid, celebrity-filled, issue-less campaign illustrated. It is smoke and mirrors created by an army of agents, publicists, marketing departments, promoters, pollsters, script writers, wardrobe consultants, and public announcers. Our money-drenched, heavily managed elections are little more than totalitarian plebiscites designed to give a veneer of legitimacy to oligarchic and corporate power. The political malaise is mirrored in a cultural malaise, what Soren Kierkegaard calls a sickness unto death, the numbing of the soul by nihilism. The cult of the self dominates our cultural landscape. I wrote An Empire of Illusion. This cult has within it the classic traits of psychopaths: superficial charm, grandiosity, and self-importance, a need for constant stimulation, a penchant for lying, deception, and manipulation, and the inability to feel remorse or guilt. This is, of course, the ethic promoted by corporations. It is the ethic of unfettered capitalism. It is the misguided belief that personal style and personal advancement, mistaken for individualism, are the same as democratic equality. In fact, personal style defined by the commodities we buy or consume, has become a compensation for our loss of democratic equality. We have a right in the cult of the self to get whatever we desire. We can do anything, even belittle and destroy those around us, including our friends, to make money, to be happy, to become famous. Once fame and wealth are achieved, they become their own justification, their own morality. How one gets there is irrelevant. Once you get there, those questions are no longer asked. My book, Empire of Illusion, begins in Madison Square Garden at a World Wrestling Entertainment Tour. I understood that professional wrestling was the template for our social and political life, but I did not know that it would produce a president and soon a secretary of education who has vowed to shut the department down. The bouts are stylized rituals I wrote in what could have been a description of a Trump rally. They are public expressions of pain and a fervent longing for revenge, the lurid and detailed sagas behind each bout, rather than the wrestling matches themselves, are what drive crowds to a frenzy. These ritualized battles give those packed in the arenas a temporary, heady release from mundane lives. The burden of real problems is transformed into fodder for a high-energy pantomime. It is not going to get better. The tools to shut down dissent have been cemented into place. Our democracy cratered years ago. All Trump has to do to establish a naked police state is flip a switch, and he will. The worse reality becomes, the less a beleaguered population wants to hear about it, I wrote at the conclusion of Empire of Illusion, and the more it distracts itself with squalid pseudo-events of celebrity breakdowns, gossip, and trivia. These are the debauched revels of a dying civilization. The system is not reformable. Either we obstruct in the only form left to us, which is mass mobilization, acts of sustained civil disobedience, especially the strike, or we are frog-marched into serfdom. To be innocent now in the eyes of the state is to be guilty. It is to be complicit in this radical evil. It is to bear the mark of Cain. It is to do nothing, to defend the weak, the oppressed, the poor, and those who suffer, and to protect the planet. Choose, but choose fast. Time is running out. The sick, unable to afford care, are dying. The poor, especially children, are going hungry. Families, along with the mentally ill, are thrown into our streets. The unemployed and underemployed are desperate. Schools are being defunded and privatized. Our prisons are packed. The undocumented are being hunted down, imprisoned, and deported. Our roads, bridges, dams, levees, power grids, rail lines, subways, bus services are crumbling. The ecosystem is disintegrating as temperatures rise and freak weather patterns, wildfires, hurricanes, droughts, flooding, tornadoes, melting polar ice caps and glaciers drive desperate migrants northwards from the global south. This is the dystopia the ruling global class, the ruling capitalists, are shoving down our throats. No social or revolutionary movement succeeds without a core of people who will not betray their vision and their principles. In other words, like all of us here, militants. They are the building blocks of social change. They are our only hope for a viable socialism. They are willing to spend their lives as political outcasts. They are willing to endure repression. They refuse to sell out the oppressed and the poor. They know that you stand with all of the oppressed, those in our prisons and marginal communities, the poor, unemployed workers, our LGBTQ community, undocumented workers, the mentally ill, and the Palestinians. Or you stand with none of the oppressed. They know that when you fight for the oppressed, you get treated like the oppressed. And liberals plead with us to believe in the ultimate goodness of the ruling class, the fantasy that justice and social equality can be achieved through their bankrupt institutions, including the Democratic Party, even though, like Herod of old, they repeatedly sell us out. We are castigated for our anger, our alienation from the centers of power, and our bleakness. We are told to adopt a positive attitude, to trust the system, that we can awaken the dead consciences of the atrophied souls, the plutocrats running Amazon, Halliburton, Goldman Sachs, ExxonMobil, and Citibank, and the two ruling parties. I cannot count how many times I have been told this. But this is the road to despair, not hope. Hope comes when we physically defy those in power. Those who succumb to apathy or complicity are enemies of hope, and they become in their passivity agents of injustice. Hope has a cost. Hope is not comfortable or easy. Hope requires personal risk. Hope does not come with the right attitude. Hope is not about peace of mind. Hope is action. Hope is doing something. The more futile, the more useless, the more irrelevant and incomprehensible an act of rebellion is, the vaster and more potent hope becomes. Hope never makes sense. Hope is absurd. Hope knows that an injustice visited on our neighbor is an injustice visited on us all. Hope posits that people are drawn to the good by the good. And this is the secret of hope's power. It is why it can never finally be defeated. Hope demands for others what we demand for ourselves. Hope does not separate us from them. Hope sees in our neighbor, even our enemy, our own face. And the powerful do not understand hope. Hope is not part of their vocabulary. They speak in the cold, dead words of national security, global markets, electoral strategy, staying on message, image, and profits. The powerful protect their own. They divide the world into the damned and the blessed, the patriots and the traitors, the rich and the poor. They insist that extinguishing lives in foreign wars or in our prison complexes is a form of human progress. They cannot see that the suffering of a child in Gaza or a child in the blighted pockets of Washington, D.C. diminishes and impoverishes us all. They are deaf, dumb, and blind to hope. Those addicted to power, consumed by self-exaltation, cannot decipher the words of hope any more than most of us can decipher hieroglyphics. Hope to Wall Street bankers and politicians, to the masters of war and commerce, is not practical, it is gibberish, it means nothing. I cannot promise you it will be easy. I cannot assure you that tens of thousands will join us. I cannot pretend that going to jail is pleasant. I cannot say that anyone in Congress, anyone in the boardrooms of the corporations that cannibalize our nation, anyone in the press will be moved to pity, to act for the common good. I cannot tell you these wars will end, or the hungry will be fed. I cannot say that justice will roll down like a mighty wave and restore our nation to sanity. But I can say this: if we resist and carry out acts, no matter how small, of open defiance, hope will not be extinguished. Hope cannot be sustained if it cannot be seen. Any act of rebellion, any physical defiance of those who make war, of those who perpetuate corporate greed and are responsible for state crimes, anything that seeks to draw the good to the good, nourishes our souls, and holds out the possibility that we can touch and transform the souls of others. Hope affirms that which we must affirm, and every act that imparts hope is a victory in itself. I saw the power of hope in the mass movements in East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Romania that brought down these regimes. These uprisings were spontaneous outbursts by an enraged population that had had enough of repression, mismanagement, and corruption. No one from the dissidents themselves to the ruling communist parties anticipated these revolts. They erupted, as all revolutions do, from tinder that have been waiting years for a spark. That this tinder exists in American society is undeniable, although to date, its primary expression has been fascistic. These revolutions were led by a handful of dissidents who until the fall of 1989 were marginalized and dismissed by the state as inconsequential. The state periodically sent state security to harass them. It often ignored them. I am not even sure you could call these dissidents an opposition. They were profoundly isolated within their own societies. The state media denied them a voice. They had no legal status and were locked out of the political system. They were blacklisted. They struggled to make a living. But when the breaking point in Eastern Europe came, when the ruling communist ideology lost all credibility, there was no question in the minds of the public about whom they could trust. The demonstrators that poured into the streets of East Berlin and Prague were aware of who would sell them out and who would not. They trusted those such as Václav Havel, who had dedicated their lives to fighting for an open society. Those who had been willing to be condemned as non-persons and go to jail for their defiance. And no matter how tempting it was to give up, to make compromises with power, they did not. Julian Benda reminds us that we can serve two sets of principles: privilege and power, or justice and truth. The more we make compromises with those who serve privilege and power, the more we diminish the capacity for justice and truth. Our strength comes from our steadfastness to justice and truth, a steadfastness that accepts that the corporate forces arrayed against us may crush us, but that the more we make compromises with those who serve privilege and power, the more we diminish our own strength. Karl Popper in The Open Society and Its Enemies writes that the question is not how do you get good people to rule. Popper says this is the wrong question. Most people attracted to power, he writes, have rarely been above average, either morally or intellectually, and often below it. The question is how do we build mass movements to hold the powerful to account even when those in power come from our own ranks? There's a moment in Henry Kissinger's memoirs, do not buy the book, when Nixon and Kissinger are looking out at tens of thousands of anti-war protesters who have surrounded the White House. Nixon had placed empty city buses in front of the White House to keep the protesters back. He worried out loud that the crowd would break through the barricades and get him and Kissinger. And that is exactly where we want people in power to be. This is why, although he was not a liberal, Nixon was our last liberal president. He was scared of movements. And if we cannot make the elites scared of us, we fail. This is our calling. Our failure to immediately build a counterweight to the Democratic Party after it abandoned the working class with the passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement in 1994 was our gravest mistake. And this mistake was compounded by allowing liberals to hurt us repeatedly into the embrace of the Democratic Party, promising it could be changed from within, that the corporate indentured party leadership would ever permit Bernie Sanders to be the nominee, or the stated goals of his platform to be embraced, is delusional. Alex de Tocqueville correctly saw that when citizens can no longer participate in a meaningful way in political life, political populism is replaced by a cultural populism of sameness, resentment, and mindless patriotism, and by a form of anti-politics he calls democratic despotism. Only 11.3% of workers in this country belong to unions. This is the lowest percentage in 80 years. And nearly all these unions, and especially the AFL-CIO, have been emasculated by corporate power. We are not going to be assisted in our revolt by established unions. Union leaders such as the Teamster Sean O'Brien are bought off, they are comfortable, they are pulling down at least 5 times what rank and file workers make. They have sold out to the Democratic Party, or in the case of O'Brien, to Trump. We forget, as Alexander Herzen said, that we are not the doctors, we are the disease. We have to mount protests not only outside the doors of Walmart and Amazon, not only outside congressional offices, but outside the doors of union headquarters. There is no established institution we can trust. They are broken. But there are 30 million working poor, victims of mass layoffs, trapped in debt peonage, manipulated and used by the political elite, willing to rise up if we stop our virtue signaling and woke purity tests and speak to them in the language of class warfare. And this is why I support Workers' Strike Back. But let us be clear-eyed about what lies ahead. The enemies of freedom throughout history have always charged its defenders with subversion. The enemies of freedom have always convinced segments of a captive population to parrot back cliches to justify their rule and serve as goons and vigilantes in the name of patriotism. Those who created our mafia economy inevitably created our mafia state. And we must organize and organize fast to break our chains, one by one, to use the power of the strike to cripple the state machinery. We must embrace a militant radicalism, one that offers a new vision and a new social structure. We must hold fast to moral imperatives. We must forgive mortgage and student debt, institute universal health care, and break up monopolies. We must raise the minimum wage and end the squandering of hundreds of billions of dollars to sustain the empire and the war industry. We must establish a nationwide jobs program to rebuild the country's collapsing infrastructure. We must take into public ownership the banks, the pharmaceutical corporations, military contractors, and transportation, and end the extraction of fossil fuel. And we must end the genocide in Gaza. And that means the boycott, sanction, and divestment of the apartheid state of Israel. None of this will happen until we organize and refuse to walk away from our commitment to justice and to socialism. As the country disintegrates, as feelings of betrayal and abandonment mount, the ruling class will use their organs of propaganda, including the media, to blame us. Those in open defiance of authority for the chaos. The mafia state will be brutal. Capitalists, as Eduardo Galeano writes, view communal cultures as enemy cultures. The billionaire class will do to us what it did to the radicals who rose up to form militant unions in the past. We had the bloodiest labor wars in the industrialized world. Hundreds of American workers were killed. Tens of thousands were beaten, wounded, jailed, and blacklisted. Unions were infiltrated, shut down, and outlawed. We cannot be naive. It will be difficult, costly, and painful, but this confrontation is our only hope. Otherwise, we and the planet that sustains us are doomed. And I concede, we may not succeed. So be it. At least those who come after us, and I speak as a father, will say we tried. The corporate forces that have us in their death grip will destroy the lives of my children. They will destroy the lives of your children. They will destroy the ecosystem that makes life possible, and we owe it to those who come after us not to be complicit in this evil. We owe it to them to refuse to be good Germans. This is a battle, quite literally, between freedom and slavery, between life and death. It is that grave. And it is a battle that no matter the odds, we must fight. But in the end, I do not fight fascists because I will win. I fight fascists because they are fascists. Thank you.
Hedges is always great. That was great. Great speech. As to be expected.
The fact that Chris Hedges is here from across the nation at this organizing conference reveals that he's one of those all too rare leaders who wants to fight for working people, who uses his fame to stand with working and poor people and against war. Chris Hedges was the only public figure who supported socialists when Kshama first ran for city council here in Seattle in 2013. In fact, we didn't even have to knock on his door. It was Chris who reached out to Kshama and said, "I want to support your campaign." Chris Hedges has joined Workers' Strike Back because he understands how important building our movement is, and I urge all of you to join Workers' Strike Back if you haven't already. I also wanted to announce that we are now officially over 6.5 thousand people watching alongside us on live stream. And again, I urge you, if you haven't shared what exciting event you're at with your network, to send that link out and say you can watch alongside me.
Yeah, definitely. Share the stream, everybody. Share the stream out.
So our next speaker, it's my great honor to introduce. She's a longtime Green Party member, and she has run unambiguously pro-worker, anti-war presidential campaigns, especially last year against both Trump and Harris. She stood strong against years of slander by corporate media, by Democratic Party hacks. They're constantly wondering, where is Jill Stein? Well, I am excited to tell all of you here today that she's here to speak to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Thank you all so very much. It is really a joy to be here. It is a joy to hear what everyone is saying. And it is a joy to be a part of this movement. I come here a little bit under the weather, as some of you may know, having had a bad case of the flu a couple weeks ago and then some asthma triggered by that flu. And I almost didn't come, feeling like there was no way I could actually prepare for this amazing summit. But at the end, I decided I needed to come just to be here, just to bear witness, just because this is what democracy looks like. And this is how we fight back. And if we come away from today with nothing more than the commitment to stay together, to be together, to know that what we did in the last election was not just okay, it was absolutely essential. It was world-saving. It is the way forward. This is what we must do. And the fact that they continue to blame us and to try to, to smear us for having challenged empire and oligarchy and genocide, the fact that they will not let up is absolutely the affirmation of our lasting impact and the fact that we must keep up this fight. In our minds, it's really important to invert the smears when they come at you. It should be an affirmation. It should be seen as a badge of honor. It should be seen as a confirmation that what we do absolutely matters. So I say, bring it on. Keep those smears coming. Keep us relevant. So we are very much here, and I want to thank everyone here virtually and in the room who's here to take back power from the billionaires and their two parties that serve them and to put power into the hands of working people. So we continue the momentum of our pro-worker, anti-war, anti-genocide, climate emergency to demand an America and a world that works for working people, which is the only world that works for all of us. And it's important to know that that world in many ways is closer than it has ever been, because empire and oligarchy are indeed unraveling right now before our very eyes. They are collapsing in front of us. Empire is falling, we are rising, and this is unstoppable. So it's really critical, above all, to reject the propaganda that tells us that we are powerless, that resistance is futile. So many of us right now, a recent poll, even before the shit started hitting the fan, something like 72% of Americans were tuning out of politics in the wake of the last election, the 24 election. 72%, according to polls, are tuning out because politics has become so toxic, so distasteful. And that is true, but it cannot stop there. We have to seize the moment. This is that perfect storm for speaking to the vast majority of Americans right now who are in revolt. They've just been denied a framework in which to unite that revolt. And that is what we are doing here today and with this Workers' Strike Back movement. So I encourage everyone to become a part of it if you are not already. Their resistance, their continuing smears against us, tells us that they, in fact, are terrified. They are terrified because they know that their days are numbered and they know that we are getting together. That is why they pulled out all the stops during our campaign. Their army of lawyers, their infiltrators and spies, which they publicly advertised for, their delay in our public funding, which kept us off the ballot in several states because we were not able to pay the costs of getting on the ballot where those deadlines were missed. The fact that they created a war room of constant lies and smears to disparage and suppress our campaign. That war room cost more than the entire cost of our whole campaign. So that tells you, what the terms were. They were terrified. Over 1/3 of eligible voters are not voting because they reject these toxic candidates and political parties being rammed down our throats. And who are those 1 out of every 3, more than 1 out of every 3 eligible voters who don't vote? They are largely people of color, low income, and youth. Exactly the people who benefit from the agenda that we propose. So this is a meltdown of empire, a meltdown of duopoly, and it is on the verge of that transformation to a people-powered politics. This is the American public where, where 68% of Americans, last they asked, wanted an immediate ceasefire and an end to the genocide, where over 60% want a shutdown of all military aid to Israel. This is astounding. This is not so much a problem of a misinformed public. This is a problem of a public which is denied representation. We have an anti-democratic government, is what we have, both political parties. And as said earlier, Trump is a symptom. He is not the disease itself. He is part of the disease, but he is not the driver of that disease. He is a symptom of it. That disease is wreaking havoc on every dimension of our lives. It was, some months ago, it was said to be over 60% of Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck. Well, now that is over 2/3. It's now over 66% of Americans. Over half of Americans are now struggling to pay their rent, paying more than 30 or even 50% of their monthly income just to keep a roof over their heads. Meanwhile, the rate of homelessness is absolutely unprecedented. Last year, the number of homeless increased by 18% in 1 year alone. That's on top of a 12% increase the year before. 100 million people are strapped in medical debt, 44 million in student debt. Half of youth say that they are hopeless about the future. 1 in 4 have considered harming themselves within 2 weeks of the poll alone because of how desperate they are about the condition of their lives. This says really more than anything that what is being imposed on us by the parties of oligarchy, by the corporate duopoly, is absolutely unsustainable, unforgivable, and it will not stand. Do not be fooled for a minute. We've all been kind of knocked off of our feet by this incredibly rapid assault, one thing after another. We're not sure how critical each attack is. Where are we to turn our attention before we've observed, before we have even come to terms with the last hit? There are 5 more the next day. So this is really designed to keep us on our back feet, to keep us basically falling over. But in fact, do not be fooled into thinking that there is support for the oligarch agenda. Elon Musk himself, who people initially were favorable towards, even within the Republican Party now, he has become an absolute anathema. And there's overwhelming disapproval of Elon Musk and of his having any influence whatsoever in our government. The same is true for Trump's other policies. There was support. It wasn't overwhelming, but there was support across the board. Now that has pretty much gone, except on the issue of deportations, where the Democrats shared with the Republicans this pack of lies that really persuaded the American people shamefully into thinking that immigrants are the cause of greater crime, are the cause of the drugs coming into this country. It's actually the opposite. Immigrants are far safer, are far more community, family, and job oriented. Immigrants are not the problem. The problem is the US policies that have created wave after wave of migration. And that is where the migration crisis must be solved. The most critical thing we can do to solve the migration crisis is to simply stop causing it in the first place through endless wars, regime change, through economic sanctions that are driving people here in desperation. And you'll notice that while Trump did not talk whatsoever, not in his inauguration and not since, has not talked about the real crises facing American people, of homelessness, of the lack of health care, of the skyrocketing cost of housing, of debt. While Trump hasn't talked about it, the Democrats don't talk about it either. And Kamala Harris, in her campaign, had absolutely no solutions to offer. And when she was asked, you know, what was she going to do? Well, she was basically going to do more of Joe Biden, except that she would be different by appointing a Republican to her cabinet. That's how she was going to distinguish herself. Donald Trump, you know, has been overwhelmingly funded by billionaires. And the statistic to drive that home is the fact that 44% of the money supporting Trump's campaign came from 10 people. Donald Trump represents 10 people and a few others. That is what this is about. This is about a massive propaganda campaign. This is about manufactured consent. Do not believe for a minute that the American public is being fooled. And I will say that the latest polls showed that there is no longer majority support. Initially, it was, you know, modest support across the board for all of what Trump was doing. Now he has basically lost that support, and he is in the negative. He's actually in the disapproval rating now on everything except for deportation, where there is still, you know, a lot of lasting confusion after years of bipartisan propaganda. But on all the other issues, on tariffs, on the taxes and so on, there is no longer support on Elon Musk. There is no longer support for the Trump agenda. And in fact, he is running in the negatives now. He had the worst average approval, the worst average polling of all presidents since the Second World War. There is not support. And the second worst was, you know who? It was Joe Biden, which tells you that both of these parties are not representing us. They are not representing the American people who are hungry, who are desperate for change. A couple more quick mentions. There's so much outrage right now about the proposed Trump cuts, particularly to Medicaid and to food stamps, to SNAP. But actually the cuts that he is proposing are smaller than the cuts that were made by Joe Biden during his presidency. Shame. It was 24 million people who were thrown off of Medicaid by Joe Biden. And it was approximately 4.5 million people were thrown back into poverty after Joe Biden's cuts to SNAP. And further, Joe Biden ended the pause on student debt payments, which impoverished millions of people and continue to impoverish millions of people. There was no need for him to do that. He did that purely on his own voluntary basis to throw American youth and Americans of all ages, actually, back into student debt poverty. So shame on all of them. And same agendas exactly. And another fascinating statistic came out just the other day, that the Democratic Party now has the lowest public approval ranking since the question has ever been asked. They now stand at approximately 31% and massive disapproval. So this is, above all, do not let this emergency be hijacked, because that is what they are trying to do right now. That is what Bernie Sanders is doing. That is what AOC is doing. That's what all of them are doing, is saying, see, look how bad Trump is, put us back in power. But what exactly are they doing? What they're doing, I think, is best summarized by Hakeem Jeffries, if you saw the clip of him that went viral, asking, well, what is it we can do? I'm trying to figure out what we can do. It's their government. That is the problem. It's not their government, it's our government. And we need to throw all the bums out. So, to respond to Hakeem Jeffries about what can we do, let's see, actually, all right, let me just jump back for a minute. This slide really tells you what the driver is here. You know, the American public is tired. Working people are tired. They're tired of being thrown under the bus. They've been thrown under the bus for decades. And the Democrats showed us where they stood back in, what was it, in the 1990s with the passage of NAFTA, then again with the Wall Street bailouts, where Wall Street was bailed out to the tune of trillions, while millions, some 8, 9, 10 million American families were thrown out of their homes. Then you also had, you know, the Clinton crime bill and all that. So after a while, people gave up on the Democrats. In this latest election, some were fooled into turning to the Republicans, thinking that, well, maybe Donald Trump was going to do it. But they are rapidly waking up to the fact that, no, he is still throwing people even faster, or at least as fast, let's put it that way, under the bus. So this is very alarming to the Democrats, and I think that's why they are coming out again now, reinvigorating their smear campaign against us, because they know that people are hungry. And we came out of the election as the #1 people-powered alternative to challenge the parties of war on Wall Street. And while we must, you know, we must fight at the level of our communities, we must fight at the level of social movements, we must fight for a $25 an hour minimum wage, for Medicare for all, for social housing and the right to housing and an end to student debt. But we must also challenge power. And I agree, we don't want to predominantly focus on running a gazillion elections. But challenging power strategically and in flagship campaigns is an absolutely critical part of continuing to build our power. So I do want to encourage people to strategically fight. We are still here. I encourage you, if you're not already part of a Green Party chapter or a Socialist Party chapter, please join one and be a part of this fight. We do have a Green Party table here today. I hope you'll visit it downstairs afterwards. But this is really the driver here, where you are looking at basically, if you see the tiny red line on the bottom, that is the bottom 90%. That's the income level of most people. And it hasn't budged. It hasn't budged over decades. And that chart runs from 1960 to 2012. So you can be sure it looks even worse than that now, because billionaires and the super wealthy have doubled and tripled their wealth starting in the COVID pandemic, and that has continued. And the steep green swath at the top, which is spiking up and keeps going inevitably upward, that is the top. That is the income of the 0.01%. That is 1/100th of 1% has a massive amount of the income. So this is the driver here. As Louis Brandeis, a Supreme Court justice back in the day when they had some integrity, his famous saying was, we have a choice between vast concentrations of wealth or democracy. We can't have both. but this country has very clearly thrown its weight behind the vast concentrations of wealth. If you compare us to other countries around the world, I don't know if we are number one, but we are very, very close to the top. People often talk about Mexico as being, corrupt, as being a third world type, economic structure. To look at, they now have public financing of their elections. They also have an equal playing field in media. All media coverage has to be equalized. If you are running for their presidency, you cannot buy media coverage in Mexico. Let's take a lesson from Mexico. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is basically just another way to show. This shows wealth. The last one showed income. This shows wealth. That little orange line on the bottom, that's 50% of the population has 2% of the wealth. That's not very much. The top 1% is that bracketed area up there. 1% has 30% of the wealth, whereas half the population has to divide up 2%. So this is a driver. The rejection of the Democratic Party is not new. The rejection of the Republican Party is not new. What's new is that people are dropping out rather than vote for either of them. So this is really a perfect storm for change. And if you can go to the next slide, and this again, on that other issue about taxes, you'll see that quote on the bottom. Obama passed a larger tax cut than Trump's tax cut. Well, actually, Obama didn't pass it. He just made the Bush tax cuts permanent. So even on that issue of tax giveaways to the super wealthy, that is not just an issue of the Republicans. It's the Democrats as well. They are both 100% bought and paid for. And the next slide, you can go to the next one. That's just showing how money in politics is absolutely skyrocketing. It's off the charts. And the next one. All right, this here is the point I wanted to get to. This is that answer to Hakeem Jeffries. Be like the Parliament of South Korea that turned out by the thousands within minutes. It was announced, martial law was announced in South Korea on December, I don't know what it was, 3rd or 4th, something like that, at like 10 p.m. at night. It was immediately live streamed and went out on social media. And within hours, there were 16,000 people there to help the parliamentarians scale the closed fences that had been closed around Parliament, because they knew that they had to respond to this declaration of martial law. They had to respond quickly or the noose would tighten. Because along with this declaration of martial law was the prohibition against the meeting. Even the meeting of Parliament was disallowed. Press was disallowed. Labor actions were disallowed. Everything was disallowed. So they knew they had to shut it down. And that's what they did. Within hours, they had scaled the fences. The troops were actually helicoptered in to inside of the fences. They helicoptered troops in, but before they were able to do that, the South Korean people were there. They were there in huge numbers, and you can show the next slide. These are the staff who also scaled the walls, the Parliament staffers who scaled walls, and they used couches to block the doors so that the troops could not get in. This is this was like a January 6th in reverse, with masses of people turning out. And you can show the next slide as well. Everyday people were there to talk to the soldiers. They were there to persuade them. And in fact, the soldiers then did a very slow walk, and they went out to get noodles before enforcing their orders. So, again, it's It's to make the point that we do have the power in this country right now. We have an overwhelming opportunity. Do not be frightened. And, you know, as one of the people who ran into the struggle, along with Jason Call and others of our staff who were at Washington University when the students were striking, we had taken a moment to go take a bathroom break, and in that moment, the police were attacking. So we went running back to the lineup, and they were coming for us. They came for us, and these soldiers, these police who've now been trained by the IDF, the Israeli occupation forces, who are now in the business through the cop cities all around the country of training our local police forces, are being trained in the tactics of the Gaza genocide. Police are vicious. I mean, there are many people who've encountered police for a long time who know how vicious this is. So you do have to use some discretion about when you stand up and where you stand up, but we have to stand up. And one of the most important ways to stand up is by striking, is by withdrawing our labor, by supporting labor unions to do the same. And I want to also put in a plug for BDS, for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanction, and Alameda County right now is among many counties who have withdrawn their retirement funds. Alameda County just pulled out $32 million from Caterpillar and its horrific destructive equipment. It is only a matter of time. Israel and its genocidal war and its genocidal economy is on its last legs. People are leaving. Its economy is in tatters. It cannot carry out even a war against Hamas. Hamas has reconstituted. Volunteers have replaced those who were killed, but the Israelis are struggling. They are capable of a 7-day war. They are not capable of a 7-month war, not even against one country. Now they are quickly expanding this concept of the greater Israel into Lebanon, into Syria, who knows, perhaps into Egypt as well. But there are conflicts now that are active and others that are brewing. Israel cannot possibly sustain this without our tax dollars and ultimately our blood. Israel is going to need boots on the ground under Democrats. We reactivated the draft. Our names, the names and addresses and emails of our young people are all in the hands of the security state right now. Let them try to reactivate the draft, and that will certainly be the match that kindles an incredible opposition, because the opposition is already there. Israel cannot conduct genocide without us, and we do not consent. And the traction for that is with our elected leadership. We need to throw these bums out. We need to organize. We need to prepare for the general strike, and we need to run them out of office. Thank you all so very much. I look forward to working together. Our work has only just begun. Thank you.
All right, I thought those are 3 very, very strong speeches so far. That was all great. They are going to come out and do their fundraising pitch. We'll watch some of that, and then we're going to bring in
It was an
our
absolute honor
brothers
to be on the ground with your campaign in Detroit, in Dearborn, talking to thousands of Muslims at mosques who desperately wanted an anti-war campaign in October of last year. And it was just... terrifies me to think what would have happened if we didn't have a place to channel that energy to an anti-war, pro-worker campaign. So thank you so much again to Jill Stein for her bravery. Also, someone who joined us in Dearborn for several weeks to help campaign for Jill Stein, and I'm proud to introduce him to give a short appeal to help to ask all of you here to help build this movement, is Dustin Spence. He's a member of Worker Strike Back from Chicago, Illinois. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Dustin Spence. I'm a member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers, and we have an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. All of us have to build a movement of working people against the rich, a movement completely independent of the Republicans and the Democrats. The Democrats are sitting on their hands as Trump attacks federal workers, attacks immigrants and the poor. Bernie Sanders is trying to funnel people back into the utterly failed strategy of reforming the Democratic Party. This is a disaster, and we need to fight back against the billionaires and both of their parties. We are drawing a line in the sand, and we will not support this anti-worker, racist, genocidal, two-party capitalist system. We have an urgent need to build a fighting alternative. So let me ask, are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? It is long past time for working and oppressed people to get organized to fight the rich. If we succeed, we will do more than reform a broken system, the one that we know today. Fighting this fight means that we will not be satisfied with rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. No, if this dumpster fire of capitalism is the Titanic, then we need to become the iceberg that brings the whole fucking thing down. We are organizing to bring down Trump, the billionaires, and their parties, to stop the attacks on workers, the deportations, and to all the rest of Trump's attacks. But we must be clear that we must also bring down the Democratic Party, which has enabled Trump's return to the White House and who, in fact, has championed many of the same policies that Trump is now enacting. It is decades of neoliberal assaults by the Democrats that have put Trump in the White House twice. We must never again allow the Democratic Party to pose as the resistance or to co-opt our movements. And let's be clear, this is exactly what Bernie Sanders himself is doing right now, launching his Fight the Oligarchy tour this very weekend, hoping to cut across the growing understanding that both parties are weapons of the billionaires and the kind of energy present in this very room. While we are here seriously organizing to fight the rich, Bernie is trying to steer us back into a party owned by the rich. We will not allow the Democratic Party to divide us and will not allow them to stab us in the back ever again. So building our movement to stand against the collective power of the rich and their two-party system, it takes time, it takes resources, and yes, it takes money. And so today, I am going to ask all of you for a donation. Right now, we're passing out donation slips. It seems like most people have got those, but I want to ask you not to fill those out yet. It takes serious resources to build the kind of organizations and campaigns that we need to actually fight the rich. And that includes the cost of organizing a big national conference like this and the resources to build our fight across the country. And we can't outspend our enemies, but none of our victories would have happened here in Seattle had we not taken finances seriously. Our socialist election campaigns actually out-fundraised our Democratic Party opponents again and again, based on donations of working-class people. We have an even higher bar now in building a national movement. And so, we're setting a target today to raise $20,000 to build the fight against the rich. And in a little bit, I'm going to call out some numbers. If you're here in person, I want you to raise your hand when I get to a number that you can give. Fill out your donation card and keep your hand up until a volunteer from our donation team
Okay, this is
over
the
to process your
in-person drive,
donation
so we
and
don't have
collect
to
your form.
watch
Now, if you're
all of
watching
this.
on the live
Hold on one
stream,
second. Maybe we do.
There's a donation link in the chat. And live streamers, you should say in the chat when you hear a number that you can donate so that we can all feel a sense of the momentum together.
Oh, okay. All right. I think this
So
is
think
their
about a
chat.
number
Hold on. Let me see if I can get
that
their
you
chat.
can give. Think about what's at stake with crisis after crisis hammering working people right now in Gaza, in the West Bank, at the border, and right here in Seattle. Think about a number that you can give, and then think about if you can give just a little bit more to fight the rich and their two parties, to build the anti-war movement and the workers' movement, a new mass political party that represents us, and to bring down Trump, both parties of the billionaires and their system once and for all. So
I
we've
believe
got
that's the donate link.
quite a fight ahead of us. To get us in the proper mindset for what it's going to take to win this fight, a supporter, Raghav Kaushik, who played a big role in winning the Seattle City Council resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire and an end to arms sales to Israel in Seattle, and a leading role in the successful fight to make Seattle the first city outside of South Asia to outlaw caste discrimination. Yeah. Raghav knows how important this fight is, which is why he is donating $2,000 today to build our movement. That's right. Now that's a huge donation to get us going towards our goal, but of course we still have a long way to go. So I ask, can anyone here or online match him? Can anyone match right here? Yes!
See, that's how you do it.
Raghav's $2,000 donation.
You start big.
$3,000 right here.
Wow. Yeah, that's how it's done.
That's incredible. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay. Today, we've been talking about what working people can do to fight the rich. Both parties of big business have shown their determination to back the Israeli state to the hilt and to a continued commitment to deporting thousands upon thousands of working-class immigrants. A majority of Americans are in favor of third parties and disapprove of the existing system. 50% of 18 to 29-year-olds say they feel that the very existence of billionaires is a bad thing for the country. And it's time that we build a fighting alternative. So, who here can donate $1,000 or more to bring down Trump, to bring down the billionaires and their two parties? Right over here. That's amazing.
Wow, so they're up to $6,000 already.
And remember,
Pretty
folks
good.
who are on the live stream, indicate if you're able to jump on these numbers too. It's hard to ignore the boiling anger at the rich building in the working class. The anger at the rich is vividly on display in the broad reaction to the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York in December. 81% of young people in a recent poll indicated support for the alleged killer Luigi Mangione, saying that the rampant rejection of insurance claims and the unaffordability of healthcare justified the killing. With another CEO already stepping in to take Thompson's place and no significant change having taken place within the rotten healthcare system, we can see that there is an urgent need to win.
All right, so what I'm going to do,
Medicare
guys,
for
I'm going to
all.
leave the invite
So who
link
here
up.
Can give $500?
I'm going to leave the donate link up if you guys want to donate. But I'm going to go now to our post-duopoly friends here. You all know who they are. We got Kit Cabello here.
Hey!
And we got Nick Cruse here. Guys, great to see you. Thanks for joining me today.
Absolutely. Glad to be here.
Yeah. Have you guys been watching?
Oh, yeah, of course. I really like how the Dr. Jill Stein brought up the the whole situation that took place in South Korea, where, if your politicians actually really gave a damn about your democracy or republic, they'd break open a window, they'd climb over a wall, they do a reverse Shawshank Redemption, try and reverse that jag-off president doing martial law. I don't see Maxine Waters or Dick Durbin doing anything like that, but makes me envious of the people of South Korea. I'm pretty sure they got their fair share of corruption, but will your politician face off against its own military? Not here in America. I don't see any of those jagoffs doing that. How y'all doing?
Doing good, doing good.
I
Nick,
wish
what's
I was
up?
there. I wish I was there. I couldn't make it. I had a big move, a lot of things in my personal life. JB was supposed to be there. Give JB your best thoughts. He's going through some medical issues right now.
Yeah, I saw it. Medical. Yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to have RBN representation there, so unfortunately I couldn't make it. I recorded a speech. I'm not sure they're gonna play it. I don't know when they're gonna play it.
No, they are going to play it. Did you sent them the speech?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Like, it's not the same though, man, because it's different when you hear the roar of the crowd, man. They got a great showing. It would have been great to be there, but I definitely will be there for the next conference. One thing I love, especially listening to the three speeches, because I've been listening to the whole thing. I love how their worker strike back, Jill Stein, they don't shy away from going hard at Bernie Sanders. Because what Bernie Sanders is doing right now is extremely nefarious. He had a live stream today. It did really well. Like, Bernie streams usually have done really poorly during the Biden administration, bro. But Trump is back, man. They're cooking. Like, MSNBC, at least on the YouTube side. I don't know how like the cable ratings is going, but on the YouTube side, they're cooking. Like, Resistance YouTube, Brian Taylor Cohen, and this is why I said the liberal class wanted Trump back, man. They are absolutely on fire. Like, Bernie had like 10,000 people who watched his live stream, and I called it because the algorithm picked it up. And he was going through this whole economic populist bill that we never heard during the Biden administration. He completely abandoned Medicare for all. We had a Medicare for all march. I gave a speech in Kansas City. Once again, you guys know I love giving speeches. Anyone who asked if I can make it, I will give a speech. I gave a speech at the Kansas City Medicare for all march. Bernie Sanders couldn't even be bothered to tweet about it. But now he's doing this tour against Donald Trump where he's bringing up how, oh my God, it is so evil, how we have income inequality and we don't have he bring up income inequality while he was gaslighting workers, pretending that the economy was great under Biden. So it's good that Kshama and Joe Stein calls him out because he's undergoing a massive sheepdog effort right now, which is why we need rallies like this to get the working class outside and post-duopoly, pun intended. That's where we want them to be at.
I think there's a lot of
So sorry, Kit, don't mean to cut you off, but the correct link apparently is workersstrikeback.org/donate. So yeah, please hit them up with donations. They're gonna need it. And part of what makes me a believer in Kshama is she knows how to do things. First of all, this conference is running right on time, which is a rarity. And also they know they start big and then they go smaller with the donation. So workersstrikeback.org/donate. That's the link. Please hit them up if you can. Sorry, Kit, go ahead.
No, you mentioned about the Bernie Sanders live stream, and I look at that as people's addiction to trying to get the dopamine hits of, oh my goodness, the resistance is back. Folks, do not fall for it. We got Democrats doing cringe dancing. We have Democrats out there protesting and screaming out that we will fight, fight, fight. Where was all this action? Where is this passion? I don't see any of those people, including Bernie Sanders, holding any of these conversations that we're witnessing right here before our very eyes. Where was this anger? And this is one of the things that we're going to have to fight against. Not only do we have to worry about anything potential from the Trump administration, but of course now it's from the liberal Democrat side too, because people are going to want to hitch their wagons on the Bernie Sanders momentum. They're going to want to get excited for something that's going to rile them up for the 2026 midterm election cycle. And we have to fight against that narrative and this massive campaign to try and get people to be part of this resistance against Trump in order to sheepdog them into the Democrat Party. And, I understand resisting Trump. I get it. But this is how people get neutered. This is how organizations lose their momentum. I mean, look at Me Too, Time's Up, Black Lives Matter, the Sunrise Movement. these organizations under the Biden-Harris administration became nothing but husks of what they once were. Same thing for Justice Democrats, brand new Congress, our revolution. We have to ensure that there is a complete separation and educate people about, not falling for the Bernie Sanders trap. I mean, if he really cared about fighting, he would have followed through in 2016 and in turn in 2020, but he chose not to because he's always there for the Democrats and he never had that heart to carry on. But now, because Trump is in, we see him fighting back, and that is beyond sickening. And it means that all of us, including our audiences, have to work double time to educate and enlighten people about the real truth.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Nick, you spoke at a worker strike back. This isn't their first, in-person gathering and meeting. You spoke at one. What was that? 2 years ago? When did you last fly out there? You were out there pretty recently,
I was in
right?
Seattle for it was a while ago. What, a year and a half ago?
Yeah,
around 2 years ago. Around that time, I was out there. I was also in Chicago where I met Russell as well.
That's right.
These conferences are great because you get to actually be around like-minded people and very energizing, and it very instead of just doom scrolling, focusing. Right. It's good to actually put your energy to this kind of stuff. So, I wish I could have made this one though.
Yeah, no, I mean, so far so good. They have Omali making a speech via video, and we're actually going to have Omali on as an in-studio guest.
Chairman Omali?
What's that?
You said Chairman Omali?
Yeah. Nice. Omali Yeshitela. He's going to be doing it. Yeah, no, we were able to really get some people involved in this, which I think is great. I think people are really kind of starved for solutions now. And I think, this is a good place to start. But yeah, I mean, when you look at Bernie's his stream, and not only his stream, he had a good turnout in Nebraska. What was it last night? I saw Nick, you tweeted out a photo of that. He had like 3,000 people. Once Trump comes back in, they get energized. And I do think MAGA is overplaying their hand a bit. I think that some of these workers who are getting shafted now, whether it's farmers who aren't getting their contracts or like community health centers who are having to either shut down or cut back staff or close their online portals. I think, there is starting to be some kind of pushback. What do you guys think?
It's going to take a while for that euphoria to break, because obviously there was the hype from November 5th and the embarrassment and meltdowns that we saw from Democrats. I mean, it's going to happen, but it might take maybe a couple more months into this year for there to be a pushback, because while Trump might be enjoying the relative high, I mean, we all know that honeymoons do eventually end. And the way the economy is still going, the way inflation is still impacting many Americans' wallets, it will come crashing down. And eventually people are going to be stopping laughing at Elon Musk's memes and everything else, because you can't laugh at a meme on an empty stomach. Well, you can, but you'll be in pain too.
MAGA already played their hand way too hard, because what I reminded people was that 80 million people didn't vote for either Trump or Kamala, and then Trump only won 51% of the vote.
Right. Yeah.
Trump came in as the most unpopular president in modern history at the time that they was elected. So this MAGA mandate was already completely made up. We were going through the pendulum swings that we always go through. This is why I tell people not to buy the hype, because we had the Obama massive liberal pendulum swing that happened. And I remember at the time, the thought of the Republican Party ever recovering again was like, that was baffling to think that they would ever recover. They were done. In 2008, the Republican Party was in the worst position I believe the Democratic Party was in right now. People loved Obama. Like, everyone was on it, bro. Like, the celebrity culture was on it. The right wing had zero coherent way to fight against it. And then Barack Obama came in, bailed out the banks, continued the wars, crushed multiple grassroots movement, fought against the Occupy movement, and then Democrats lost 1,000 seats during Obama's term. And I'm not saying that the Democrats are going to recover like that. What I hope is that instead of those just swinging back to the other side, that we as an independent movement can pick up the people instead of just that pendulum swinging back and forth. So as the pendulum swing, we're here to grab the people before they get back on the other side. I think that's our best plan of action. We got Russ in the house. Man,
yeah,
Russ,
Russ,
how are
you?
you?
You gotta unmute your microphone.
Okay, well, I mean, this is a sad day. The conference ran on time, so clearly the rumors that Kshama is a right-wing op are true.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Exposed in real time in 4K.
Exposed in real time by running on time.
That's exactly what I said. I said the conference is running right on time. No, but like seriously, I mentioned that too, and this is no joke. Part of why I'm a believer in Kshama, because they have their shit together. Like they organize, they know how to do this.
All right, Keaton, I got to introduce somebody.
All right,
I got to introduce a very special, longtime viewer, Black Freud.
Oh, Black Freud.
Hey!
What's up, Black Freud?
How you doing, Black Freud?
Great to see you, man. You live in L.A., don't you?
I'm in L.A. We flew up last night with my sister from Florida.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. God bless you. Thank you so much for doing that.
My daughter's big in the unions and the schools in L.A. She says, listen, Dad, tell me. I got hundreds of people who want to sign up. Anyway, good to see you guys.
Good to see you, man.
Be safe out there.
All right.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, man. Great to see you.
Thank you, man. I'm going to catch up with you. I need some psychoanalysis, man.
Maybe we can talk before all time.
Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, I'll just say that's one of the great things about the events that I'm going to miss is actually be in the community, be there with the community. It was great to meet Kit and Russ the first time in Chicago. And then I spent I was starving. I spent like 30, 40 minutes just talking to people. Hey, what's up? What's poppin'?
I got to say a shout out to Kit. Kit had Green Party New Jersey candidates on last year.
No problem.
Green Party movement.
Hey, no problem. Always happy to support third parties and independents. This is your time and chance to really build something and actually take momentum away from the Democrats. So I wish you guys all the best in New Jersey. Whatever happened there, all the best.
Whatever happened there.
There's always something happening in New Jersey.
I'm dropping Sopranos reference.
Sopranos, yeah.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Whatever happened there.
Green Party from New York. Yeah, New York.
Hey, how you doing? All right.
Awesome.
Doing?
Hey, thanks guys for making the trip out there. It was amazing.
Long Beach, New Jersey.
Oh, man, I did my civic duty. I tried a slice of pizza. Tasted like shit from a bowling alley. That's how it goes, man.
There you
That's how
go.
it goes.
We're gonna,
The Alaska salmon was better.
That's the more to Seattle thing.
That's what they do, yeah. That's what they do.
That's more to Seattle thing. So, Nick, you want to give people like a preview of your speech? What's your speech touch on?
My speech?
No, Nick. I know Nick's got the video, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure when they're gonna play it, but
3:20, so 6:20. You're scheduled for 6:20 Eastern time, so 5:20 Central.
Nice. I pretty much want to touch on the fact that we need to build an anti-war movement, and we can't fall for the traps that many people in the United States left have taken by following liberal Democratic Party culture. And I see it all the time where I see these. I wouldn't even call them fake socialists.
Unfortunately.
It's these people who have like these hammer and sickle. They have hammer and sickle in their profile. They have socialists in their profile, but they are fighting Democratic Party culture wars.
Right.
That's not our interest. Our interest should be mobilizing the working class.
But
even if we have social disagreements with some workers, we're supposed to believe in the potential of the working class and organize among those lines. And I mean, many socialists in the United States have made the mistake, like where they are canceling people, for example, who disagree with them on abortion, ignoring the fact that there's many socialists, communists in the global South. In Brazil, they have a large evangelical black socialist population. These are the people who support Lula in Brazil, who are socialists, who that's their lesser two evil vote was voting for Lula, and they have a more socially conservative ideology. And based on what the United States left believe, they will believe in canceling socialists and who live in the Middle East, who live in the global South. There are a lot of people in China who are extremely social conservative. They will explain this on Red Note. Like there are a lot of people in China who has criticism of the United States transgender culture. So will you destroy international solidarity with them simply because they don't believe in liberal social justice issues? So that's what I think we need to focus. Not allow the ruling class to distract them with their games and focus on building an anti-Zionist, pro-working class movement, and we can't allow the Democrats to distract them. It was a pretty.
No, I think that's great. I mean, I think both you and Russ and myself are hitting on similar themes because I think we see the pitfalls in going down that road. So I think that's good. We'll have some representation. Go ahead, kid.
Yeah, but don't you guys think that also, I think viewers and people are able to read through like fake populists because we have seen them rise up in 2016. All these people who say they care about, workers or social justice or standing up against corruption. I think now, like we people are at least maybe self-aware of the overall signs. Like you had your bread tubers, you have people like Hassan who do all this fake outrage or fake cancel culture, and I think like they're losing the momentum. I mean, even with the I wouldn't say downfall, but I think people waking up to Russell Brand and all of his BS. I think people are becoming more educated and self-aware. I mean, it's not to that momentum, but it's enough to really, maybe give us an advantage to be post-duopoly. I mean, that seems like a possibility. Or am I wrong here on this? I mean, I think
no, that is the opportunity, absolutely. And as Russ just said, Russell Brand is out, and the price of eggs are up.
Well,
you want to see if you can grab Hedges? See if we can get Chris Hedges.
I will add as we wait for Hedges is I want to make it clear that our messaging should not be about throwing
say hi for a second to the live stream.
Okay.
There we go, Chris Hedges.
We have Chris Hedges here.
Hey there. Great speech as always.
Everybody should donate. Everybody, I signed up. I pay my monthly fee to work at Strike Back.
Yes, absolutely. Great speech as always.
Yeah,
really good.
Thanks.
Really
thanks
strong.
for covering it.
Keep doing the great
absolutely.
work.
Okay.
Now let me ask you, watching you, this great, rich speech that you gave, do you feel there's a next generation of intellectuals like you, like Norm, like Noam Chomsky, to take up that mantle? Because hearing this soaring rhetoric, this very textured speech, it occurs to me, who is there coming up that can continue that tradition?
I'm sure there is, but you're talking about a generation, my generation, that's rooted in print.
Right.
So this generation is not necessarily rooted in print. Like my orientation is clearly like Noam, like Cornel West, like Alex Coburn at Counterpunch. We're print based.
Right.
I mean, we're grounded in literature and philosophy, but it's all out of books. So that's what I worry about. Not that they're not there or that they're not brilliant or that, but I do think it's important for an intellectual to be grounded, to read. Yeah.
You guys have anything for Chris?
I will 100% agree.
Yeah, did any of you guys have any questions for Chris Hedges?
Well, actually, I have a question. So in 2016, I actually had the opportunity of interviewing you a long time ago before Hardlens Media came into existence. And you called out the intellectual dishonesty of the Bernie Sanders campaign and how it screwed people over. What is it going to take for people to really wake up to the fact that the Democrats and anyone that they put before them are just trying to sheepdog into the same mess over and over again? Because that still seems to be a problem. They are trying to rely on Bernie as being this end-all, be-all hope that somehow there's going to be resistance and change in the Democrats. How do we break that narrative?
I think it's already broken. Remember that as soon as Bernie started campaigning for Hillary Clinton, nobody showed up to his rallies. His political revolution, the culmination of his political revolution was electing Hillary Clinton to the White House, or attempting to. So I think that really exposed him for who he is, and I don't think people are buying it. It's why so many people didn't vote. I think I think, yeah, you're right that's an old tactic if they're trying again, but it has diminishing returns. I don't think it's working.
You talked about, and this is something I mentioned with Kshama when we had her on. This administration, you really get a meaningful labor movement together. You're going to see what you haven't seen in 100 years.
Yeah.
Do you feel a movement can hold up to that?
I mean, we have to look back at the old.
You're looking at head cracking, prison.
I mean, we have it in our DNA. We did it. The Wobblies. I mean, look at the eve of World War I. The ruling capitalist class was terrified, and they used the war. Wilson used the war to really shut down these radical movements, mass deportations, outlawing unions, shutting down radical publications like Appeal to Reason, the masses. It's in our DNA. We got to recover it. But I mean, that's why I raised it in my speech. I mean, the capitalist class will use everything they used before and more. It'll be really ugly. I mean, when they feel threatened, they will, pull every level they have, militarized police, vigilantes, goons, censorship, and all we have to do is look back at the labor wars of the late 19th century and the early 20th century. That's how they act. But our biggest failure was divorcing radicals, socialists, from labor. That was the biggest failure because, you went to southern West Virginia and the hero was Mother Jones. And now, the hero's Trump. And we got to stop telling people how to speak. I don't support, obviously, I support inclusivity and all that. But once you're trying to unionize an Amazon, you're just going to have to work with people who voted for Trump. I mean,
exactly.
But they will learn, and as soon as Amazon reacts, that's a big wake-up call. It's educational in and of itself because they begin to realize where power lies and who's responsible for their immiseration. That is Jeff Bezos and the billionaire class, not undocumented Mexicans. I mean, that form of resistance is not only a form of empowerment, but a form of understanding.
Chris, in a recent poll, it showed that the majority of people who did not vote for Kamala Harris, who voted for Joe Biden, did so because Gaza was their number one concern. And now I'm seeing, and I'm shocked to be honest to see this, I see people from the right, like Candace Owens and a few other MAGA people who are wrong on a lot of issues. But I'm seeing people in the Republican Party criticize Trump because of his position on Gaza. So my question is, do you see anti-Zionism as being a path to organize a resistance against the ruling class? And do you see the same change in public sentiment?
Yeah, because in the global South, first of all, that's a longer discussion, but the whole sacralization of Jewish victimhood in the Holocaust doesn't play in the global South because they all suffered their own Holocausts. And of course, yes, Black and brown Americans, like as Langston Hughes pointed out, they suffered their own Holocausts. And the global South is fully aware that not only, of course, is there a breakdown in humanitarian law or rules-based order. It was always broken down, Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam. But you saw the United States and Western European nations actively obstructing an attempt by most of the rest of the world to impose the rule of law, to reinstate the rule of law. And I think we're not going back from that. I think the genocide in Gaza has not only ripped the face off of the Zionist state, but ripped the face off the global north. And these people will build climate fortresses, use industrial weapons. The message to the rest of the world is we have everything, and if you try and take it away from us, we'll kill you. And they get it. We're pariahs. And not to mention the fact that the empire is declining. Yeah, of course, Zionism is racism. Apartheid is wrong. And settler colonialism is wrong. And the United States, Germany, other Western European countries have embraced that old settler colonial project because that's who they are. That's where they come from. That's why the far right likes Israel, because it's a white settler colonial project. And you can't discount, and everything that Israel does to Palestinians is what they want to do to black and brown people. Israel is the model. That's why they like it. I mean, the irony is that they're anti-Semites, but
Right.
Israel doesn't care. I mean, Orban, all the Jeff what's his name, Hagee, they're all.
Right.
But
I have it on good authority, Chris. They're all autistic. That's why they keep, every time they get in front of a crusty Bannon, they're all autistic.
All right, well, Nick and Kit, I got to let you guys go because I have another guest coming in. But thank you guys so much for joining. Appreciate it. Hardlens Media. Check out Hardlens Media and Revolutionary Blackout Network. We got a post-duopoly coming up soon, don't we, guys? Sometime soon?
Yeah, it's going to be another banger, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Beautiful.
Thank you, everyone, for your support. All the best, people.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, Kit Cabello. And Nick Cruse, thanks so much for joining. We got another guest.
So you want me to try to get down to the
go ahead.
table there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so take me out then.
All righty, beautiful. All righty, folks. Well, thanks to Kit Cabello, Nick Cruse, and of course Chris Hedges. We're going to bring in now our next guest. He represents the Uhuru movement as the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, who has submitted a video speech to this event, so we'll be hearing more from him later. But pleasure and honor, of course, as always, to speak to him right now, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Chairman, great to see you again.
Thank you so much. It's very good to be with you, and I'm really excited by the fact that you are talking to all of these people who are challenging the status quo in some way or another. So thank you so much.
Of course. And it is so great to see you not behind plate glass and not in an orange jumpsuit, not one day, not one dime. You want to talk a little bit about your recent victory? You are a free man, thank God.
Well, we're still working on the...
Well, you're right. That was probably a bit of an overstatement, but it could have been worse.
But it's a good overstatement.
Okay, good.
It recognizes the fact that the United States government had intended to lock me up for 15 years and to take $250,000 from me by way of fines, etc. And even at the last minute, the prosecution, after the trial, not able to present any evidence that proves us being Russian agents, and haven't had to make that concession, even at the last minute, was asking that I should be imprisoned for 3 years and pay the government a $100,000 fine, plus pay some back taxes that we're struggling with the IRS about around, some property that was sold, et cetera. So that's what they were asking. So the not one day, not one dime slogan, it resonates.
Absolutely, yeah. We recently, when we filled in hosting for the Jimmy Dore show, we had a guy on named Greg Foreman who hosts a show called The Black Conservative Perspective, and we showed him the clip of you and Tucker Carlson where you talked about how, part of why you and your movement were on the enemies list of the political brass in this country is that you reject sort of welfare state or welfare nanny statism and instead advocate for economic self-determination. And his exact quote to us after he saw the video was, "You just blew my mind," because he didn't understand how a socialist could advocate for economic self-determination. In the minds of a lot of conservatives, socialism means welfare. So do you want to just expand upon the distinction, how you can be for economic self-determination, where you guys have started your own businesses and set up your own marketplaces while still calling yourself a socialist? Because I think that's really important. A lot of people don't understand that.
I think that is important. And I think one of the reasons people don't understand it is because with the assault that was made on the Black liberation movement, the African liberation movement in the 1960s, those of us who fought against colonialism were disappeared. We were imprisoned. We were assassinated, from Malcolm to Black Panther Party members to the co-founder of the African People's Socialist Party. We were pushed off the agenda. The narrative was taken away from us. We were replaced by, as a part, we think, of a counterinsurgency effort. We were replaced, they had people propped up, like the Sharptons, if you will, and others who were opposed to the whole notion of fighting against colonialism. if you fight against you can't fight against colonialism and at the same time fight to be American. We're saying that colonialism is something where foreign alien forces takes over the control, the economic, political power of a people, and extracts value, human and material resources, etc., for the benefit of the colonizers. A parasitic relationship, and our movement, influenced by people like Malcolm X and Frantz Fanon and the Black Panther Party and Jomo that preceded the African People's Socialist Party, was fighting against colonialism. We had come to a point where we said that fighting to be a part of America is not the issue. The fact is we have a problem because we are part of America, not because we're not a part of America. So to be fighting to be a part of America was to fight for a solution that never represented the problem that we were confronted with. So we want to be independent and free people. And we are socialists because we also understand that when we talk about colonialism, we're not talking about colonialism as simply a policy, as it may have been by Portugal in 600 years ago when they initiated the assault on Africa that resulted in the development of the slave trade and all these other things. We're not talking about a policy, even if it may have, if we're talking specifically about an Israel that has a policy as it relates to Palestinian people. We're talking about a mode of production in the same way that people used to understand. People who call themselves Marxists and communists and whatever used to understand a mode of production is the process within which society produces itself. It's a food, clothing, shelter, and everything therein. That's a mode of production. And there have been various kinds of modes of production. And one that has emerged in recent history is colonial mode of production, because this is the first time the whole world was connected in a single process of economic activity. There's never been a world economy until Portugal attacked Africa, started this process that resulted in me being in St. Louis now, and some of us being in Jamaica, and some of us being in Cuba, and some of us being all these other places around the world. This is a mode of production. This is how the production process initiated, and upon this process, the whole capitalist system was founded. So we are anti-capitalist by being anti-colonialist. Our objective is we are more than that, because we are conscious. So, because to say we're anti-capitalist by being anti-colonialist, I mean, you don't even have to be conscious of struggling for socialism or communism to do that. But we're saying that we are conscious people. We are conscious revolutionary organization that recognizes that the struggle against colonialism, the colonial mode of production, has to result in the power of the African working class, the work in solidarity with working people around the world, taking over the power and destroying this parasitic social system that harms us all. Anyway, I know it's a kind of response to what you raised, but anyway, that's how we understand it.
No, not at all. I thought that was a great answer. Now, we've been in touch with your organization, and it's great that you recorded a speech that they're going to be playing this afternoon. I don't know if you were familiar with Worker Strike Back before we got in touch. What are your impressions of the organization?
I was not familiar, frankly, before you got in touch. I saw, just as I was coming on, I saw some of the people who you were talking to, Chris Hedges and a couple of the other people, and they are impressive, intellectual figures in this struggle against imperialism and what have you. So, but I'm not that familiar with the organization, and I have to be self-critical about that.
No, that's okay. That's the whole point. That's why we reached out. This is what it's all about. It's all about building. And actually, Uhuru has a table at the organization where Russ is right here with some of your comrades here. Russell.
Oh, that's Comrade Sandra.
There we go.
Yeah,
Sandra, wait a minute. You didn't tell me you were in Seattle. Did you tell me? Did you fly in? Where are you from?
She said, he asked where you're from.
For me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm living out here. I was raised out here.
Oh, I've been talking to Sandra this whole time about setting this up. I didn't realize she was going to be at the event. I thought you had other people who were going to be there with the organization.
Sandra's the one who taught me how to turn on a computer, and then she left, and I haven't been able to learn anything more since that time.
I got to meet Chairman Omali in the 80s when the party was doing a community-controlled housing initiative in Oakland. kind of take out, put the abandoned buildings and housing into the hands of the people, and been following him ever since.
And the police attacked the place, and she was working as a reporter then for one of the radio stations, and she had spent the night with the people who were occupying the property, and the police attacked the building and took her to jail. So I knew that was going to be the last time we saw her, but she said that's what really wanted her to work.
Yeah, I was at KPFA, and the party was taking over abandoned buildings and fixing them up for homeless people to live in.
Yeah.
And the government didn't want that to happen. But then the Community Controlled Housing Initiative that really opened up that whole housing question, which wasn't that known at the time in Oakland, in terms of homeless people and abandoned buildings and gentrification. So.
All right, these guys look very, very thrilled back here.
Have you met your volunteers here? Have you met
I'm
them
looking
as
at
well?
this comment. They look pretty familiar to me. Right on. That's splendid, comrades. Splendid. Yes. Yeah, these are fierce warriors. Thank you so much for.
We look forward to hearing. I know you have a statement that you're giving to the full conference here, so look forward to hearing that shortly.
Yeah, wish I could have been there in person to do it. I hate doing those kinds of written statements and whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we are looking to come out to St. Louis over the summer to do a documentary
I'm looking
on
forward to
you.
come to St. Louis.
Absolutely. Well, you put the idea in our minds because when we first interviewed you, you always mentioned how you put the invitation out to everybody who interviews you to come out there. And we thought, you know what, that's a great idea. I come from a filmmaking background, and so you're going to be the subject of our next documentary, which we're going to shoot over the summer.
Yeah, we're gonna trash the local barbecue scene.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right on.
Kansas City is way better.
Yeah. So what's the response there at the table? How is everybody doing there? It seems like a big crowd at the event.
How's your response been at the table here?
Stop and talk, which is not something that's easy to come by, but in a group like this, everybody wants to talk about it. And people who walk up say they have already heard of the urban movement,
right?
Which is you don't run into that on the street. So it makes me happy that people know about the group and the Guru 3 and the Victory and everything.
All right.
Yeah, and we've been selling a lot of Burning Spear newspapers over here, and we got the books, so people are buying the books.
Good.
So it's great. It's very friendly, very, very great group of people.
Excellent. Well, Russ, did you have any questions for the chairman? We have him for a few more minutes.
Yeah, but were you watching the speeches?
I was not able.
Yeah, he was in meetings before.
Yeah, was in meetings. Yeah.
What do you, a little bit of, not that I'm starting a smackdown here or anything, but a little point of contention between Jill Stein and Kshama seemed to be about working through the electoral system.
Mm-hmm.
Kshama was not categorically against it, but she seemed to feel that's something for later, because if you don't have a movement behind you, these people just get co-opted anyway. She made an interesting point. She said, you got a lot of people with progressive values who get elected and then they don't have them anymore because the corporate attack on them is so great and there's just not enough of a movement behind them to support them. So where would you land on that?
And listen, I really appreciate these discussions and this point, because we do electoral work. But we are a party, and so we have run people for office. We ran for people. One of the reasons they tried to put us in prison because in 2017 and 2019 we ran candidates for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, on a reparations platform, and it was significant enough that Obama, for the first time, actually came and got involved in a local election and endorsed our opponent who was calling for reparations, our opponent in opposition to our stance around reparations. So I do believe that it's really important not to sacrifice this space that's been fought for. Black people fought for the right to vote. This was a democratic space. We died and we fought in the process of doing, but just to vote is nothing. And the thing is, how do we hold anybody accountable? Everybody's not as good and nice and committed as Jill Stein is. And I have a deep amount of affection for Stein. Stein came and supported our campaign, went to jail here in St. Louis, defending our campaign and things like that. But I think that a point can be made and should be made that it's not good enough for people just to be good people, etc. What is it that holds them, locks them in to the politic that they talk about? I mean, because I can't say the Democratic Party lied to us because they never promised us anything and they never gave us anything. So they didn't lie. They just, they just said we are better than the Republicans and the Republicans are going to eat you up and that kind of thing. But I do believe that we are a party and we have run people for office either as a party or through instruments, that organizations that we've created that becomes the basis for the political movement, the political struggle. And that's the thing that we win people to. We created a 19-point Black community platform agenda. We created a coalition that now consists of something like 18 different organizations. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And this coalition put forth a national Black political agenda for self-determination. And we have endorsed and run candidates and things like that, but it's based on that's what I've just mentioned, and this is what holds these people together. I'm not sure about what kind of organization. I mean, I know that Jill ran as a candidate of the Green Party, and I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of structurally and how that holds anybody to the commitment that they say they made to the people, because people do sell out. And I don't have to come up with the list of the people who made promises to the people and they were so charming and what have you, and then got votes and then just double crossed the people. And I can't claim the Democratic Party ever did that. They never lied. They never said they were going to do anything for Black people. With Obama, he just winked his eye, imitated Al Green singing, and had a good left-hand jump shot. And that's all they did, you understand? So I can't say he lied to us. He didn't lie to us. He was right up front, and he said he didn't support reparations.
Yeah, Obama in particular, if you go back, he really did just run on vibes. Yeah. Like, he was talented enough to get away with it. Harris was not. But he really did just run a vibe campaign. Like, you can't really say, oh, he went back on the things he promised. He really promised very little other than an aesthetic change.
Well, by the time Harris was there, they were involved in public mass murder of Palestinian people. I mean, just grotesque disregard for life of colonized people. And the Palestinian people helped to resurface the whole colonial question. And even as hard as they worked to try to pretend that they were just at this group they call Hamas, people were able to recognize it was the Palestinians that they were attacking. Just as when they attacked us, they said it was just Uhuru and the African People's Socialist Party. It was the African Liberation Movement. It's the struggle of Black people for independence. So people were able to perceive that. And I think that Africans just got tired of being handled like that. And I feel like people like Obama and Harris, it's hard to come up with forces of individuals who could be held in greater disrepute than those two individuals. They're hanging on to even the perception of humanity by their fingertips.
All right. Well, Chairman, thank you so much for making time for us this afternoon. We look forward to watching your speech later on in the conference. We will say goodbye for now, but we will see you again very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you. St. Louis, next up, right? Okay.
That's right. We'll be
all
there.
Uhuru,
Thank
Uhuru,
you.
Conrad, Sandra, and the rest. Vanguard up.
Always a pleasure and an honor, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
All righty. All righty. Well, thanks to the Uhuru movement downstairs.
I'm gonna grab something to eat while I can.
All righty. Cool. Sounds good. We'll see you soon. All righty. All right. There we go. Russ signing off for now. We are going to move right along. The guests keep coming. You know our next guest, if you're on TikTok, if you're on Twitter, if you're on the social media, extremely funny and sharp and smart up-and-coming content creator who we are going to interview in long form on our show on March 9th. We had to push that back a week it was my fault, not theirs. But you all know Blakeley. Blakeley, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. I can hear you great. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, you've been talking quite a bit, about not only obviously the genocide in Gaza, but of course, Elon and Doge. You're a streamer recently screwed over by YouTube, which we're going to talk all about in a couple weeks. I don't want to talk too much about it now, only because we have other channels streaming this, and I don't want to get our friends in trouble either. So that would be a big problem for me. Even like if our channel tanks and I get sued by all the people who decided to stream this with us. But we are going to talk all about that because it's terrible. The censorship out there is absolutely awful, and we are going to have you on to feature for that. But we have 1,800 people watching on Rumble now, and Blakeley's got a Rumble channel, so go over and follow that. What's your Rumble channel?
Yes, please do. Thank you. My Rumble channel is at I am Blakeley, so it's the same handle as you can see here. And shout out to you, Keaton, for helping me set it up.
Of course, yeah. It's not the easiest thing, but once you do it, you got a hang of it. It seemed to work pretty good. I think you had your debut Rumble stream on Thursday?
Yeah. It was fun too, because then I did figure out how to stop the YouTube and then continue on Rumble to do the last half hour, 40 minutes of the stream on Rumble.
Cool. Good stuff. So I don't know if you've been watching any of this conference, how familiar you are with any of these players. I don't know who you voted for in the last cycle. I'm assuming it was probably Jill Stein, if at all. Do I have that right? Did I guess right?
No, I'm not really a huge fan of the Green Party for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
I voted for Claudia de la Cruz, who's with
PSL. Okay. All right. So similar anti-genocide vote. That's the main thing, obviously.
For sure. Yeah. I wasn't gonna vote for either of the genocide candidates.
Right. Exactly. So, this is more a labor-based organizing conference, but obviously, Gaza is a huge component of this as well, as I think it should be. And so, what are your thoughts on, I don't know if you've watched any of this today or how familiar you are with the organization, but just general left building after it during Trump's second term. What are some of your thoughts about that kind of just from a strategic standpoint? Because obviously you're not a duopoly voter, which is more what I was asking. I forgot that obviously PSL wasn't on the ballot. You had to write them in, right? None of the third parties made the ballot in New York.
Right. None of them did. So I did write them in. And it's not like I was like so opposed to ever voting for a Green Party candidate. I just didn't want to this time. But it doesn't mean that I would never, in the same way that, I'm haven't been ever opposed to voting for Democrats. Like I voted, which now I feel terrible about. I voted for Joe Biden in 2020, just because I was so I was furious about Bernie. I was a Bernie person. I felt like they cheated Bernie. But I voted for Joe Biden just honestly because I was so tired of Trump. I was exhausted. I was exhausted by his administration. I wanted him out. I thought he did a terrible job handling COVID. But then obviously I didn't know that Joe Biden was a psychotic Zionist, at the time that I voted for him, because I think like a lot of Americans, I was very America-centric. I didn't really think about foreign policy or anything that was really happening outside of our borders. And, but now, so it's not like I'm fully opposed to ever voting for anybody, but I will not, because of the genocide and because not just the genocide, but because of what the Democrats have done. I am so fucking tired of them. I will not vote for another Democrat at the federal level again, unless and until that party were to be burned to the goddamn ground and they were to rebuild the entire thing and create something completely different. As it is constituted right now, I will not vote for one at the federal level. So I not only didn't vote for Kamala Harris, I didn't vote for Senator Gillibrand. I didn't vote for Chuck Schumer's, croak ass. Like, I didn't vote for my congressperson, none of them. Because here's the thing, going to what you're saying, I'm actually not that familiar with this conference. So I'm going to go back and watch some of it after.
Sure.
I would like to be, because I think that a building on the left is so incredibly important during this time. And not enough people are doing it. And what is making me insane and upsetting me is that I already see people who are on the left starting to get pulled back into the Democratic Party. Bernie's on this tour now, being like, oh, we got to take on the oligarchs. And it's like, no. I'm not getting sucked into that again. Because that's what Bernie did last time. Sucked us in, or people like me in, and then turned around and was like, and now we have to support Genocide Joe.
Right.
Absolutely not. The Democratic Party, as it stands right now, is an impediment and a danger to any kind of left building and movement in this country. And so I think now I'm kind of forgetting, sorry, because I've went on a tangent what your question was. But as far as like a left building, actually, I think it's so incredibly important, regardless of whether or not you're a non-voter, whether you're a communist, a socialist, somebody who just doesn't like either party, or even somebody who was previously a liberal. It's so important because you hear a lot of people talk about organizing or talk about building, but then they're never actually doing it. They're never actually there. And so I think it's great that they're doing this. And I agree that I think that putting some of the building blocks, in my view, I think actually it would be great if we had a totally separate party, that was like outside of a lot of what the existing structure is offering us. But as far as when it comes to like actually like building any kind of coalition around fighting back against basically this like deranged, psychotic, tech feudalist imperialism that we're dealing with is very good and very important. And the Democrats are going to try to hijack any energy from anybody on the left and shuffle it into their project.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bernie's his whole tour, I believe, in Nebraska, which he had a big crowd last night because, now that Trump is in office, people are eager to, come out and, look for some sign of life on the Democratic side. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, basically, his big quote was, well, it's their government, so what can we do? So next to that, Bernie getting on the ground looked good to a lot of Dems who came out. And so, he's doing fairly good numbers again, apparently. I thought, his best days were behind him rally-wise, and they probably are. But you are seeing more life there than you are, from, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. But very importantly, he's touring swing districts, and that's a tell right there that it is ultimately, of course, going to be a sheep herding operation, back into the Democratic Party. And it's absolutely imperative that people not get sucked in, because given the, leadership style and the, orientation of the Democratic Party, that always backslides into fascism at this point, because there comes a point where conditions deteriorate to such an extent that leadership is what backslides back into this. We just ran a test case where Joe Biden, right? Everybody, all the libs were so relieved they could breathe. Back at the time, you were probably relieved that Trump was gone. And now 4 years later, here you are, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because it was back to normal.
Right.
And what did they do over these last 4 years to prevent us from dealing with what we're dealing with now?
Exactly. Right.
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. They did nothing to protect us. They did nothing to make the conditions better or easier for anybody in this country to protect us from what was coming, which is how I know that these motherfuckers don't actually believe anything they say. Because when you got clowns like Cloud Bootjar getting on TV and being like, well, I'm just really hoping, because Democrats love to hope. They love to hope. I'm really hoping that my Republican colleagues will stand up to this. And it's like, that was your plan? Because you guys have been telling me that fascism was around the door and that Orange Hitler was knocking at the door, and that's why we needed to vote for your candidate. But now that he won, you don't have a plan? You don't have a fighting plan? Your answer is, I hope my Republican colleagues do the right thing. And Hakeem Jeffries going, what do you want us to do? That's the plan?
Right.
The funny thing is, because I keep seeing people be like, oh, it's so frustrating seeing Democrats just like not meeting the moment. It's not that they're not meeting the moment, which they're not. It's that they fundamentally don't actually oppose it. In order to have somebody come against what is happening with Trump and the fascists and the oligarchs, you need an opposition party. And the reason why they're struggling so much is because they don't fundamentally oppose this fascist, technocratic, feudalism, oligarchic, tax cuts for the rich plan. They don't actually oppose it. They just want it to be prettier. You know, they want it to be like cute, like diverse girl boss genocide and oligarchy, not like, you know, mean, like white supremacist oligarchy.
Right. Well, when you talk about the techno-feudalism angle, I mean, that is super important. And what's super revealing also about the Democrats is that they used to have all these tech oligarchs in their pocket. Elon Musk voted for Joe Biden last time. Mark Andreessen, former Democrat. Mark Zuckerberg. He just goes, you know, whichever way the wind blows, he just kowtows to power, you know, no matter who. Jack Dorsey, when he owned Twitter, very famously suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story right before the 2020 vote, which means he was in the tank for Democrats at a time. And now he's on his kind of red pill journey. Like, these tech people, they love money. They love easy money and easy power. And they will do whatever they have to do to get it. And ideally, they won't do very much. They're fundamentally very lazy. That's why you get into the business of developing apps. So you could just cash in, you know, just basically live in your penthouse apartment in gym shorts and just make money on autopilot. And so the fact that you have all these tech overlords, all of them, almost to a person, former Democrats who are now with Trump, I mean, that ought to give away the game right there.
Right. But the thing that's so frustrating is that it doesn't to people. Instead, you have people fall into their mindless partisan camps and go like, oh, well, no, like now Republicans are like, oh, billionaires bad when it's Democrats. But now billionaires good. Now they're great. Now we trust Elon Musk. We trust the plutocrat class. We trust all of them. Billionaires good now. And then you have Democrats that are like I literally, Maxine Waters said this just like a week ago on Chris Cuomo's show. Well, we oppose the billionaire takeover, but like not, we don't oppose billionaires. We like the ones on our side.
Right.
Okay, so, and that's what makes me so insane about the whole thing is that it's like people just get so stuck in their partisan camps. It's like, no, the tech feudalism and the billionaire takeover by the oligarch class that's happening in our government is bad, regardless of what side they're on. Their whole project is bad, like bad for society, bad for America, bad for the world. Like, it's just amazing what they get away with too. Cause it's like, so I grew up Christian and in a lot of the evangelical churches I spent time in, there was constant fear mongering about the mark of the beast. Careful, watch out for the mark of the beast, mark of the beast. Here comes Elon Musk being like, I want to put a chip in your brain. And a bunch of Christians are like, based.
Right. Yeah, no, it's amazing. It really is. I mean, that's a great example. No, it really is amazing. And what they are signaling is so obvious. And, you know, this is the crowd that, you know, fancies himself very red-pilled when the, you know, subject of the conspiracy is, you know, the World Economic Forum and Bill Gates and interests like that. And I'm not saying to trust those figures. We certainly don't. But don't you understand this is just the other wing of that? I mean, what Elon is talking about, this is a very much you will own nothing and be happy kind of ethos. They just did. We're going to probably do a segment on this, a more thorough segment tomorrow. There's this office in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where federal workers handle like retirement claims for social security. I hope I have all the details exactly right. I have the thrust right. I'm operating off memory now. We're going to do this probably tomorrow. And everything Elon is saying about this facility and the people who work there and how they operate is wrong. I mean, these are basically just like working class people, you know, in like Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Trump country. Oddly enough, Butler was where the infamous near miss happened with Trump.
Yeah.
And he's saying basically that they can only process up to 10,000 retirement claims a day, which is, of course, not true. But the point of him saying that is obvious. Look at what they are signaling. They're signaling replacing labor with AI. Obviously, the signal there is, well, they're not efficient enough. They can only do 10,000 claims a day. It's not true. And even if it was, what is the implication? The implication is they're going to replace people with robots. This is their dream. This is what they've wanted to do. That's why on Trump's second day in office, he has Larry Ellison and Sam Altman there talking about a $500 billion AI investment. Like, do you not have your eyes open at all? Are you just so caught up in the schadenfreude of the libs eating shit and Kamala losing and stuff, which I understand, taking joy in that to a certain extent. But like, are you so blinded by that you can't see what these people are doing right in front of you? It's amazing to me.
No, it is. It is amazing. And it's frustrating because, first of all, they've employed them to just do the work of the billionaire class for them and the people that are taking over the country and want to destroy it, which is so ironic and funny almost that like these are the same people, the conservatives that all love the country so much. They're such patriots, completely ignoring that the people that are at the wheel right now are the people that want to actually destroy the United States and turn it into little, you know, network states and little fiefdoms. And the thing that makes me so crazy too is that they're like, yeah, we want to get rid of AI or these people to make it more efficient AI. And some are just coming out and saying it. And it's like, okay, how anybody could believe that their intentions are not nefarious at this point in 2025, I don't understand. I just saw a clip this morning, okay, when I was doing my morning research on like content that I was going in the news of Pierce, but do you condemn Hamas Morgan being like, oh my gosh, why would anybody not love Elon Musk out of all the things that he's done for humanity? He wants to replace things with AI and robots to make our lives easier. It's like, okay, if somebody said that in like 2006 or 8, then maybe you can get away with that.
Right.
In the year of our Lord 2025, you're really coming on and saying to people that they want to replace you with AI for your benefit, benefit. No. They want to replace you with AI. And like you said, they want you to have nothing and be happy about it. Like people, it's so frustrating to me that and I'm highlighting the conservatives right now because they're the ones in power and they're the ones who now have all the tech billionaires on their side, that they are so often so excited about owning the libs that they have no idea that this is they're not seeing what is directly in front of them and what is coming for them. You think that these tech billionaires are not coming for you too? You think that those same people that hold that worship their wealth and hate regular working people, that they're not coming for you too? It's like Trump is just like the corporation's manager. These are the people that actually sit on the board that are making the decisions about this. And they're walking right into it. They're walking right into it. Some of them gleefully walking right into it. And I'm like, how do you not, are you so blinded by your we hate the libs shit that you can't see that these people want to destroy you too? And it makes me insane because I feel like conspiracy theorists, specifically on the right, never want to look at what's right here. Like, right. I need you guys, like conspiracy theorists on the right, the conspiracy is here. Like, it's out in the open. It's right here. I need you to come over here because you're focused on shit that either isn't real, or if it is real, it's stuff that is happening on both ends of this plane because they're two sides of the same coin. And you guys are so excited about this conspiracy over here that you're forgetting that what's happening in the open right in front of our faces is happening right now and needs your attention. Like, I just wish that sometimes the conspiracy theorists would use some of that energy on what's happening right now in front of our faces. I'm like, we could really use you guys.
Well, yeah. And look, this is the thing. Like, I consider myself somewhat of a conspiracy theorist myself. I'm not against dabbling in that. I do. And I think some of them are quite valid. But what a lot of the more right-wing and right-wing adjacent conspiracy theorists never point to is the basic dynamic of class warfare. right? Like that ultimately, and this is what, what Kshama said in her speech earlier, by far the most important distinction in society is between the rich and everybody else. Like that is clearly the most important thing. And the other thing, speaking of this tech stuff, because you mentioned some of that, and I think that's really important. When we interviewed Whitney Webb recently, she made a really, really good point, which is something I had never even thought of, but it's absolutely true. She said, when they talk about making government more efficient, meaning substituting a lot of government jobs with AI algorithms, which Elon has said he wants to do, people assume that means they're making the government smaller. No, that could very well mean making the government larger. More efficient just means, fewer people to pay. Right? Exactly. Fewer buildings to rent, fewer offices to occupy, right? Fewer bodies manning the computers or pushing the pencils or whatever. That doesn't mean the government gets smaller. In fact, the government can get quite a bit larger because you have a lot of it automated. So that could really expand the scope and influence of government, not shrink it. What do you think about that?
100%. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so telling that they're so focused on USAID. They're really focused on it. They're focused on it because they can point to these things that sound like, red meat. Like, oh, they're the trans surgery in Venezuela or wherever the fuck.
Right.
But like they're looking at such a small portion of the budget. And yet they don't want to talk about anything having to do with the like almost $1 trillion military budget that we have in the Pentagon. And then when you actually ask them about it, going kind of to what you're saying, she said, they actually will admit, if you start to ask them about it, they have absolutely no interest in cutting any money in the Pentagon. None. They want to reallocate some of it to different areas. They want to shuffle a little bit of it around. But that doesn't mean that they actually want to cut any of it. Just like they don't actually really want to downsize the scope of what the government does. It's maddening smoke and mirrors. This whole Doge thing is maddening smoke and mirrors. They're not trying to cut down the size and the scope of government. They're trying to cut people, and they're trying to specifically cut from certain jobs, like making things more efficient, so getting rid of people, but also getting rid of people in key areas. Like they want to get rid of all these IRS agents under the guise of, oh yeah, they're going to come after regular Americans because they don't want them looking at the rich. They don't want them looking at taxing the rich of the corporations. So of course they want to get rid of all of the IRS agents, and then but don't want to get rid of any of the military contractors. None of them seem to notice the amazing giant red flag of the fact that Elon Musk is a defense contractor, one of the largest defense contractors that we have. They don't want to cut down those jobs. And then they also don't want to talk about the fact that when it comes to cutting government waste, fraud, and abuse, they're looking only to cut those things because they want to claim a win that they save money so that they can make excuses for the $4 trillion they're about to blow into the national deficit when they renew their tax cuts for the rich and corporations. Because that's coming. That is right around the corner. And they're going to lie, and they're going to go, yeah, but look at guys, we cut all this waste, fraud, and abuse.
Well, yeah, I mean, they did. We covered it in a recent segment where you had what was the guy, Michael Knowles, the guy from the Daily Wire, talk about, can you believe they spent $1 million on teaching modern art to Afghan peasants? Your money, that's where your money is going. He actually said that. He said that's where your money is going. As if $1 million is a statistically measurable portion, never mind significant, as if it will appear on a spreadsheet of, government spending in that way. That's what they want to do while they close community health centers, while they screw farmers out of contracts. This idea that it is coming, no, it has arrived. They're already seeing ordinary people feel the pain of this. Well, that's why Republicans at town halls are starting to get pushback already. There was that Republican in Georgia, right? Who got shouted down.
I enjoyed that clip so much. That was so much fun to watch. It made me think about the fact that that should be required. Like, you should be required, if you're running as an elected official, to debate your primary opponent, because a lot of them don't. And you should be required to have town halls regularly, because that was fun. Watching that guy look genuinely surprised. He looked surprised that they were so mad.
Right.
And I was like, because these corrupt, out of touch pieces of shit spend so little time with their actual constituents that he couldn't believe that his talking point wasn't resonating with them.
Yeah.
He was like,
and that was a very red district too, which is also why I think he was caught off guard. All right, Blakeley, I got to move the lines here because I got my next guests in, but thank you so much for making time today. You can follow Blakeley on YouTube and on Rumble. Blakeley's Rumble channel is very important that we build that up. And you're on Instagram and TikTok, right? Because TikTok is back.
yes, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter. Twitter is one of my favorite places just to shit post because it's not as censored, you know? So anyway, but definitely, yes, Rumble. I'm trying to build up my Rumble, especially because of what happened on YouTube. Thank you so much for having me, Keaton. It was great to be here, and I'm really looking forward to joining you on the 9th.
Pleasure. Yes, we will see you back here in 2 weeks on this channel. Thank you, Blakeley. Appreciate it.
Thank you. See you later.
All righty. Bye-bye. All right, round of applause for Blakeley in the chat. All right, we got our next guest coming on. I just got to knock out a couple of these super chats first so I don't get too backed up. Will I destroy solidarity with BRICS back Cuba just because Cuba has queer rights? No, I support Cuba. Wish I had Cuban health care. Thank you, Philip Blair. Uhuru. Solidarity with the chairman. Thank you very much, Barbara and Philip. We are all Palestinians to the ruling class. Thank you, Mark Pugliese. Appreciate that very much. All righty, folks. So we are going to now bring in our next two guests who were very helpful in helping team build for this event. They are also sister streamers today. They are streaming this event. So really appreciate both of their help in making this happen with us today. From Generational Change, Pete Hager and Jen Perelman. Hey, how are you guys? Good to see you.
Hey, Keaton. How's it going?
Good. Going good. So, Peter, are you in Florida now, or are you in Jersey? What happened to your old set? Did you trash the old set?
No, I didn't do that, but I've created a makeshift studio for myself here in the Panhandle of Florida. So I'm technically.
Oh, so you're up in the Panhandle. All right. So you're up in the northern, up in the North Country.
I'm not on.
Yeah, he moved.
Okay, so you moved. Okay,
yeah,
so that's
moved.
what.
I still live in South Florida, and I'm still usually in the studio. But
Right.
I am right now in a town in Florida called Spring Hill, which is the middle of nowhere.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys, we first talked a couple of years ago, and I was funny because that's when I advised you, Jen, not to run again because I think I said that the Democratic Party was just a complete lost cause. But you did not take my advice. You gave it a best shot, and it was a noble effort. I always told people, to run as an anti-Zionist Jew in South Florida. That's not something you do for contacts and and money and clout. That's actually the complete opposite of what you would do if you were trying to just get ahead yourself. I know you must have taken a ton of slings and arrows for doing that. Do you want to describe that campaign and did your experience with that campaign influence your path to hosting a worker strike backstream on your channel today?
No. I would have hosted a worker strike backstream regardless of
Sure.
anything having to do with that.
Got
We were always, and we've talked about this, Keaton, like I never ran with this idea that I'm winning and I want that job. It was never really about that. The first time it was coming off of the AOC, because I ran in 20 the first time, so it was coming off that previous election where maybe a progressive can do that. Like maybe if they're not really paying attention, like what happened to Crowley. So it was,
Right,
okay.
catch
we'll
them
try that.
sleeping.
Yeah. And I was so impressed with what we did for our campaign. And I told you, it's like I ran a service-based campaign. So our volunteers were out doing community service and we were building up big coalitions and networks with community, which is the point of facilitating what we're doing, right? Like that congressional campaign was just part of building the snowball. But then the second time, it was really more of at the last second, I just like, I cannot let this woman represent Jewish people. Like, I cannot let this woman be the only voice that's,
Right.
That's speaking here and at least showing that there is an alternative. Again, never thinking we're winning. But I will tell you, in reality, the second time was a lot easier in terms of how I was treated because I never had anything to do with the Democrats. See, the first time I actually tried, I went to their little silly club meetings and all their stupid nonsense, and it was a complete waste of time. The second time I ran, we had nothing to do with them. We just did our own thing. So I might as well have been running an independent campaign. It just happened to be on that ballot. But we had no affiliation with the party whatsoever. And again, it was about doing service, connecting people, and building coalition. And we desperately need that.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So it was a different character. So you ran, it sounds like, not that, I mean, every campaign in comparison to Debbie Wasserman Schultz's campaign is going to feel grassroots, but it seems like this time you went more in that direction.
I mean, we've never taken corporate money. I've never taken anything other than max individual donations. And even with that, like, I want to say the first time, like in 20, maybe we got a half a dozen maxes, something like that. This time, something like that again, maybe, so, I mean, yeah, there are some people that have money that support us, but for the most part, we represent workers. So, I mean, this is a class war. We say it all the time on our show. And so really, whether if you're making $200,000 a year and you think you're all that in a bag of chips, you're still with us. Okay. You're still in our group. You just don't know it. So our job is to facilitate everyone knowing that it's a class war.
So I could also piggyback on that. This particular congressional district that Jen ran in it's the embodiment of neoliberalism to the T in every way possible. And there are some people that are in the party infrastructure that, they're nice people, but they are so disconnected from reality. They live in these upper middle class gated communities, and, they all know the same people. They're all, living in the same echo chamber. And I remember one specific instance where Debbie hosted an event at her house where a few of them were there, and Pelosi shows up, and they're all fawning over these people like they're queens. Like, these people are the ones that are really representing us. And in reality, they're the people that are destroying our country, that have allowed us to get to this point. And they're so completely beyond redemption that we're kind of stuck in this situation where we're trying to drag people away. And I agree with what you and with Russ and the rest have been saying all along, is that of all the times that Bernie could be going around the country right now to do this shit, to try to sheep herd people back into the Democratic Party, he does it on the weekend that people knew a couple of months in advance that Workers' Strike Back was doing this. Don't think for a fucking second, excuse my language, I'm sorry. Of course, I'll be the one who breaks the streak. Do not think for a second that they did not know that this was going on, that there was not an intention to try to direct people away from what this event was today. That is completely uncalled for, and he knows it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. It's a good point. It's a good point, because when you look at two of the first three speakers here, I mean, Hedges supported Bernie tepidly. In fact, Hedges went as far as in 2016 to say, I'll vote for Bernie Sanders in the primary, but I won't go as far as to call myself a supporter. Hedges worked with Ralph Nader, obviously, for a while. And Hedges his thesis about Bernie was always that he's not willing to get Nadered. And so in the end, he will cave, which is why Hedges would always say, I'll vote for Bernie Sanders, but I don't really even consider myself a supporter. But the other two headline speakers, Kshama and Jill Stein, both supported Bernie. Jill Stein offered Bernie the Green Party ticket in 2016. She would sit it out, and she would give the ballot line to him should he run as an independent. So that's about as strong support as you can get. And then Kshama Sawant supported Bernie Sanders' 2016 campaign. They know each other. They're close enough where, yeah, man, I think you're absolutely right. I think they did know this was going on. And that's speaking to our launches last night into today in swing districts, which are very important to rally the Democratic vote. Yeah, I think you're right about that. But in terms of the event, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to watch any of the speeches so far. If so, any impressions? If not, I'll ask you more general questions about it.
Well, I've been driving most of the day, but I was listening to. I caught Jill Stein just like recently. I heard what she was saying. I'm just happy to hear people all talking in the same place. That's a step in the right direction. At the end of the day, if people are going to support labor and support a general strike, which is what we absolutely need to happen, that has to happen. If we don't come together to do that, then we're never going to do anything. What's going to happen? And it isn't going to be. We're not going to vote our way out of this. I'm actually pretty anti all of it. Like I would actually put myself more in the anarcho category now. Like I really am so not interested in any of the political nonsense. But I do think that we need yellow vests in the streets everywhere, and that we need to shut this shit down. Well, either shut it down or burn it down. But I would try shutting it first. You know, like again, but again, you know, they don't exactly facilitate peaceful revolution here, right?
Right. No, look, it is a very, very desperate situation now that we find ourselves in, but that out of that desperation comes the opportunity, I think. Peter, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I'm tagging along here. I think that Jen is absolutely right. I listened to most of it, and I think that there's really good contrasting styles between the way that Kshama goes about basically being the activist voice. I think that Hedges does an amazing job of being the philosophical voice. And I think that Stein does a really good job of being the articulate voice. And I think when you combine all of those things together, you realize that this is a class war, nothing more. We have to be in solidarity across those lines. If we're not, then we are wasting our time. And as Blakeley pointed out earlier, the Republican congressman who thought that he was going to get some cheers from the crowd when he, gave a shout to Trump. And it turns out that people are not feeling this idea of just, again, do we have government waste on a massive scale? Absolutely. But as I pointed out to, Jen on our podcast, is that they're going to cut like 3,000 employees from the Pentagon and say that they did something. Say that see, we're cutting government waste.
The working people, the regular just working people. Correct.
You're not going to see a single contract wiped away from Raytheon, from General Dynamics, from Lockheed Martin, from Boeing. None of them are going to be touched. They will all be left alone, just like Musk is going to continue to get. They had this claim the other day about how Trump shut down a $400 million contract that was connected to Tesla to basically say, I totally don't want to have this look of impropriety happening right now. Well, okay, so you cut a $400 million contract and you approve a $4 billion one on the other side. So I'd like to think we're entering this phase of awakening in the sense that people are not going to have the wool pulled over their eyes like they used to. I think that that's something that people didn't want to believe. People believed in Bernie's ideas. They also wanted to believe in his strategy. But once it became clear that his strategy was to never properly challenge power, they had to accept the fact that, thank you for lighting the flame, Bernie, but it's time for other people to carry the torch. That's essentially where we're at now, as far as I can see.
I want to say one thing that really, this is always what sort of gets in my craw when I even with Jill and Kshama Sawant, and these are like the best people. And I know that they know what they're talking about. They've got to stop talking about our tax dollars paying for what's going on. They have to stop using that language. It's really it's perpetuating a delusion that everything is a pie and austerity is murder. And it's perpetuating this delusion that if we pay for one thing, we can't afford something else. And I know that they know better. And we really need to have people understand that, because that is exactly the kind of mentality that people count on, people worrying about, oh my God, well, we're only paying this much. So what's the debt? What's the deficit? We can't afford that. And then we convince everybody that we can't afford anything. And people need to understand that. And I really think that the language matters. And it bothers me because they all know MMT. They all know it. They know that your tax dollars don't pay for anything. And we just need to get away from telling people that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not equipped to debate MMT. What I would say is to that, well, there are two things. One, I think also as a rhetorical device, I think more importantly than what, theory you subscribe to in that way, is the fact that also when you say that it's our tax dollars going to this, and in the case of a crime like the genocide in Gaza, it's also a way of expressing that it's happening in our name with our support, right?
Well, what I say is it's our resources. That's our money.
Okay.
It's absolutely our money. Everything that they do is our money. What I'm saying is when you connect it with taxation, even though it doesn't seem to be like a big deal in this particular case, that mindset is what allows people to be bullied into austerity politics. And that is something that I think we need to pay attention to, because that's just not how it works. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, because we'll say we don't want our money going over there. I don't want to be supporting a genocide. Of course not.
Right.
But then when it comes down to what we can and can't afford, people get this idea that it's a pie. It's not a pie. It's never been a pie. If one thing gets something, doesn't mean something gets less. That's not how this works. And I think that we need to get out of that mindset. That's what allows us to be preyed upon when we don't know what we're actually really entitled to.
Well, yeah, okay. So once again, I'm not equipped to debate that. What I would say, the second thing I would say, and one of the things that, you know, Kshama puts in action all the time. She really walks the walk in this way, and you could see it in how quickly she was able to pull together the different speakers and participants in this event, including Russ and I. She is extremely anti-censorship and anti-canceling and anti-gatekeeping, meaning that they are always up for debates and people bringing ideas and hearing that out. You know, I'm sure there are, you know, some people who, you know, kind of thought, wow, why are Due Dissidents involved, you know, given our somewhat heterodox views on certain things. She does not bend to pressure to cancel people or shut people down. They do the exact opposite. I told them, I said I think Uhuru would be a great fit for this event. I told them that like 10 days ago, and they're here. We got Omali giving a speech. We got them giving, they got the table downstairs. Like, Kshama's very welcoming, and they're very open, and they are very nurturing of debate, which I think is hugely important on the left. And unfortunately, I think it's pretty unique among the left. I mean, you guys have certainly dealt with people who are willing to probably, you know, shut you up for the first step out of line on issue X, Y, or Z. I think that's a very, very important atmosphere to foster.
Oh, for sure. I'd also like to point out that I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee. I was very pleased with that. When we first had the two other workers on that were also arrested with Chairman Omali, that they were based in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is why we had them on, because they were in Florida. But that whole thing with tying them to the Russians, like we did a whole thing about that ridiculousness. No, I mean, I understand what people are saying. Like it is our money, it is. But I just think that we need to be careful with messaging because it'll come back to bite us in the ass. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
And I think it's important to remember that so much of the problems that we have, I look at economics in a very simple, like in terms of philosophy, I just look at Walmart, which I think is the most tyrannical corporation in the United States, the biggest welfare queen family that could ever exist in the Waltons. The second that you apply for a job at Walmart, they immediately want you to go sign up for welfare payments.
Same as McDonald's too. Yeah.
They're not paying you a living wage, and they don't want you to. They want you to be a slave to the system. And it's also why they want to again, there are a lot of problems with the Department of Education, but they just want to do away with it altogether. And the reason they want to do away with it is because our education system has become almost completely privatized if you want to get a quality education. That's kind of where we're at. Florida is a prime example of that, where you have this charter school takeover and the public school system just suffers immensely. They're not
No. The public school system in vulnerable communities suffers. I would suggest that our public schools in affluent areas are doing just fine. That's not where they take the hit when they hand out all those vouchers and their charter shit.
Well, that's also
to other people.
Heyo,
Russ is here from the bowels of the building. Sorry, your mic is a little bit screwy.
You're squirrely, Russ. You're squirrely.
Yeah, it's just that the connection sounds a little bit fuzzy.
Okay. All right. I don't want to pull it out because it's going to be like disruptive to the.
Or just try unplugging and replugging. Or here, I'll just do the old exit and come back. There you go. That's better.
Wait, that's better.
Well, I pulled it out. Now it's back in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Here, pull it out.
Well, Russ, you're just going back to the days of using a transistor radio, and that's just kind of how you come in and out. Right?
Actually, because people are talking, as long as I have it low, it's not going to cause too much problem.
All right, so here, take the thing out.
I did. All right, so.
Well, hold on. Now it's it must be a hardware issue. Here, exit and come back in. That'll probably save it.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right.
Something is awry.
Sorry about that. But while we wait for Russ to come back in, You know, I do think. Have you guys ever interviewed Kshama or Jill on the show?
Oh, we've had Jill on the show.
Okay.
Not Kshama. We've tried. You know, I've reached out. I sent her. You saw. I sent her that email trying to connect you with that friggin' huge website that's doing general strike, and nobody responded.
Try again, Russ.
There you go.
Testing.
There you go.
Better.
Okay, good. There you go.
All
Better.
right, yeah. So, you know, man, our overlords and masters have not perfected the technology yet.
There you go. Yeah.
And that it is in that gap between perfection and the moment we're in that opportunity lies. Once they perfect it, that's it. They're going to use us for fertilizer.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like War of the Worlds. It's just gonna be massive blood fertilizer all over the world by the time they get done with us.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like the wood chipper in Fargo. That's what they're gonna do with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, the amazing thing about being there for Hedges' speech is that he's been giving that speech for what, 10, 12 years now? Like, he has been so far ahead of the curve when it came to the talking points that he was espousing. And you're just hearing it again. And you're like, holy shit, he's been right the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, his speech was really strong. They're all just very, very strong speakers. But, you know, on that email chain...
He's been ahead of the curve on everything. He wrote, we were going to focus on that essay when we interviewed him, No One Cares What You Stick in Your Hoo-Ha. But we didn't get to it.
Yeah, it's one of his lesser known works. What was I just gonna say? I was just gonna say, what was I gonna say? Hedges. I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Oh man, what was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, in regards to the
as
general
soon as
strike.
Keaton said we have to keep it clean today,
Yeah, right,
I
exactly.
knew I was going to be the one.
No, in terms of organizing a general strike, you know, the person who was on that email chain, Jen, that you mentioned, said that we only need 3.5% of the population to organize a general strike. I guess that is the consensus. What do you guys think about the strategy of, you know, just a very militant and committed minority shutting the system down? I think that is far more viable at this point than like winning a national election. When you look out at the landscape here, it's hard to not despair about the majority, given how many people are still hoping that the Democrats are going to save them, and then now a majority of people just signing on to a lot of what Donald Trump is doing.
Yeah. Are you asking me?
Yeah, it's an open question.
I mean, I like I said, I mean, I think this is going to involve as many people getting in the streets as possible. I mean, the reason that we don't see that in our country, like you would see it in France, is we don't have a social safety net. We also don't have yellow vests, but like we don't have the ability that if you're on strike, you're still going to have health care. Like people here have no social safety net. It's just too risky. Other countries have the ability to do that. They have that capability. And that's what we need to be doing over the next few years. And that's one of the key things is building up mutual aid and support networks so that people can afford to strike. Because the people that are in like unions, yes, some unions have good strike funds, but we need all the people that are your gig workers, the people that aren't unionized, that might not ever get unionized. We need to be on strike for all those people too. So we need to have some sort of mutual aid funds set up. So that's one of the things that was on that General Strike US website. A former slate mate of mine, Rebecca Parsons, I noticed that she has started a general strike fund. And just that is what we need to be doing because we're going to have to help ourselves.
Right.
That's just going to have to happen. And so the way I see it is if we look at May Day 2028, that's how much time we have to get this shit together so that people can afford to walk out. And that's when the three biggest unions all have their contracts up for renegotiation.
Well, yeah, I think a mutual aid fund is hugely important, especially if you're going to organize mass work stoppages, because not everybody's going to be able to pull through that. In fact, a lot of people aren't. And I think the mutual aid component is absolutely critical because you can't ask people to put themselves out of house and home, you know, for a general strike. I mean, part of why people are inclined to cross a picket line is because they get desperate. And so I think like that piece of it is absolutely necessary, 100%.
I also think, as you guys have pointed out time and again, as we tried to point out, you know, when you give so much of your time, your effort, your money, and granted for many people, there's not a lot, but you believe in an idea, you don't want to constantly be questioning whether or not the people who you are entrusting your money and the leadership responsibilities with, that they're eventually going to cave and screw you over when it's all said and done.
Right.
So what I think Kshama represents more than anybody else is somebody who has a track record of not letting workers down, of basically fighting the belly of the beast in one of the most corporate cities in the world, forget the United States. But the fact that she took on Jeff Bezos, who, I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You want to argue who is the most tyrannical billionaire, but he's right up there in terms of the absolute worst people. And she fought him and she won.
He consciously cultivated a Lex Luthor look.
On purpose.
He's not even trying to hide it.
Not at all. Oh, and that's why I think Bezos is one of the worst, because much like Gates, I think he embraces being a bad guy. Like he enjoys people hating his guts. Like he gets off on it. And I think Kshama is the type of person, as we saw a little while ago, that when she says that we're trying to raise money for a workers' fund so that we can fight this the right way going forward, I think people, as trepidatious as they may feel, actually believe in the idea that this might actually work, because this is somebody who has proven time and again that they are trustworthy with the cause, which is more important than anything.
All right. Well, it's very well said. Jen, Perelman and Peter Hager, we got to let you go. We got to move the chains. We got some other guests we got to welcome, but thank you guys so much for your help with this event and for coming on. Tell people where they can find you.
We are at Generational Change. We do 2 live streams a week. We do Monday and Thursday evenings, and normally at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Peter?
Yes, and if you are so inclined, we hope that you will go over there and make sure that you subscribe. If you do, we really appreciate all the hard work that Keaton and Russell have done. We've been with them since they were a small channel. We really saw the potential, and we're so glad to see that things have taken off for you guys. Keep fighting the good fight, and we're with you. It's class solidarity, and we appreciate all.
We never thought we would get that Katzenberg money, man, but
yeah, right.
It's crazy.
Well, thank you guys for the solidarity. We appreciate you. It's been too long, and we'll talk to you soon.
Bye, guys.
All righty. Bye-bye.
All right, so Keith, we got a breakout group over here. Do you want to hear a little bit of it? In which case, I will turn down the volume on the monitor.
Yeah, why not? We'll go to that for a few minutes, and then I got our next guest will come in. Sorry, Professor. We're gonna eavesdrop on a breakout group for a minute. So the conference is in recess. Yeah, it's hard to hear.
Worldwide have to leave their homes and become refugees. The working people are also hungry to find anger against the parties and the elite, like both the Democratic and Republican parties in the U.S. is at a historic time. The question is, what strategy does the working class need to actually win victories against the bosses, the billionaires and their political servants, and the gyms making their lives better? The reality is, all of the problems we face are being driven by the wealthy as part of their system, capitalism, that builds their profit off of the labors of working people and the resources of this world. Oil companies want all the oil in the world to be sold and burned. They don't care about the ongoing climate crisis. Billionaires want to reduce wages and raise costs and engage in vicious investing because their profits come from.
All right, Russ, can you hear me?
Trump is surrounded by billionaires like Musk, Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. All of them are anti-union.
All right, well, I'm going to bring in our guest now. It's a little hard to hear, so I'm going to bring in our guest who is next. You all know him on Twitter, Professor Zenkus, Anthony Zenkus. What's up?
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going? How's it going, Keaton and Russ?
Great to see you. Russ, can you hear me?
Good to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. I don't know how familiar you are with Kshama. I assume you follow these things kind of closely in terms of labor organizing, post-duopoly organizing. Your Twitter account is a great account. I recommend everybody following it. Have you watched any of the conference?
Yeah, I actually saw Kshama Sawant's speech, Chris Hedges, and most of Jill Stein.
Great.
So, yeah.
Great.
Great.
Awesome. What did you think? I thought the speakers are great. I thought I was very impressed with
Phenomenal.
all three of them.
Yeah, I mean, these are the leading thinkers of like the vanguard of our pro-worker cross section of society movement, and I think all three of them combine to give a really full picture of where we are and where we need to go. And so, like, to drill down on what that means, like, you know, they were all very clear that we have to join ranks with folks we may not agree with everything on, and unite as workers. And I think it left me with an optimistic feeling, which I will admit, that's because Chris Hedges was bookended between the two of those. Just listening to Chris can be a little, you know, he's seen more, and so there's a lot of gravity in what he says. But the three of them together really laid out a really complete picture of where we are and where we need to go, and clearly pointing fingers at both the Democrats and the Republicans, and I think that was most important.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that post-duopoly message is as needed now as it's ever been, if not more, because I think there is a tendency for people to be so sort of overwhelmed and overcome with a certain schadenfreude about the Democrats getting what was coming to them for having funded this genocide, that I think it's tough for people to see as clearly as they should the threats of the GOP and Trump under this, what I consider to be a psyop of Doge, which is just, you know, manufacturing consent for the billionaire takeover of government. I think it's important. I think that post-duopoly message is more important now than it's ever been. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like that you said psyop. I mean, it's purposeful chaos. You know, that whole move fast and break things thing. He's trying to get people off their footing by just maniacally going through federal programs willy-nilly and just hiring people and shutting stuff down, regardless of its impact. And I think that is, you know, that is the message. They're just going to run ripshod, and it's meant to throw us off, and it's meant to make us feel powerless. If we had an opposition party in the Democrats, then we'd have someone to put our faith in, that they weren't going to stand for it and they would go down fighting even if they didn't win every battle. We don't have that. I mean, what Hakeem Jeffries came out and said, well, there's nothing we can do, we're not in power, right? And so I like, my liberal friends are pissed off, you know, and I'm happy to see they're kind of coming around, like, God, you know, what do you mean you can't fight? Kathy Hochul didn't fire Mayor Adams, who publicly made a quid pro quo with Trump and said, I'll enforce your horrible immigrant policies if you drop the charges against me. This is publicly done, and she didn't fire him. So, like, if there's an encapsulation of the message, the Democrats will not fight against the Republicans for us, and good that it happened so soon, all in the first month.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a real difference between this time and last time. You know, you've had a big Twitter account for a while. You've been in the Twitter trenches for a while. You've gotten a big following there. A huge difference, I think, between this Trump election and last Trump election. Well, we see it in the numbers. In February of 2017, congressional Democrats had a 59% approval rating with their base. Now they have a 40% approval rating with their base.
And it's going down.
Huge difference, yes.
But I just want to say, I don't want everyone to think it's just because I say great things. Most of those followers are because of my OnlyFans side account.
Okay.
So you know, listen, working boys.
They used to call them tweets. I hear they're changing the name to Evidence.
Oh, but God.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
The two of you. But you know, I want to try to understand the zeitgeist of the moment we're in, and I wondered what you guys, Keaton and Russ, think about this. Like, and I know you've talked about it because I've watched you, but you know, I don't think the ruling class. I just had a conversation with a friend who's feeling very despondent and defeated, and saying things like, "It's all over. There's nothing we can do. There won't be elections, and this is it." And I think, my take is they want people to feel that defeated. And the reason they want them to feel that defeated is because they're losing. They being the rulers, the oligarch class, the plutocrats. They are losing. If they weren't losing, and this is just my shit take on this, they wouldn't need the circus that is Doge. If they really had all this control, they would just quietly move the levers of government in their favor like they've always done. Their control is slipping, and I think the shot across the bow, no pun intended, was the public reaction to Luigi Mangione, the alleged shooter of the CEO.
He didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
I don't think they planned on it.
Yeah.
What?
He was out taking a walk.
Yeah, our line on that is he didn't do nothing.
He wanted some McNuggets, and they grabbed him.
Yeah.
Listen, I mean, by the way, I haven't seen any of the evidence, so I can't even say like, oh yeah, no, I don't know.
Hey, look, they want us to believe. So here's my line on this, and if just one juror agrees with us, then justice will be served in this case, because obviously it's a terrible thing that happened, and justice needs to be done, but they have the wrong guy, right? So I don't know how you make the case that a guy who was smart enough to pull off that crime on camera and then escape a city through tunnels and bridges would then be dumb enough to keep the murder weapon on him and to not and to keep his manifesto on him. I don't buy that.
This guy was the D.B. Cooper of corporate assassinations.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So that seems like foul play to me.
I'm most, and I think there's a lot to be said on that. It's not a lot. But the thing I'm most interested in is the ruling class, the oligarchs, how they are feeling and knowing that such a large swath of Americans weren't too upset by the crime of Brian Thompson getting killed. And I think there's a real significance to that the press, mainstream, legacy media doesn't want to talk about. I just wondered what you thought.
Well, this is what I see, and it's hard to say how much it represents the general public and how much it represents a lot of people with broken hearts and broken minds, predominantly male, who hang around the comments section. We said online's not real life, and then it turned out it was. So I don't want to dismiss it as, well, this is French. But you see a lot of people who, I think particularly for young men, they are freaking broken, man. They are broken. And they are broken to the point that it is very easy to make them think of the victories of oligarchs as their victories, as they are so desperate for any sense that they're winning anything, that they have any power or any control. It's what I've come to call the peasant mind, which is largely defined by the need to identify with your betters in order to feel better about yourself. That's what's underlying that impulse to cheer on somebody like Elon Musk saying, look, I found $1 million of waste, which may be true, may not be true. Do you have one more fucking dollar than you did last week? No. So why do you feel like you won something? Like you won something personally, because they haven't won anything in so long. And that's the genius of Trump's. You're going to win so much, people dismiss him as stupid. He's not stupid, not in that way. He's very good with his marketing. He's very good at feeling where the energy is. You're going to get tired of winning. That is a great message for a generation that feels like they haven't won anything. And, it's not just younger people, but you get a lot of that online. And I see them cheering on just absolute fucking stupidity as if it's their victory that they, got rid of the third string assistant secretary of bullshit.
Right.
Like this is doing something for them.
Yes.
Like, you see, they've been talked into the idea that cutting their own throat is okay as long as somebody else is getting their throat cut twice.
Wow. I think, you know, here liberals, I ventured over to Blue Sky to kind of see what they're talking about. And they're like,
you're a brave man.
Prices of eggs haven't come down. Are you happy now? And what they're missing is the fact that food prices have been so high for the past 2.5 years was a big part of the problem. And just because Trump isn't addressing it doesn't mean the Democrats did any better with it either. So when we boil it down, I mean, people really are at a point. I remember the interviews done in AOC's district, the part that's in Queens, which is working class, mostly non-white. And they interviewed these people on the street. Trump won, and they were saying, like, yeah, I voted for Trump. Look at that store. That one closed. That restaurant's been gone 3 years now. And so, like, on both sides, people are feeling it. Of course, Trump gives the bright, shiny object with Doge, like, we're doing something. But it also shows, God, look what the Democrats could have done if they wanted to be a little more powerful. The good news, I just read in The Nation, Trump's numbers are coming down, and Democrats are at an all-time low. And maybe we're finally getting to the point, I'm hoping, where people realize both parties are bullshit. And, you know, independent media is going to be right at the forefront of that, I think. People aren't watching CNN and MSNBC anymore.
Yeah, no. Sorry, go ahead, Russell.
That's the opportunity in something like this, because I do believe the blush is going to come off the rose. You got a bunch of Silicon Valley move fast, break things guys working through the federal government with the philosophy of Elon Musk actually said, yeah, well, I'm shutting the money off to find out what it does. Well, hey, man, you know what that's going to end up doing? Listeria, plane crashes. You know, I hate to say it. I don't want to jinx myself. I'm about to take another flight. I have not been this nervous to fly, I think, ever in my life, man. Because these guys are just like, yeah, let's turn things off. Let's turn things on. Let's fire people. Let's see what happens. Let's just see what falls apart. Very Silicon Valley. And when things fail, okay, well, then we'll know we have to restore funding to that. They don't care how that's going to impact regular people. And when the MAGA base realizes that, there is an opportunity to make a counter argument. That opportunity is not there now. They're too busy winning. They're too busy thinking they're winning something.
And I think, and I believe that moment will come when Elon Musk goes the way of Vivek Ramaswamy and Trump realizes, you know, because Trump is very transactional. Elon might be good for him now, but if the polls continue their trend, there's going to be a point when Trump loves more than anything else. He loves himself, and he won't let anybody drag him down. He'll get rid of him. You know, he's not running for re-election. He doesn't need his money anymore.
Okay, so like, but you know what? Can he get rid of them? Because at this point, like, he is it's very Reagan-esque, man. He's a figurehead for the money behind him. Like, ultimately, did Reagan really have the power to get rid of the people who pulled his strings?
Well, yeah, I think Trump's a little smarter than Reagan, but he's still a puppet. We'll have to wait and see, but I think no matter what, the shine is going to wear off. What work we need to do now is to be ready to take up the task of making bridges, building those bridges with other working class folks, just like Christian Smalls did at that Staten Island Amazon warehouse.
Yep.
And I do want to say something else, though. I'm glad Kshama Sawant said it. Chris Hedges. Oh my God, no.
Chris Hedges, yeah.
I know, yeah. Chris Hedges kind of mentioned it a little bit, but in building those bridges, we do not throw oppressed and vulnerable communities under the bus. And I want leftists to be aware that will not work. So whether it's the queer or trans communities, listen, my friends in the queer community in New York City are working class. Most of them didn't vote for either party. So whatever the establishment purchasing is, we need to get people from all areas in on this because everybody's getting shafted. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I really do have hope because things are so bad. People are finally waking up, and the fact is, they don't believe the shit coming from either side. Most people, because support for Democrats is minute, support for Republicans right now is a little bit higher, but none of them have majority support. We do. The independents, and I think now's the time for us. This conference you're at, I'm so jealous you're there. How come Keaton didn't get to go?
Well, I'll explain in my
trip
speech.
to Connecticut is exotic.
Yeah. Give you a sneak peek of my speech. It's because my USAID check didn't clear this month. That's why I couldn't afford the flight. All right, Professor, we got to move the chains, but thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it, man. Great to see you as always. We hope to talk to you again soon. Everybody follow Prof. Zenkus on Twitter while his account is still active. Thank you, Professor.
Later, guys.
Appreciate you.
See you later.
All right. Bye-bye. All righty, folks. Beautiful. All right. Thank you, guys. We got some super chats we will be displaying. So we're going to be displaying super chats throughout the day here. We fight Dems because they're standing in the way. Absolutely. Thanks, James Van Der Zan and Philip Blair. When you see Democrats and Bernie Sanders literally quoting Scott Gottlieb, the face of Big Pharma, broken heart, broken heart, broken heart. All right, folks. So the conference is getting started in a little over a half an hour. I did mention we have a surprise guest at 5:30, and we will now deliver on that surprise guest. You all know her, host of the Bad Faith podcast, former co-host at The Hill Rising, whatever happened there, as they say, Briahna Joy Gray. Briahna, what's up?
I'm doing well. It's good to be with you guys.
Great.
Be still my heart.
Great to be with you. Yes. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. I appreciate it so much.
I wish I could be there in person with you, Russ.
The last time I saw you, you were being shouted at by Konstantin Kassim.
That was the first effort to get me fired, was trying to make clips from that event, which were in no way remarkable or problematic, go viral in an effort to get me fired from the Hill. To bite to the apple, what can I say? The Zionists are getting weak. To bite to the apple and finally oust me.
Yeah.
That was a rough and eye-opening weekend. I was there the whole weekend. And
what was it? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I in my personal, honestly, I mean, we talked about this a little when we were on your show. In my frustration with liberals hiding behind identity politics, I had taken that crew a lot more seriously than I should have until I went to that conference. And it was very, very eye-opening how hypocritical all of their supposed stances on free speech and open debate actually were. And particularly when I saw how their ideas about foreign policy literally could have come off Antony Blinken's desk. Like there was no daylight between them and Biden's State Department at all. You know, they had the whole display about Uyghur slave labor. Yo, man, we got slave labor right here. Right here.
I don't know who did it. I mean, it's an interesting thing. You know, like I came onto the scene as a journalist in large part writing about the weaponization of identity. And no one can credibly accuse me of not being on the vanguard of, frankly, calling out the way the Democratic Party was using Black and brown people and women and gay people, et cetera, as a human shield to avoid offering substantive material politics. That being said, I think there has been some slippage in certain parts of the left to, you know, moving from I think a good faith and necessary critique of the way identities have been weaponized to like not guarding enough against the ways that identity continues to be exploited by the right in the form of racism and sexism and bigotry and homophobia to galvanize a different segment of the population and to have a defense against that. And now that, Trump and Musk and all these people are here very openly trading in these roundly discredited IQ-based talking points. I mean, the writing is on the wall. I did an episode about this a couple of weeks ago with Professor, is there a book behind me? With a professor who wrote about this very issue and the parallels between the contemporary eugenics movement that is emerging and the eugenics movement of the 19th century. And the name of the game is, we might think it's innocuous, like I think IQ tests are real, or I think IQ tests aren't accurate predictors of intelligence, but that's kind of immaterial. What they want to do is try to create a different hierarchy of substantive value that's based on something other than your intrinsic rights as a human being or your rights under the Constitution. They want to turn it into a merit framework, which seems fair until you start to realize that your ability to eat, be housed, have healthcare, et cetera, are all based on whether some wealthiest guy in the history of the world thinks you have an IQ high enough to deserve the things that we have come to understand as either constitutional rights or what I would prefer is human rights that are intrinsic and inalienable. So that's the name of the game. And it's hard to address that and push back against that and fight back meaningfully without understanding all of the social science that is about race and about gender and about all of this stuff that has been under attack, sometimes rightly, but sometimes there's been some overreach over the past few years. And I don't think it's an accident that the Christopher Rufos of the world came after a certain kind of analysis. Yes, there are these excesses on the edges, which need to be taken down because they discredit the whole thing. But there also is a substantive analysis of like decades and decades of research as to why the eugenics is bad, actually. That also is the baby that's being thrown out with the bathwater when they do things like in these humanities departments.
Hey, hold on, Russell, what's going on with your microphone? For some reason I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry if you were trying to interrupt me and I just believe it.
No. I just say, Russell, we lost his sound. You might want to go out and come back in. Briahna, I think your mic is coming off your computer, not your microphone. I don't know if there's a way to adjust that. If you go to settings down there, you should be able, and you go to audio, you should be able to switch it.
My bad.
Oh, there you go. Now you sound great. All right, perfect. All right, Russ, I'm going to have to remove that Russ and enter this Russ. Russ, you there?
Testing.
Good.
Am
Perfect,
I good?
Beautiful. All right, better. Go ahead. What you were going to say?
Me or Briahna?
You were just responding to what Briahna said.
I think that with a lot of this stuff, like Professor Zenkus just brought up, not throwing trans people under the bus, and that's come up at this conference. There are quite a few trans people running it, and I think we're talking about two different things. I think there's a legitimate human rights movement, and I think there are grifters who have capitalized on a legitimate concern to sell books, to sell speeches, to sell consultancies to corporations looking to run cover for and protect themselves against lawsuits. And I think that has, unfortunately, because the corporate media and the Democratic Party had an interest in putting that front and center in the public mind, that is what those movements are. And it's hurt those communities most of all. Because now I think for a lot of people, statements that would have been considered innocuous even 10 years ago, we're against sexism and racism. As soon as they hear it, they go, wow, they're woke.
Yeah, I mean, it's worse than that, Russ. I mean, they're fully out here doing race science. I mean, they're fully on Twitter, like fully Elon Musk, not like a fringe account, not like, this is not. So
everyone's autistic over there. They're all throwing Nazis.
Yeah, Bannon did it again, just as a troll. Just thought he would just test the waters. Yeah.
Bannon is out here saying anti-Zionist Jews are the biggest threat in the world and inciting violence against them.
Yep.
Right.
Which we take personally, obviously. Yeah.
I mean, I tweeted earlier, like between the Ashkenazi Jewish guy, Israeli guy who shot the two Mizrahi Jews, thinking that they were Palestinians. The one with the most recent one.
Dr. Stein, welcome. Say hi to Briahna.
Hey, Briahna.
Hi, Dr. Stein. How are you?
Good to see you.
It's
You've
good
been
to
on
see you
lots of
too.
minds and hearts today here at this really wonderful meeting. We're sending a lot of love. for all that you do.
Well, it's reciprocal. I wish I could be there. I'm very excited to see and to hear more about all that's going on from the two of you as well. I mean, you as well, obviously, Dr. Stein. But
I'm at least two. Thank you.
We'll have to get you back on the podcast soon, maybe for a debrief about all of this, maybe with Kshama.
Hey, there you go. That's something.
It's awesome, and thank you for lifting it up, Briahna, for that interview that we did and all the time and what you do. But it's so exciting to me. It just feels like it is the fulfillment. It's kind of like beyond our wildest dreams, how much this is clicking right now. People so want this to happen. And it feels like the work that we did in the campaign of just sort of, road testing this. It worked so well. And it is so time urgent. And people just are desperate right now. So it's very exciting.
I feel it. I did Josh Ciarella's podcast we recorded it way back in like mid-January, but it just came out, and I noticed that a lot of his audience are the kind of people who have not been very appreciative or respectful of me and my ideas about needing to abandon the Democratic Party. But after that interview, I looked at the comments, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, I hated Briahna, but she's making some points. And yes, I agree. I think the Democratic Party is over." And I'm seeing a shift, not just among all of us who have been here for a while, but among some of the more like TYT left audience, if you can call it that, people who are like anti-force the vote and people who like are worried about being too antagonistic to the Democratic Party. And I do think that people are actively looking for a place to land. And so I think this is very, very well timed. I'm curious, Dr. Stein, what you think of the timing of Bernie going on this tour and the role that that's playing in sort of sucking up the frustration and siphoning it back into the party, the Democratic
Yeah, so
Party.
if I could just interject, I'll let you answer, Jill, but I just want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. So Bernie just launched this anti-oligarchy tour for his first two stops in Nebraska and Iowa. He launched it last night, coincidentally.
The weird thing is he got
this event.
Aerosmith to open.
Yeah, right, exactly. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No,
Dr. Stein, please.
Well, things are that weird now,
Yeah.
among the celebrity crowd, that it wouldn't be impossible in my mind. But I'm glad to hear that didn't happen. But yeah, you use the words sucking up, Briahna, and I was going to use that term about what Bernie is doing right now. It feels like it is a suck up. It's a suck up to billionaire power, and his jumping on the Trump's Ukraine position just seemed like especially cheap and misguided, and to be identifying right now with more people should die in Ukraine, like that's supposed to elevate our thinking about this. It's kind of disgusting. And I'm hearing so many people say, "Oh, been there, done that." We've seen, Bernie just sheepdogging for the Democrats. He's doing that now. It feels like the Democrats are very uneasy right now because they are proving themselves irrelevant again. Here earlier in the conference, I was bringing to people's attention what happened in South Korea, as the answer to the chief Democrat suck up, in the House, saying, "What can we do? What can we do? It's their government. It's not our government."
We have no leverage.
Well, it's like, look at South Korea. They mobilized at 10 o'clock at night. They came out and scaled the walls, scaled the fences that where martial law had just been declared. And the objective of this, of the president gone berserk was to keep the legislature from meeting so that they wouldn't overrule him. But they scaled the walls, and their legislative aides did the same, and 16,000 people showed up that night. That's what we need to be doing. It's like, if you can't figure out how to fight back, it's just confirmation that you should not be here. You should not be in this position. You should not be pretending to represent us.
Well, did you see the
not.
Democratic Party's version of that, where they went up to the office building, wherever it was?
Yeah.
What building was that? Well, I
Thank
forget-
you for your service.
Yeah, they went up to the building.
That was
they're
the
gonna-
USAID building.
Was that the USAID building or the Department of whatever? Something that was being cut. They go up to the building. They're going to storm the Bastille, and the guard out there standing, you can't come in. Is okay. Well, thank you for your service. Turn around and go
So
home.
there's no way we can.
So there's no way
Yeah.
we
We can
can't get a
fight back,
selfie in
you
the
know?
lobby
It's
real
their
quick and then
government.
turn around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but
Yeah.
this is part of the problem. Look, with January 6th, I always quoted the line in Apocalypse Now, give me 2 battalions of such men and our trouble in this country would be over very quickly. We don't have people with the fortitude to do what you're describing in South Korea. We just don't. Those animal spirits have largely departed from left movements, and we need to recover those kinds of people. I think a lot of those people are in the working class, and they got convinced, largely by the Democrats throwing them overboard. These guys on the other side, at least they don't talk to me like they hate me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And this has been going on a long time. What's new here, remember 1,000 seats from state legislatures were lost by the Democrats by the end of Obama's term. It was under Obama that you really saw people hit the wall with the Democratic Party. So it's like, this is not new. This is just kind of a very well-established trend now that people are not buying the BS. And Democrats lost not only 1,000 seats in state legislatures, they lost 64 seats in Congress at that time. This is when they lost their congressional majority. Yeah, people were done with the Democrats at that time. And Joe Biden kind of crawled his way back in after Obama. But, it's not like people are for Trump. They're just against Democrats.
That's it.
And so, the Democrats are really nervous now because people are also learning, oh my God, Trump's not going to do it for us. Either they might discover another alternative. So the Democrats are ramping up their attack on us now. It's again, a thing to be excoriating our campaign for having, brought genocide on Gaza or, the scourge of Trump. They're blaming this on us. When in fact,
it's not sticking though. I gotta say,
really
I've noticed
not.
a couple of things, and I saw Caitlin Johnson and some others talking about how I think sometimes I think when you have a really a large account, you can kind of feel these trends coming in waves because there's so many data points, and I can feel a shift. One, the Hezbollah has been at a 9 for a week. It's 11. Israel is clearly preparing to do something very, very bad, and you can feel it.
Well, once phase 1 of the ceasefire ends, this is I don't think they're going to break phase 1. I think they're going to use this to cancel it after phase 1, so they get as many of their hostages back before they unleash hell. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, no, but the other thing that I'm noticing is a higher level of engagement from all of the dim validators, the Matt Iglesias and the Nate Silvers, who typically, frankly, don't engage me, but who have been engaging everyone who is resurfacing arguments about Bernie's electability in 2016 and 2020, and who are making the case about how that was the off-ramp for the Democratic Party if it wanted to preserve itself and maintain any kind of credibility. And so if you look, they're all fiercely, Eric Levitz, they're all fiercely engaging anybody who has the temerity to say Bernie would have won. Look at how popular Bernie is on this tour, as frustrating as it is that he's only doing it now and he's only doing it to rehabilitate the Democratic Party. The idea that people are motivated by wanting to attack an oligarchy is right and true and popular. And the people who told you for the last 8 years that those ideas were bad and wrong and no one understands what oligarchy is, as Jamel Hill from ESPN is out here arguing, have egg on their face. So they're in this rehabilitation mode. They're in this panic mode because their credibility in the media ecosystem that has benefited them so much for all of these years is draining fast. Not because it's just leftists attacking them. We've always been upset with them. But because now it's mainstream folks who genuinely thought, foolishly, but nonetheless, genuinely thought that the Democratic Party was going to do something about this fascism that they've been hand-wringing about for the last 8 years. They're panicking, and there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, this to me seems to be the biggest difference between this time and 2017. I brought this up a couple of times on the stream already. Polling in February 2017 showed Democratic congressional members, Congress people and senators, had a 59% approval rating with the Democratic base. Now they have a 40% approval rating with the Democratic base. It's a huge, huge swing.
I haven't seen any numbers on it. I don't know if any exist. I suspect that Bernie at this point has been so cowed, broken, and mainstreamed that the people going to his rallies now are lips. Like, I would be very surprised if it was his own coalition that are watching him. I think he's become so normal and acceptable among Democrats that the MSNBC crowd are probably the ones watching these streams.
I mean, they might not like him, but he's the only game in town because Hakeem Jeffries says, well, what are we going to do? We can't do anything. So if he shows up in Nebraska, they're going to come see him. And they did. I mean, he had a good turnout. He had, I think, 2,600 people with an 800 seat overflow room. That's because, I mean, that really tells you what shambles the Democratic Party is in, that their rank and file people are coming out for Bernie Sanders. Most of the people in that audience probably blamed him for Trump in the first place 8 years ago. Yeah. That just shows you how little they're getting from Schumer and, Jeffries and the rest of them.
And the fact that they're daring to elevate him now.
Go ahead.
Traditional Democrats are elevating Bernie Sanders right now. Really tells you how incredibly desperate they are.
Right. They truly don't have a choice. I mean, to your point, there's no other game in town. Like the cameras don't know where to point. Except for I guess I'll follow Bernie on the oligarchy tour. But I saw somebody, they were tweeting things like, okay, well, why didn't he do this in 2017? My brother in Christ, I was there. I remember him doing a big tour in 2017, and he went and he debated Marco Rubio on healthcare. The man's been trying, and I raised that not to credit what he's doing right now, which is the sheepdogging, but to say it has been a long journey. To the extent that there are people who consider me to be a bad faith actor who just hates the Democrats instinctively and doesn't want to give them a chance and blah, blah, blah. No, it's been a nearly decade long journey of them proving in every conceivable way that they're not going to do the thing, that they're not going to fight, that they are going to have more energy to defeat Bernie and his milquetoast social democrat ideas from 60 years ago than they ever would a so-called fascist like Donald Trump. And I think it's the Democrats they're hoisted by their own petard because of how viscerally they talked about Donald Trump and the gap between the threat that they perceived, and I think it's accurate. I mean, the man is terrorizing the country right now, but the gap between the threat that they described in him and their willingness to fight, which has just come in stark relief right now and has infuriated so many liberals that I know. Biden defending liberals feel like they've been left high and dry. They never imagined in a million years. And all of me explaining for the last 4 years, here's what happened with Force the Vote. Here's how Schumer rigged the $15 minimum wage so it wouldn't be in the COVID relief package. They didn't want to hear any of that. But when middle-class federal employees are losing their jobs and USAID employees are not getting checks, suddenly there's a kind of a visceral reality to it that I guess they didn't really care much about when it was about people who've been on a federal minimum wage since 2009 that hasn't been raised for the longest period of time since the advent of a minimum wage.
Yeah. Totally. And it was Biden, remember, who cut 24 million people out of Medicaid. And that's more than even what the Republicans under Trump's proposal is contemplating now. They drastically undercut the SNAP program and food stamps more than what Trump is proposing now. Biden ended the pause on student debt payments and brought back what was about an additional $300 per month on average that people are paying, and forced lots of people back into poverty on that account. So it's like the Democrats' record is catching up to them. Trump is horrible. People are alarmed, but to look at the material impacts right now, they're not so different from what either Democrats have done or Democrats were trying to accomplish, like Obama with his grand bargain, who was trying to cut Medicare and Social Security as well. So it's just catching up to them, and it's about time. In many ways, it's just the fulfillment of what drove, all those losses of the Democrat representatives in Congress and in state legislatures. This is just a continuation of the billionaires who continue to own both political parties. Trump may have had, bigger donors. In fact, I don't know if you are aware of this. I was blown away. 44% of Trump's donations came from 10 people.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that until you said that on
That is in.
Well, it makes sense when you look at Elon's donations alone.
It totally does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the woman, the widow of
Miriam
Sheldon
Adelson, yeah.
Miriam
So there you go.
Adelson,
That's $350 million
the two
right
of
there.
them right there.
Yeah.
But basically, his campaign is serving 10 people, and they have just a massive manufactured consent campaign around that. But people don't support it, even with this 24/7 wall-to-wall propaganda. People don't support this, and the numbers are increasingly turning against Trump as well on the specifics of his policy. He now has a net negative rating in terms of his approval. So this isn't going to last. You can't defy gravity for very long, and they've kind of come back down, and they're going further down from here. There's nothing in Trump's agenda to help everyday people. It assuages those who think that migrants, those who've been persuaded by Democrats and Republicans that migrants are the source of our drug epidemic and crime and all that. Those who've been talked into that by the bipartisan propaganda. But aside from that, there is no social benefit that comes with Trump's package at all. And people are mobilizing against it. So it really is a perfect storm right now. And for us to be coming together across the Green Party and Workers Strike Back is extremely exciting right now.
It really is. What you just said, I've been thinking a lot about all of the things that Trump is doing and how difficult it seems to be for the Democratic Party to get folks to connect with that. There is, obviously bubbling resentments that are happening, and to your point about Trump's popularity. But I keep thinking about the $1 billion that they spent on Kamala in a month.
Right.
And how far that could go with just simple, not bombastic, not overly ideological, just fact-based ads. 10 people contributed this amount to Donald Trump's campaign. This is what those 10 people are getting in return. Is this benefiting you?
Yeah.
That's it. Because whoever made this point, I don't know if it was here or maybe I just read a tweet before I came on. The idea of oligarchy, for all that people are debating that particular word, the idea that the government doesn't work for you because it's corrupt is the most obvious thing to everybody who's ever worked a job in their life. Everyone hates the boss. Everybody understands that it's corrupt. Everybody understands that people aren't getting their just desserts. That's the most. And I think I saw some poll that showed among people who have stepped away from politics and who are non-voters or who just are disaffected, I don't vote because it doesn't work, it doesn't have an effect because it's corrupt. It's the number one thing. And so the idea that Democrats can't push that message, they can't push the message because they're corrupt too. And they've got the new DNC chair. His first notable quotable is there's some good billionaires too, # not all billionaires. And they had JB Pritzker at the DNC talking about, I'm a real billionaire. I'm Trump, he's a schmuck millionaire. Get it together. But they literally cannot adopt this. The idea that we're arguing about the word oligarchy, there's not a thing that Bernie could say. There's not a way he could phrase it that could get adopted full force by the Democratic Party because they're constitutionally unable to take that line of attack because they're in agreement with Donald Trump on that issue.
Right.
Exactly.
And remember, Kamala Harris set the record for number of billionaires contributing to the campaign. She just didn't have billionaires contributing $250 million, like Trump had. But she otherwise, they're totally billionaires.
What we small hats call the schnorrer billionaires.
Yeah, the good ones, the Shark Tank, Mark Cuban, and the nice ones who aren't open Nazis. To their credit.
Let me ask both of you this, because you both know him personally. You actually work for him. This is one of the great mysteries, I think, for rank and file people like me and Keaton, who worked on the campaign and were very excited by the campaign. Why did he bend the knee? Is it what Hedges said? He didn't want to be nadered. Is that what it is? Like what? Like my good friend Joe Biden, how do you do that? Like you've spent your whole, like if you just wanted to be a regular Democrat, you could have just done that. Like why fight all these battles just to empower these people? Why?
And he does it over and over and over again. And he goes to the mat and he gets, has the mat like just, pulled right out from under him. Why does he keep doing it? My sense, I don't know him personally because he's always refused to ever talk to me or the Green Party. He has never acknowledged our existence. And the sense I have of him from a distance.
See, I figured back in the day, before he
No.
got famous, he would have talked to you. No,
No.
not even then.
Well, I wasn't active to where he would have had reason to talk to me. I went to a talk that he gave maybe 20 years ago in Vermont about, toxics in the water or something. And it all seemed really great, but we didn't have any reason. I wasn't really active at the time, so he had no reason to talk to me. But my sense, that thing about not wanting to be nadered, he said that, it's not just that he's quoted about that, but that's what he said. He did not want to become socially isolated like Ralph Nader, and he was afraid that if he stood up to the Democratic Party that he wouldn't have a political home. And my sense is that he just lives in that moral and cultural universe. He's just been around Washington, D.C. too long, and that's his frame of reference. And I think he's gone. I don't think you come back from that once you unlearn reality. It's hard to come back. So I just don't see him as somebody to waste time on, actually. I don't know.
Yeah,
What's your thought?
it's hard to know. All I've
Yeah.
heard is that Nader quote. Also, it is a weird thing because the thing that made us trust Bernie was his long career and the consistency over the course of his career. And it does feel like the heel turn happened right at the end, right when he had the potential to really affect a change. And so if you don't want to be remembered as Ralph Nader, first of all, that's such an odd thing to say for someone whose own personal history should lead him to a place of deeply respecting Ralph Nader. Like in my house, Ralph Nader is a hero. I grew up being told Ralph Nader was a hero. My mom subscribes to Consumer Reports and who was talked about like a founding father or something. I'm sure it's talked about in somebody else's home that has different kind of priorities.
When I was a little kid, that was the height of his career. Like everybody loved Ralph Nader back then.
Everybody loved Ralph Nader. Yeah. And so, I even that really rubs me the wrong way. Like, if I die many years from now, hopefully, and somebody says, "Wow, Briahna Joy Gray was a total Ralph Nader," I will be like, I'll be smiling down from whatever the afterlife is, or looking up maybe, I don't know, and thinking, golly, I did something right. So even that to me, I don't know. Sometimes I do wonder. We've seen a lot of things, and there's been a lot of arguments about compromise and what people have on people and what the CIA has been up to historically and what people are, the coercive powers of the government. And there's a lot of conversation happening about why it is that the Israel lobby is quite as influential as it is over every other lobby and interest group in the entire world. And I don't know, sometimes I think the most charitable version of what's going on with Bernie is that they have some a vice grip of some kind. Remember the stories about Jane embezzling money? Like there's something maybe that he just doesn't want to blow up. Like there's something, no one's perfect. People have made mistakes, and that there's just something that he doesn't want to come out and ruin his family life or hurt somebody that he loves. And that's a reason. I'm not saying it's a good reason, but a part of me is none of it honestly makes sense to me outside of it a threat. But maybe that's me trying to just have a charitable reading of someone who I genuinely believed in for a long time and who committed a year of my life to.
Well, maybe he can tell Trump, "Hey, I'll get rid of these migrants in Montpelier, Vermont. You just have to give me immunity against the bribery charges of my wife, whatever she did. He'll make a deal, and then he can speak out." Maybe that's his way to go. Pull an Eric Adams.
I thought I was going to a political fundraiser. It was at Diddy's house. I had no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah.
I feel like it's hard to put yourself in the head of a politician who lives in Washington and who's been doing that world for decades and for whom that is become reality. And there may be, excusable reasons, or they may just be kind of brain dead reasons, but I feel like it doesn't matter. and it's
I
not a
agree.
good use of our time to engage in speculation. What's very helpful, I think, is to just know the foolishness of what he's saying, the wisdom of Ralph Nader. Every time I'm compared to Ralph Nader, I am grateful, and I feel like I don't deserve to be in the same sentence as Ralph Nader, but if you want to think that, bring it on. And anybody with a real understanding of history and politics should know that. And to me, that in itself is a really sad commentary on Bernie Sanders, that he would even say such a thing, that dominates his understanding of Ralph Nader. And that's the difference between him and, Chris Hedges on that. And
Well,
that's,
and everybody here at the conference, and this whole space, which really he should be in. Like, if he really wanted to do something, if he really wanted to make a splash, he should be there in Seattle now.
Never in a
that would be
million
something.
years.
But never in a million years would that happen. But the other thing, I think, if we're just looking back on the Bernie campaigns, especially in 2016, I think one of the things that I think we have the opportunity to really prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the whole country is that we, meaning this faction of the left, all of us here, we were right all along. Now, the Matt Iglesiases and all of Bree's haters will never admit that, but they're forced into believing it. They know. I think they know that now. I think almost everybody understands that now. That we are the one thing this country has not tried yet, right? When you talk about 8 years of Obama didn't work, so they went to Trump. Then 4 years of Biden were a disaster. Now they're back to Trump. This is going to be a disaster. It already is in a lot of ways. Like, I think there is an opportunity now to make the case, hey, we are the people, we were the canary in the coal mine back in 2016. We're the one group you haven't given a chance yet. Don't you think we were right all along? I always consider 2024 to be kind of a question of which of the previous two campaigns was the accident, which was the blip on the radar. Was it 2016 or 2020? Was Trump's victory a fluke or was Biden's victory a fluke? And I think the 2024 verdict answered that definitively. No, it was Biden's victory that was the fluke. The slide from neoliberalism into fascism was the trajectory. The only reason you got a very brief and very mild reprieve, by the way. I mean, Biden was a fascist in his own right. We just had Professor Zenkus on, who teaches at Columbia University, where they sent hundreds of cops in to break up a peaceful sit-in. You got a very brief and mild reprieve, and now you're back down the fascism hole. I think this is the time to really communicate that we kind of had it right all along, and that we should get the ball.
100% it's the time, which is why they're doing all the counter messaging, because they don't want that. Because then what is the use of all of them? What is the use of Nate Silver and Matt Iglesias and all of them if they let that narrative take hold? I will say, though, it ultimately doesn't matter. They shouldn't be scared. They're not going to lose their jobs. It's not like CNN is going to be like, gosh, golly gee whiz. The fellas over at Due Dissidence got it right. Let's give them an 8 p.m. show.
Right.
Like, the people got to know what the skinny really is. I mean, it would be good business for them, frankly,
we are
if
the
they
media
did that.
now. You didn't hear, Briahna?
What's that?
We are the media now, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I think you guys are genuinely entertaining. It would be like, if capitalism really were about the cream rising to the top, then they would actually in fact do that. But they're not going to do that for the same reasons that Chomsky talks about, for all of his vote blue no matter whoing, that the reason there's ads for Raytheon on these shows is to control the message of what actually goes out over that programming. And the programming is never going to change. The nature of that media is never going to change. As much as I would love to be swooped in to like replace Rachel Maddow or whatever, like that's never going to happen. And so it's all about building independent media. It's all about doing exactly what you all are doing at that conference. It's all about drawing the contrasts between the truth and these media institutions who are having a crisis of confidence, and not letting people get distracted by what Bernie is doing, which is frustrating because in terms of messaging and how he's getting out there, that's exactly what Democrats should be doing. But we want people who are going to be doing it in good faith and not just to manufacture consent for a party that doesn't actually believe the kinds of things that Bernie is saying on the stump right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so many people are beyond even wanting to pay attention to that. I mean, I'm sure there is like the party face.
Oh, your sound cut out, guys. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, there. Now you're back. Are you back? Hold on.
I was just saying that so many people are beyond even paying attention to what Bernie is doing right now, or what the liberal media is saying about it. I think people are so strapped now trying to pay their rent, trying to get their health care, trying to pay their debt. It's like people have just gotten into not caring, not paying attention, not to mention that according to polls, people no longer believe the big media anyhow. They don't. The Democrats, approval rate is like 31% now. It's the lowest that it has ever been since records were kept. I think we're kind of in a free-for-all moment right now, and you're it. This is the media. This is the media, and these are the networks, and this is the politics of our fight back, and we're it. We've been the ones we've been waiting for a long time, and I think it's just verified right now. It's like a reality check to be here and to see how many people from so many different walks of life have all wound up in the same place. And people are really, really hungry for a big fight back right now.
It feels like more like it did in 2016. To be, frank and honest, not to be a doomer. It feels like there's the vicious momentum of fascism. I never really took that seriously. I thought it was alarmist when they said it in 2016. I felt like Trump was policy-wise, performance-wise, he was a pretty conventional Republican who tweeted mean stuff and said the soft part out loud, but I didn't feel like it was really a change in kind. This is different. And Keaton put this very well, since we're talking about the media, the independent media. He said 2016 broke the liberals and 2024 broke the left. There are a lot of commenters who used to do very good work, who are playing footsie or wholly allowing themselves to commit to that movement, and it's very dangerous. That is where I really see this is different. Like, this has a momentum that is going to be very difficult to check. Not only a lot of that media ecosystem has been lost, but a lot of the people who follow those commentators and those outlets have also been lost. And these are the people who will say to us when we criticize the world's richest man, what are you, jealous? Like, that is, your mind is broken.
Yeah.
Well, one of the big things, I think the big difference maker is that now Trump has really cucked all of these big tech oligarchs. These people, one after the other, used to align with Democrats. That's why much of the populist right had an extra hard-on for the Democrats, because they had the Elons on their side. They had the Gateses, they had the Andreessens, they had the, what was the schmuck name? Jack Dorsey, they had him. Trump has now brought all of these people into his corner. So now you have a partnering of, Donald Trump and a Republican majority with these tech oligarchs who have tremendous outsized power, and they are now under the same umbrella. I think that's what makes a big difference.
Yeah, I have an episode coming out on Monday where I talk to Mint press reporter Alan McLeod about some of his recent reporting, including telling the story of how Elon Musk got so rich directly out of government contracts, and how it's this weird cyclical thing where he basically he has this, like, his CIA handler, this guy named Mike Griffin. Stop me if you know this already. This was all really interesting reporting to me. Who really shepherded his career and got him those first government contracts, and later became the head of NASA and facilitated him doing all the SpaceX stuff as well. He named his first kid after this guy, and this guy has been instrumental in his life and career, and how his billions came directly because he got positioned as, like, a defense contractor, a Raytheon, a defense contractor. So now they're in this, relationship, in this symbiotic relationship, where Donald Trump, for all of his problems, had that weird, I can't quite be controlled. In his first term, they kind of have to wrestle him down off of some of the positions he made on the campaign stump. And he was wrestled down, and he did have the exact same foreign policy as everybody else. But there was this sense that there was a little bit of a friction between him and the Republican establishment. The idea that there could be any friction or pushback now, I'm concerned by, because Elon Musk is Raytheon. You can't cancel Raytheon. You made him rich, and now you're reliant on him for these national security needs, all of these satellites, all of these surveillance needs. You know, if you need the U.S. imperialism, but that's the perspective of the government. So Elon is in control not just because he's the richest man in the world, but because the U.S. defense and security apparatus relies on him. And what Alan ends up talking about, and I encourage you to listen to this episode in full, obviously, is how the next plan is to build a sort of Iron Dome for the United States of America that would insulate it against nuclear attack, thereby breaking up the idea of mutually assured destruction that has kept nuclear peace for the last 60 years or 50, whatever, however long ago the atom bomb was invented, and suddenly put America in the position where it can be antagonistic with nuclear weapons, thereby destroying the entire world. This is the Elon Musk project. This is why they're trying to flee to Mars. This is all that's happening right now, and it is so big and so terrifying. And the fact that that kind of a narrative is not being put in front of Americans as well, and they're still being convinced that this is just like a cool guy, even as he's like crashing out on some kind of drug-fueled frenzy with Javier Milei and a chainsaw. It's bonkers. Like, this is breaking me. I feel like living out. I'm about to live out over Elon Musk because I'm so infuriated.
No, look, listen. I understand what you're saying. It is, well, not only that, the trolling with the Nazi salutes and stuff. You know, they think they have their wind at their back and they're overstepping. And I think the fever will break. The big question is, will the fever break in time for the population to be empowered to do anything about it?
Right, but the fever has broken for the American people. I mean, the polls are very clear right now. People are not buying the magic of Elon Musk, and the numbers of people are tiny, even within the Republican Party, who want him to have a big impact on government. That's all been crushed. That has been lost, and now people are really mobilized against Elon Musk and everything that he represents. And, you know, in the same way that, you know, the magic and the power of the oligarchy and fascism, you know, is very dangerous. Well, the whole notion of U.S. military predominance is also really passé. It's not the case anymore. You know, Russia has hypersonic missiles, which can wipe out in a single blow a $14 billion, battleship, aircraft carrier. It's gone in one strike. You know, if you listen to the people who are really informed about, you know, what do they call? Wilkerson.
Larry
Wilkerson. Yeah, and others as well, you know, who are pretty solid and who are not they can't be written off as lefty fringe. You know, but people who really have a very solid military analysis, they know that the U.S. military is in very bad shape right now, in the same way that the Israeli military is just barely hanging in by a thread. So it's like the mythology that we're being fed right now is, you know, it really doesn't hold water, and it's extremely fallible. And yeah, we have this very powerful, bordering on fascist government, but so much of their stranglehold is highly fallible, you know, and they haven't yet really stood up to the courts. In some cases, they've backed down, you know. So as Chris Hedges was making the case today, we're not yet in the throes of fascism. It is definitely raising its ugly head, but at the same time, its capture over American public opinion is gone. It's like Elvis has left the house.
I hope you're right, Dr.
Stein.
Stein.
Yeah, I think you're overstating a little bit. I mean, I think that approval rating should be 10 points lower, in my opinion. It's still mid to high 40s. I think it's got to, you know, it should be. I mean,
but it has
it's just
shifted,
psychotic.
Even in the middle of his honeymoon.
Well, sure, it's shifted. No, I agree with you that.
And
I followed it
now.
pretty close. Yeah.
It is net negative within the first month.
Okay, if he cuts these checks, now obviously it's not going to be $5,000 checks because none of them can do math, and that's not how much savings there has been. But if he starts cutting checks, if he starts like throwing out some breadcrumbs, I can imagine him having a rebound in opinion.
If he does that, but that's not part of the program at this point, you know.
Well, nobody's throwing it out there. Right. And one of our guests, Anita Saychan, who I mentioned did the eugenics episode that I loved so much. She is like a tech person, and she framed it as he's a tech guy, does A/B testing. He does a bad thing. They see if it sticks. They see if it's popular, and then they'll just reverse it. Exactly. So I do think that it's hard to see where we're going to land. I think the things that really are unpopular and are dragging the polling down, they'll walk some of that stuff back. Like they walked that, blanket freeze back. But I am very scared. I know I'm online, and Twitter is not real life, and especially when we're talking about Elon Musk, it's literally his realm. Right, but the popularization among major accounts, including like academics and real people in the world who are quoting Curtis Yarvin and talking about IQ science. Like, I really cannot be clear enough about where that's going. This is not an innocent conversation about whether or not IQ is useful as a tool. Right. My mother's a psychologist. It can be a useful diagnostic tool. Someone I mentioned today was like, sometimes it keeps kids who are going to be racially discriminated against being put in a slow learning class because their IQ test showed that there's more aptitude than what they're demonstrating in class. Great, fine. I have no issue with that. But the long game is to use this idea of merit, which seems like equality, but it's not. Merit is not equality. And for all that we've been talking about, like equity is dumb and DEI, like I get why we were making those arguments, but there is a reason why people came up with the term like equity, because it's supposed to get to this idea that the strict merit-based hierarchy that can be measured with these diagnostic tools that are literally disproven to have scientific credibility are going to be the new metric for how we mete out human rights. And for all that Americans want to talk about China's social credit system, okay, I can control if I'm nice to someone and get a ding on my Uber score. I cannot control. People cannot control what intellectual gifts they were born with. And this is like the natural consequence at the end of a Republican ideology, which is, well, if you're poor, you didn't work hard. Right. Like the material reality is a reflection of your own merit. And now they're extrapolating that merit framework and getting everyone to buy into the idea that the Jewish liberals and the blacks and the browns have convinced you to do all of this woke DEI stuff, but we're returning back to merit. But just like the billionaire eugenicists of yesteryear, we know where this ends. And the only reason this movement got curbed in the United States of America is because those American race science eugenicists were the inspiration for Hitler and the Nazi Holocaust, and we were fighting against them so it stopped being cool to have the same belief structure as the Nazis. But now Nazis are cool again. Steve Bannon and Elon Musk and everybody else is hiling Hitler at major events.
That's what that shit's about. Absolutely, I agree with you. I think that's what that shit's all about. Go ahead, sorry.
Except I do want to emphasize, it's very clear that Elon Musk is not cool now. He's cool among an important and very influential and powerful sectors. But among most American people, he's not cool. And their goal...
He's cool with a certain type of mentally broken working class male.
And not even working class, but a certain kind of like broken and elitist. I'm sure they're there. Yes, and they are definitely, maybe they're 30%, but they're not 50%. And the objective of these, the oligarch, proponents is to change the conversation so that becomes what we're talking about, instead of the fact that we don't have housing, and we don't have health care, and we don't have jobs, and we don't have wages. The minute we change the subject, forget it. They don't hold a candle to that. So I think, it's kind of a question of how do we allow the conversation to be directed and to be dominated? Because if it has any reality to it, this abstract debate even about IQ is meaningless to most people who want a job and who want a $25 an hour minimum wage and health care and housing and to get rid of student debt. It is so much more powerful if reality is in the target hairs instead of this constructing consent, this effort to focus consent on some abstraction that lends itself to a fascist future.
Well, I take your point, Dr. Stein, but I do think they're related. I think that the reason I emphasize it is because there has been an effort to deprioritize the human rights framework that Bernie traded in, right? That Bernie kind of popularized with healthcare as a human right and all of that. And I think the focus, like the danger that that kind of messaging presented was that it shifted people from this blame-centric perception of the world where, like, I don't have health care because I didn't work hard. It's my fault. I have this shame about it. I should have been able to provide for my family, yada, yada, yada. Everyone had been living under this neoliberal shame spiral into, oh, if healthcare is a human right, this isn't my fault. Wait a minute. Like, this is a systemic problem. Even though you might not be like a kind of person who would say systemic, right? It short circuits all of that academic stuff. And it's just like, oh, I'm a human. I live in the richest country in the history of the world, and God damn it, I should live at least as well as some bloke in Sweden, right? And to make that argument, that is the argument that is like, I think, the disinfectant to the merit argument. I think you're right that you can't argue merit's not important, because that sounds crazy. Like, people, we're all indoctrinated as Americans into this idea that, like, merit is good and merit is kind of like a synonym for equality. But I think that you have to kind of take it head on some level and like respond to what's going on right now, which has been, again, part of the whole Republican messaging since time immemorial, that like there's a relationship between what you have and how hard you've worked. To start doing that reframing and like do a human right, not even a constitutional rights framework, a human rights framework. What are your intrinsic rights? And make them argue, no, you don't have rights. A baby doesn't have rights. A 10-year-old doesn't have rights. A 16, an 18, a 20-year-old, you have no rights in this country unless you have an high IQ and you can get a tech job.
Yeah.
Right.
Make
well,
them
this is
say
the future they want people to sign up for. And ultimately, I mean, what Hedges said in his speech about how these Trump rallies are really gatherings of expression of pain. You know, that's really what it comes through. I always tell you the Trump campaign is like a New Orleans funeral for somebody, right? It is ultimately just this big celebration of decay and decline. It really signals a certain despair underneath it. And I think that's what they're trying to manufacture consent for, right? Like, you know, they are getting you to submit to your own demise. That is the whole project of what this is. They're getting you to consent to it and for you to feel like you deserve it when it happens. And you know, that is something that a lot of people may feel is a good idea until it happens to them, because then it's not just something you're thinking, it's something you're now having to deal with. When they fired a government worker, they're talking about firing the government workers at that office in Pennsylvania that I keep referencing to, which we're going to do, I think, a full segment on tomorrow. One of the government workers who they interviewed, on condition of anonymity, by the way, because they were afraid they would get fired if they spoke out, they said, yeah, well, I thought it would be great to trim the fat off the government. I just didn't think it was going to be me.
Fat. Yeah.
Right? Exactly.
And I'm worried it might be too late. So many people see themselves in that way as like, the leopard. I didn't think the leopard eating face party was going to eat my face or whatever. Like, and I don't mean that antagonistically to them. I'm not saying that in a blaming way, but the reality is I don't want us to end up in a place where we can't, there's no backtracking.
Exactly.
Because the dismantling of the state is so thorough. And they've wrested so much control. And like when I was having with a liberal the other day at dinner, truly I can't go anywhere or have any peace. Nice guy, but like I ruined dinner. Because he was like, he has a government job here in New York, here in DC, and you know, he's stressed. He's like a lawyer in a good part of the government. Whatever. The point is, he was like, but what about the Dems doing all this stuff? And I'm like, they're trying to fight back. I'm like, no, they're not. He's like, what would you have them do? I said, Joe Biden was talking about fascism during his 4 years in office that he had, including with the trifecta during the first 2 years. And there was a conversation about what we were going to do about the Supreme Court. We had the leaked opinion from Roe. We knew a lot of this was coming. We knew we already had lost the Supreme Court. It was already a Republican Supreme Court, and it was going to get worse if Biden lost. And there were all of these threats and looming, and he would not take seriously the idea of court reform. We know what it is. We know what FDR had to do. FDR had a mandate, the likes of which this country has never seen, and won every single state except for, I think, Vermont, right? Something funny like that. And couldn't get anything passed because of the Supreme Court. And he said, guess what? I can put as many of you suckers on there as I want to, and I'm going to threaten to pack the court and diminish your individual power unless you get in line and start. And so when I brought that up to him, and he knows, he's a lawyer, he went to law school, he's heard the stories. And when I brought that up to him, he's like, oh, so you think the Democrats should ignore the rule of law too?
Yeah, no, just totally unequipped, totally unprepared. Yeah.
None of it is real. Like none of it is real. And so you can decide to like accept that norms are out the window and start acting in a way that you think is right and justified and that is affirmed by the reality of the democracy and has the people's support, or you can clutch onto your norms and your scrap of paper that's called the Constitution until the next guy comes through and rips it up. And then you're going to be standing there on a burning planet while the millionaire's rocket dust is on the way to Mars talking about, but the norms.
Right.
Well, they need that to hide behind to explain why they don't do anything.
Oops. Hold on. Your sound cut out. Hold on.
Why does that keep happening to them?
You got me?
There you go. Yep, I got you.
It's not just among the upper classes. I've told this story before. My father is like a character out of a Tom Waits song. He's like a professional card player, horse trainer, lives at the track. And I told him, Dad, they wouldn't pass the $15 minimum wage when they promised it. He goes, well, that's the Senate parliamentarian.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you live above a racetrack,
Right.
for God's sakes, and you're talking about the parliamentarian.
All right, Briahna, it looks like they're letting people back upstairs. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, I gotta get ready for my
Cool.
speech.
All right, well, here, we
okay.
do have a question for Briahna that someone paid good money for. So Landrew has a question. It's a good question. That's an expensive donation. So Landrew has a question. Would Briahna consider running for president in 2028, free Palestine? I had to ask it. They're going to get mad if I don't ask it.
I don't want to say what's the point when I'm sitting here with Dr. Jill Stein, but I suspect that there'll be much better candidates that present themselves by then, and that we should be working toward making sure whoever it is runs is well supported. I was really happy to see how many people in my audience who are, I gotta say, very fed up with the idea of supporting electoral politics with their pocketbooks after how Bernie burned them, who are very, very happy to hear Butch Ware come on recently and are like, okay, I believe in something again. I will put money behind this again. I think the Green Party has the potential to get people to reinvest and like actually raise a lot of money. I think Butch is right when he says that the Muslim community isn't going by the Democratic Party, and there are some deep pockets around that are willing to fund an effort to tear down at least this one wing of the oligarchy. And I think the more well-supported candidates feel like they're going to be, and I'm sure you can speak to this as well, Dr. Stein, the more candidates you're going to see willing to come forward because they don't want it to be a fool's errand. They don't want to suffer the slings and arrows that you've gone through now twice, Dr. Stein, for not, and to feel like it's not a really good faith campaign. And so that's our work to do, to make sure we get the best candidates by creating the best infrastructure long before then.
Right. And it's both having good candidates and it's also having good press and good journalists who are there to report about this and to wake people up. And you straddle that line, Briahna. You could easily cross anytime you wanted. I'm not sure actually what would serve the movement the best, but I wouldn't rule any of it out, and the main thing is I think it's going to take all of us to get out of here alive. Whether it's the threat of fascism or it's, that we are closer on the nuclear clock to doomsday than we have ever been, and the climate and everything. We're living in this absolutely absurd moment right now where we cannot presume that this is going to go on any number of dimensions. And I think it calls all of us to do everything that we can, as much as we possibly can, whether that's in the media or whether it's fighting politically or electorally. It's just time for everybody to step up and to get together about doing it. I think at the same time, it is a really scary time. It is that much of an opportunity because the empire and oligarchy are collapsing before our very eyes right now. And that's an opportunity. Crisis and opportunity are one and the same. And we're going to decide whether it's going to be a crisis or an opportunity. And, people are just more readily engaged by a vision of how we are going to do this and how we're going to make it work. And to me, that's not hope. That's about power. It's about demanding the power that we deserve. And that's the only way forward.
All right.
All right.
Well, I guess we will say goodbye on that note. Dr. Stein, thanks so much for stopping by and talking. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to you, Dr. Stein.
All righty. So Russ is making
Thank
a
you.
speech. I got a video coming up. They are waiting on their next speaker, and then they are starting. So they are getting ready to get back started up there.
All right, I'm giving a barn burner of a speech. I'm just only going to talk about baseball stats.
Yeah, there you go.
You're gonna love
Excellent. All right. So you are heading up.
I am heading up. All right.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All righty. Briahna, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Great to see you. Everybody check out Bad Faith, of course. Yeah, great to talk to you. Thanks so much for stopping by, and I hope you can check out the rest of the conference. It was great. The speeches were great so far. I've been
I'm
very
really
impressed.
glad to hear it. And thank you for having me. And if others of you have sort of liberal parents and friends and people who are living above racetracks and citing the Senate parliamentarian, I do recommend the interview. Obviously, I love to promote my own show, but I think the interview I just did with Joshua Citarella, you can find it on YouTube, it kind of summarizes everything in a way that you might not get in any one episode of my show, where I've just been talking about this kind of over the course of the years. And for the comments suggest that it's getting through to some people who haven't gotten the message up until this point. So I suggest maybe sharing that if you're interested in trying to get someone to understand why it is we have to give up on the Democratic Party.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that. Bad Faith on YouTube, Bree Joy on Twitter. Briahna, thanks so much for taking the time today. It's great to see you again.
Same here, Keaton. Take care.
Alrighty. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Briahna Joy Gray, everybody. All right. Russell's making his way upstairs.
Yo.
You're on. You're back on. Yeah. We're now waiting for the next speaker.
I gotta take out the sound.
All right. Okay. All right. So why is the stream not back?
And lots of jam-packed with workers who've been on the front lines organizing their workplaces. When we kicked off earlier today, we talked a bit about how far people came. These people might get the award for coming the farthest, I'm not sure, but they're all the way here from Garner, North Carolina. And when they roll into the boss's office with these matching t-shirts, you know that the boss is
when we kicked off earlier today, we talked a bit about how far people came. These people might get the award for coming the farthest. I'm not sure, but they're all the way here from Garner, North Carolina.
Everybody hear that okay? Let me know if it sounds as good.
And when they roll into the boss's office with these matching t-shirts, you know that the bosses are shook. So I am really, really proud to introduce Carolina Amazonians United for Solidarity and Empowerment. That's CAUSE.
Blakeley's great. We're going to have her on.
And as I said, they've been organizing an independent union in Garner, North Carolina at Amazon's RDU1 facility. They went head-to-head with the biggest union busters in the world, demanding $30 an hour, 180 hours paid time off, and more through their union drive. And they took that fight right to Andy Jassy and Jeff Bezos' doorstep. And because we know we're strongest when we work together, they all came up here on stage together, even though we're going to hear from their elected secretary, Italo Medino. So give it up for him.
Hello, everybody. Wow. It's amazing to be in Seattle, the capital of Amazon. So the other day, all of us were rolling up to Jeff Bezos' balls. I don't know if everybody knows where those are, the spheres. The spheres down in Seattle. So as many of y'all may know, or you might, I don't know, we recently had an NLRB election at RDU1 in Gardner, North Carolina. Now, we lost that election, but we're still here. Typically, after unions, especially independent unions, we're not tied to any of the big unions. Everybody in here, we work inside of that warehouse. We pack the boxes that people get within 1 to 2 days. I work the ship dock. We are in that building every single day, and in the night, we organize our union. So typically when unions lose in history, we've seen that the bosses expect you to collapse. The bosses say, oh, we beat you this one time, it's over, now let's move on to the next one. A week after, we're in their capital. We're right in their face. At the end of our election, when the media was all up in our face and asking us, oh, what are you going to do now? Expecting that we were just going to say, well, we tried and it's over. We said, we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it again and again and again. And if we lose, we're going to do it again and again until we win. That's pressure. The only way to defeat Amazon, one of the largest empires in the history of the world, is through on-the-ground worker power by shutting down their lines of production if necessary, by being in their face every single day. We're not taking a break. We might have lost this election, but in this last Christmas, we gave them a Christmas present, which was union authorization cards. They never thought we were going to be able to do it. We signed over 30% of that 5,000-person warehouse. We put them right before the NLRB. And we gave them that beautiful Christmas present of an election. What about this coming Christmas? Maybe we'll give them another one. And the Christmas after, maybe we'll give another one. And the Christmas after, maybe we'll give them another one. And if we win at RDU1, we'll go down the road to RDU5. If we win at RDU5, we'll go down the road to RDU2. Until we unionize the entire state of North Carolina, the entire state of South Carolina, and you know what? Maybe all the way out to the Mississippi. And that's what we love about Workers Strike Back. That workers right now in 2025 are striking all the way back. We're not giving up when we have a tiny little loss. We're not giving up when we have a little adversity before us. And just like every other war, right? You can go all the way back to the Romans. Had a great loss in the Battle of Cannae. Everybody got destroyed. A few years later, they came back and won the war. Same thing with Washington. The Battle of New Jersey got destroyed, absolutely destroyed. Came back and won the war. And that's exactly what we're here to do. We don't care about one battle. We're going to look at what we did right. We're going to look at what we did wrong. And we're going to come back stronger than ever. And we will win this war against Amazon. And I think, just to close, one of the things that a lot of people don't see on the outside of the Amazon labor movement is that we're kind of like an iceberg, right? With an iceberg, you can only see the little top of it, but it's huge at the bottom. For the last 3 years, we've been helping build a continental movement. We got friends all the way in LA, up here in Washington, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Mexico, Canada. We've been meeting as a continent of Amazon workers. And we are now together. It doesn't matter if you're Teamster, it doesn't matter if you're independent, it doesn't matter if you're ALU. We all support each other. And Amazon does not know what's coming to them. Because let me tell you something. Before the year 2030, you're going to see a mass movement of Amazon workers right here in Seattle taking the fight to Amazon headquarters. And we will get our contract no matter what Amazon wants. And that's why Workers Strike Back is so important, why we want to work alongside Sister Kshama, who's been with us from the very beginning, why we want to work alongside everybody in this room, because we can't just do it alone from the warehouse floor. We also need our allies. We need to bring the war to Washington, D.C., to state legislatures. We need to bring the war all the way to the warehouse. And if we can unite and have this warehouse strategy, political strategy, outside strategy, all working in tandem, it's going to be over for the people in power. So thank you all so much for welcoming us. Thank you all so much for opening the doors of Amazon's capital. And we feel ready to keep this fight going for many, many years to come. And let me tell you something. Together, we will win. Thank you very much. Nobody else wants to talk, I guess. Juno, you want to say something?
Hello, I'm Juno Rondelli. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'll tell you all one thing. I'll keep it a lot shorter than Brother Idolo's speech over here. What Amazon is trying to do is divide us. Amazon's trying to put the young against the old, the black against the white, the queer against the straight. Hell, they'll put you against each other if you have brown or blonde hair. They want to keep us divided on all these meaningless things. But you see, we ain't going to be divided on those things because there's only one true division. It's those who have and those who have not. And I certainly don't have a lot. And certainly the folks in Garner don't have a lot either. I work in what is called inbound. I work in decant. I'm a night worker. And let me tell you, I have seen and talked with people who have passed out on the floor because there is no heat protection in there. I have actually been hit over the head with a tote trying to clear a jam that they did not train you to clear. And that totes can have up to 50 pounds of items in them coming down a conveyor belt. I have seen people get their hands stuck in rolling conveyor belts and get jams and have to go to the hospital. I have talked with pregnant mothers, 7 to 8 months pregnant, who are denied their maternity leave and have to fight with HR as they're working on the floor without any disability. You see, sometimes the best organizer is your boss because they fuck around and we're going to find out soon enough. We, the workers of Garner and the workers of the world, we have this power and we are going to unite, and ultimately we're the workers. We're in the community. We're out on the shop floor. Who are these union busters out here? Get paid thousands to come down from Seattle, Ohio, Detroit. They don't know us, and they aren't us. So we're going to build back strong. We're going to come together. We're already here together as a family here today. And we're going to win this thing. Because, you know, that's all we can do. Because an injury to one is an injury to all. And we will build, and we will win. Not only in North Carolina, but across this great nation. Thank you.
In Worker Strike Back, we have a saying that I'd like to send you guys off with, and it goes a little something like this. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, and you will. I also wanted to announce that all across the country over the last few weeks, Worker Strike Back members have been out tabling, and we have stopped people, whether they're in Garner, North Carolina, or Boston, or Maine, and we've said, do you want to help unionize Amazon? And hundreds of them have said, yes, of course. I hate Jeff Bezos. And we have raised $1,226 that we will be donating to cause to help them continue their fight against Jeff Bezos. And my co-chair Margaret is going to introduce our next worker activist speaker.
Thank you so much. I was really impressed with that speech from the Amazon workers. And of course, their organizing efforts are ones that we can all take lessons from. My introduction here will be pretty quick. I'm going to introduce a rank and file member of the United Auto Workers, Dustin Spence from Peoria, Illinois. He brought forward a resolution in his local calling for an end to all military aid to the Israeli state and calling to unendorse Kamala Harris for her pro-war position. And he is a member of Workers Strike Back.
Thank you. My name is Dustin Spence, and I'm a member of UAW Local 974, and I work as an industrial electrician at Caterpillar in Peoria, Illinois, or Central Illinois. I joined Worker Strike Back when I came across it about a year ago. The organization and people involved in it stood out to me as an organization that can make real lasting change. The fighting spirit that I saw in Worker Strike Back led me to getting involved and taking up a task that Worker Strike Back was working on to organize rank and file workers in unions to pass resolutions in their unions to rescind the undemocratic endorsement of Kamala Harris by union leaderships around the country. I fought for this demand, and I had shop floor conversations with my fellow coworkers to point out the hypocritical nature of the union leadership's undemocratic endorsement of Harris, which was done without discussion or vote by the members of UAW. Sorry. Harris was backing the genocide in Gaza to the hilt, which UAW rank and file firmly opposed. This opposition among the rank and file led to President Sean Fain the UAW International, calling for an arms embargo. But Sean Fain turned around and uncritically endorsed Biden and then Harris without any Democratic vote by membership of UAW. We faced total opposition from our union leadership when we brought this resolution forward to the local and was unable to pass in UAW. But it was a vital tool for talking to my coworkers and including coworkers who did agree on these points, but they told me that they would be supporting Trump. This is a perfect illustration of how the attacks by Democrats have led to the election of Trump. And I've recently worked alongside other members of Workers Strike Back to draft a model resolution that calls for labor leaders and unions to organize national days of action, including mass protest and strike action to stop mass deportations. I've been organizing for this resolution to pass through UAW, and I have successfully gotten a resolution passed at the January membership meeting of the UAW Reform Caucus, Unite All Workers for Democracy, or UAWD. And this resolution calls on the rank and file workers across UAW and other unions to bring the similar resolution to their locals and demand that the labor leaders stand on the principle that an injury to one is an injury to all. I'm deeply disturbed that we have heard nothing from UAW leaders about Trump's mass deportations and his other anti-worker policies. UAW leadership has also been silent on the rising layoffs in the auto industry over the past few years, and it does not seem to be slowing down anytime soon. During the presidential campaigns, Sean Fain called Trump a scab and told workers to vote for Harris, despite Biden and Harris administration's role in breaking the railroad worker strike. But now he's shamefully said he'll work with Trump. Sean Fain has built some credit among a section of UAW members because he won them a wage increase in 2023 when he carried out the stand-up strike at the Big Three automakers. However, the method of the stand-up strike, which consists of some factories going on strike while others continue production, left open major factories at the Big Three that produce the most popular vehicles, which could have been much more could have been won by the Big Three strike if all workers had been out on strike at every factory and they all went on strike at once, shutting down the boss's profits. In fact, several workers' demands, including the shortening of the work week from 30 hours of work to 40 hours of pay, was left off the final agreement, and due to the strategy employed by the union leadership and not applying the full pressure of all workers going out on strike. These examples of the stand-up strike and the response to Gaza and deportations are rotten method of labor leadership that we refer to as business unionism, where labor leaders will claim to fight for workers while simultaneously wanting to not hurt the boss's profits, Democrats' chances to win elections. This ultimately helps the ruling class and is bad for working class people and workers because their interests are diametrically opposed to the interests of the bosses. For this reason, the labor movement's rank and file needs to expose the failures of the leadership and organize mass pressure on the labor leaders to fight Trump, the Democrats, and the bosses. We need to be organizing independent mass strike action, mass protests, and mass civil disobedience if we intend to be an effective fight back to win. This independent organizing should be intimately linked with the building of a new independent working class party led by the rank and file of the union, demanding the union leadership break from the Democrats and other capitalist parties and form this new working class party. One that is accountable to the workers themselves and not corporations that our unions are designed to fight against. I call on each of you to join Workers Strike Back and get involved because we need you in the fight. We need a militant rank and file workers movement to take the reins back from the rotten approach of conservative labor leaders as we workers are exploited for our labor by the capitalists, and we need to organize to shut down the profits that cause an extreme disruption to their system to win our demands. And when we fight, we can win.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic speech. I'd like to welcome next to the stage Gray Martin, who is a Harborview healthcare worker. They recently spoke to the 3,000-person rally that turned out in solidarity with federal workers facing major attacks from Trump and Elon Musk. And they are a member of Workers Strike Back as well. Thank you.
My name is Gray Martin. I am a healthcare worker and a rank-and-file member of Washington Federal State Employees Union Local 3488. The billionaire in the White House, Donald Trump, along with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, are currently carrying out an anti-worker blitz across the federal government. Roughly 75,000 federal workers have taken a buyout that Trump and Musk have offered to get them to leave against the advice of our unions, and over 10,000 federal workers have already been fired by this administration. This equals about 3% of the 2.3 million person civilian workforce. Trump and Musk cuts to government agencies and programs aren't about targeting fraud or waste. It's an attack on workers and our meager protections, including cuts at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Hospitals and trauma centers like my own are largely funded through Medicare and Medicaid, which provides necessary health care for millions of Americans. These cuts are making the already barbaric healthcare system in this country even worse. Meanwhile, the Democrats have done nothing to fight back. In fact, many of them have joined in on Trump's attacks. This is after Democrats paved the way for Trump's victory in the first place with their betrayals and attacks on working people. Democrats broke the railroad workers' strike. They failed to fight for a $15 minimum wage. They refused to fight for Medicare for all. And they spent billions to fund the genocide in Gaza. It's that endless barrage of attacks and betrayals that has brought us to this point. Workers keep the economy and government running, not the billionaire class, which exploits our labor to make their profit. Workers' power lies in being organized, willing to strike and to withhold our labor. The threat of strike action is our most important weapon to force these billionaire-backed parties and wealthy elite to act and to secure victories for the working class. In 2019, during Trump's government shutdown, unionized air traffic controllers and flight attendants threatened strike action that forced Trump to end the shutdown within hours of the strike being called. Federal workers can stop Trump's anti-worker attacks and fight for more, including real raises to make up for years of massive inflation. We need to go on the offensive with a fighting strategy for what workers need, including a renewed fight for Medicare for all, including ballot initiatives for public health care at the local and state level. And we cannot rely on the failed strategy of the vast majority of the union leadership who endorsed the strikebreakers Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris. We have to rebuild a fighting labor movement, which means rejecting the approach of the business unionist leaders, including the heads of the federal government unions like my union, AFSCME, who have failed to organize strike action in response to Trump's attacks. We need a class struggle approach, and that requires reckoning inside the labor movement and the building up of a new militant rank-and-file leadership, including a socialist leadership that understands that we need to break with capitalism itself. Coordinated mass strike action led by the rank and file is needed that can disrupt business as usual. It will require support from the rest of the labor movement and all working people independent of either major political party. We must take lessons from history in order to move forward. It wasn't the Democrats or Republicans that granted us civil rights, the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the end of racial segregation. It was mass movements of workers conducting mass civil disobedience. The anti-war movement of the 1960s and 70s, along with the combined power of the labor and civil rights movements, brought about the end of the Vietnam War under conservative and reactionary President Nixon. It was the militant rank-and-file Teamsters and auto workers of the 1930s, led by socialists, whose victories led to an explosive growth in the labor movement. Breaking away with the conservative union leadership at the time, they organized using a class struggle approach and carried out collective strike action that effectively shut down the city of Minneapolis in 1934. by disturbing business as usual and fighting for union recognition with over 3,000 members collectively taking strike action, workers won their demands for a 40-hour work week, overtime pay, and wage increases. Working people cannot rely on the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, or the business unionist leaders to end the wars, to create a living wage, or fight back against these coming attacks from the Trump administration. The Biden administration provided billions of dollars in military aid to Israel, ignoring international humanitarian laws and prioritizing a government committing a live stream genocide over the needs of families in California who suffered wildfires. Shame. The Biden administration and Democrats made it illegal for railroad workers to go on a national strike, siding with executives, over 100,000 workers, fighting for paid sick time and better working conditions. Shame. The Democratic Party abandoned their promise to increase the federal minimum wage or codify Roe v. Wade into law. It was mass movements led by Socialist Seattle City Council member Kshama Sawant against the Democrats that led to the first $15 minimum wage in a major city, which is now $20.75 an hour. Under fighting socialist leadership, working people also won renters' rights, including the winter eviction moratorium, the first anti-caste discrimination law outside of South Asia, turning Seattle into an abortion sanctuary city with free abortion for all, and the second city in the U.S. to pass a ceasefire resolution in solidarity with Palestinians amidst the genocidal war on Gaza. We cannot allow the Democrats to pose as the resistance against Trump. And we cannot allow sellouts like Bernie Sanders to lead working people back into the billionaire-backed party that financed a genocide. Shame indeed, while they attacked the free speech of anti-war activists in our schools and workplaces, only now are they willing to criticize the Israeli government. They financed this genocide. They do not deserve our support. They are not the resistance to what is happening. There is no reforming this capitalist party hell-bent on imperialism and war. A union is the best tool and protection that a worker has of being engaged in struggle to fight for change in the workplace and in the country as a whole. Worker Strike Back members have successfully filed union resolutions in their unions, rallied support for Amazon workers fighting to unionize in various facilities, and we need to build a powerful movement to fight for what we need, including Medicare for all, and an end to Trump's anti-worker attacks and good union jobs for all. Thank you. Thank you. I encourage you to join us at Workers Strike Back. Join the movement. Fight the rich in their two parties. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, solidarity.
Thank you so much, Gray, and to all healthcare workers. So our wonderful video tech person has pulled together an exciting sort of video montage. You've heard a lot about what Worker Strike Back members have been doing over the last year, but we want you to see it. So we're going to play that quickly before we have our next speaker come up. So roll that beautiful footage up in the
If you're serious about turning things around, if you're serious about unionizing Amazon and workplaces across the country, we cannot just tweak the status quo. We need a reckoning. We need to return to the kind of militant fighting ideas that the labor movement was built on. That's why we're launching Workers Strike Back.
There are battles to be waged across the country as workers and young people move into struggle in their workplaces, schools, and into the streets. They're looking for the kind of political approach, the class struggle approach, understanding, and methods that Kshama's office has shown can win. We're building on the example of the past decade in Seattle on a national scale. to widen and strengthen the class struggle. Who here wants to be a part of that movement?
We forced the city establishment to lift the wages of 100,000 low-wage workers in Seattle, to transfer $3 billion from business to workers at the bottom of the wage scale over the next 10 years. We did it. Workers did this. Today's first victory for 15 will inspire people all over the nation.
It was won through a socialist strategy, a class struggle-based strategy. It wasn't won through negotiation or discussions with the mayor at that time. It wasn't won through, unfortunately, the leadership of the labor movement either. We had to push through a strategy that it had opposition from all corners. It included a ballot initiative threat that if the Democrats didn't pass a strong 15, that we would take it to voters on the ballot. We had hundreds of people pack into council chambers. We had marches and rallies of hundreds of people, mass organizing conferences. All of this was necessary to force them to pass this.
We're here both to celebrate a victory and to get ourselves better organized in this fight. As many of you know, people who are watching on the live stream, the Democrats withdrew their bill attacking Seattle's minimum wage. The bill would have immediately robbed over 200,000 workers of at least $3 per hour of wages. Can you imagine robbing the most vulnerable workers of their wages? On Friday, Councilmember Hollingsworth brought that odious bill forward, back down. This is our victory. It belongs to working people, to union members, to workers' strike back. Today's vote to pass an Amazon tax in Seattle is a historic victory for working people. This victory was hard fought and it was hard won by a movement that wouldn't give up and that faced down a seemingly endless series of obstacles, from the shameful attempts of corporate Democrats in the state legislature to pass a ban on municipal big business taxes, to unfounded delays in the city council, to a pandemic and lockdown which prevented signature gathering, to relentless attacks in the corporate media in Seattle and nationally. We are winning because of the determination of workers and socialists to smash all obstacles and to find a path to victory.
Winning the original Amazon tax here in 2020 was a huge and hard-fought victory for working people. Amazon and big business made it clear during that fight that they will fight tooth and nail to protect the profits made for them by the labor of working people.
Working people face a cost of living crisis, and we need to tax the wealthy to fund affordable housing, which can be achieved through voting yes on Proposition 1A. Proposition 1A is a ballot initiative that will add to the Amazon tax. If it's passed, Prop A will tax wealthy businesses like Amazon to secure $52 million for affordable housing in our city. The billionaires and their allies want working people to fight for scraps when we have created every cent of profit Amazon or Microsoft or any corporation has ever made, and it's time for them to pay up.
To fight back against coming attacks from our city's Democrats trying to roll back victories from former city council member and socialist Kshama Sawant's office, which assured protections no other city in the U.S. has. These are protections like a renter's bill of rights that requires landlords to give at least 6 months notice before raising rents. Landlords to provide relocation assistance when you have to move. The eviction defense bill, which allows tenants to fight evictions by declaring a financial hardship from the pandemic. The school year eviction ban, winter eviction bans. These are all important victories that we won on the basis of working class movements in Seattle.
This bill is not technically complicated. It is a very simple question. Should discrimination based on caste be allowed to continue in Seattle? But while simple, it is also profound and historic. Caste is a system of oppression that divides people into a rigid hierarchy of groups based on birth, with the lower groups facing serious discrimination, oppression, and even violence. It originates from about 2,000 years ago in South Asia, but remains pervasive today under capitalism. Around the world, an estimated 250 million people faced caste-based discrimination. And we know that Seattle's victory was truly historic. It is the first such ban against caste discrimination in jurisdiction of any level globally outside South Asia. The story of the fight that we had is going to echo, is going to reverberate beyond tonight, and many other ordinary people are going to ask us all, how did we win that? And so it's our responsibility to share with them the story of how we were able to win only because we actually had a resolution in the first place that put a spotlight on the Democrats, that forced them to take a stand. And at first, they acted like they didn't have to, but then they were forced to. And then, in the presence of hundreds of people, they were forced to listen to our points and then forced to vote yes on a ceasefire resolution. This is how we believe elected office should be used for the working class, where our office becomes a platform for a larger movement. And that is
Working people are fed up. They are really angry at what's happened over these last 4 years. They are really angry about the cost of living crisis. They are really angry about the broken promises, and they're really angry at the progressive Democrats who completely sold them out also.
If one section of the working class scores a major victory, it will embolden all of us to fight for more.
Yeah.
Like our Tax Amazon campaign, like our election victories against Amazon's $1 million money bombs, victory is contagious. We need to build a new party of working class people who doesn't just be the lesser of two evils, but goes on the offensive to fight for working class people and put demands like $25 an hour as a minimum wage nationally on the agenda.
All right. It's funny that I'm at the end of that. So yeah, I thought that visual representation would be really helpful for folks. And it's a really great segue to our next speaker. His name is Logan Swan. He's a rank and file member of Ironworkers Local 86. And he played a leading role, an elected role on the Tax Amazon Organizing Committee. And he's going to touch on some of those lessons today.
Logan Swan, I'm a member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers, as well as a journeyman iron worker and a longshore casual. So while we're born into our class position, nobody's born a revolutionary. Like everyone, I joined this movement with some confused and backwards politics. Coming of age and entering the workforce during recession, in the absence of political leadership from labor leaders, during that crisis, I drew the conclusion that we don't have jobs because of outsourcing through things like NAFTA and so on. So that if we wanted to see a return of like good union jobs, people like me had to buy union-made, American-made. I didn't get a smartphone until Motorola had one, I think, made in Texas. I bought Union Line jeans, Union House boxer briefs, a Ricker vacuum, a Ricker vacuum made in Missouri. If I couldn't find something made in the US, I would hit a thrift store or I'd go without it. And mind you, at the time I was a non-union steelworker. I made $12.40 an hour. I lived in low-income housing. It fucking sucked. So this changed nothing. The ruling class doesn't care about these kinds of individual choices. It wasn't yet clear to me that those good union jobs that people talk about were owed to the legacy of class struggle of the labor movement. And that the degeneration of our condition was due to the class collaboration and the political cowardice of the leaders of our unions. Their cynical pragmatism of accepting the limitations imposed by the Republicans and Democrats, the absolute minimum our employers would concede to in contract negotiations. I started organizing as a socialist at the same time that I began my apprenticeship in the building trades as an iron worker. The experiences of organizing in the successful 15 Now campaign, fighting to tax Amazon to create union jobs, building affordable public-owned housing, were part of my apprenticeship, but unfortunately not as a rank-and-file union member, but as a socialist. I was radicalized and tempered by the society we lived in with all of its contradictions and injustices. So I'm going to focus on tax Amazon and the lessons from that struggle. And we campaigned on legislation to create 10,000 union building trades jobs, not building shiny new stadium or for some billionaire funded by regressive taxes on workers and homeowners, but building public housing for us with a bill paid for by the billionaires. And this wasn't like, we didn't just like have this fully hammered out thing and just go to working people and say, hey, we're doing this, take it or leave it. This is our campaign. We came forward with, with this idea, with this program of taxing big business, addressing the affordable housing crisis through creating union jobs, building affordable housing. And we flyered outside workplaces, we postered, we organized action conferences, and that was where the real decisions were made. None of this was done behind closed doors. The decisions were made through elections of a coordinating committee at the Action Conference, and they were voted on at those Action Conferences. That anyone, if you support this, come out and be a part of this. That's in total contrast to how we see campaigns being run through the establishment, or even through the NGOs and even well-meaning people, where they think what's best for people, and they come out and say this is support it or not, and if you don't, fuck you. Like no, this was a decision made by people in the community, but with the leadership from socialists, from trade union militants. And it was through that, going and talking to rank and file union members and having them organize in their unions and pressuring union leaders to support this, that we got a majority of local unions to endorse it, because it was either we created a thing that could not be ignored, right? But unfortunately, despite the endorsement of the local labor council and the majority of the local unions, the building trades leadership chose to effectively scab on our movement, running defense for Jeff Bezos and the Democrats backing him. My own union's leadership went so far as calling Amazon a, quote, responsible builder that doesn't have, quote, a requirement to pay a prevailing wage, but they do. This servile praise has aged horribly, with Amazon being slapped with fines for union busting, forcing workers to piss in bottles, trapping workers in a warehouse during a tornado, killing 6. Not to mention the testimony from Brother Idolo here from Cause. But it smacks of the majority of labor leaders' race to the bottom strategy of class collaboration, partnering with employers that's seen the conditions of workers, both union and non-union, plummet. And tragically, this bankrupt strategy has only been doubled down upon by the likes of Shawn Fain and Sean O'Brien, who promised to change from the corrupt regimes leading UAW and the Teamsters, only to continue the policy of cowardice of their predecessors as they suck up to the Trump administration and champion the tariffs of the America First. Shawn Fain is supporting Trump's xenophobic tariffs on imported goods, while Sean O'Brien has gone so far as to speak in favor of right-to-work union busting, saying he'll collaborate with on union busting state by state. What may work for one doesn't work for the other. Who's to know? Yeah, fucking boo. Absolutely fucking shameful. And that... And that he was put forward, people have real confidence put in this guy that he was going to change things. And it's a shocking betrayal, and he should not be left off the hook by it. The left, the union activists cannot let these guys off the hook. So much like the building trades leader here ran cover for the Democrats and Jeff Bezos, O'Brien and Fain are doing the same for Elon Musk and the Republicans today. And this is a dead end. The political parties of the bosses do not offer a way forward for American workers, and we will be forced to pay the cost of these tariffs. The history of the labor movement is international. The counterpoint to this America First nonsense is, why are our international unions why weren't they organizing auto workers in Mexico when after the automakers got bailed out following the recession and said, man, we got all this money, we're going to throw it into developing factories in Mexico? Why didn't you go fucking organize them? Why are you instead saying, look at those guys, they're taking our jobs, they're driving down our wages? That's because you won't fucking organize them. Why do our union leaders pull punches so as not to challenge or embarrass the political establishment? Like working with Biden, as O'Brien did, to break the rail strike. Our tax Amazon fight worked in the exact opposite direction of that. We organized independently from the Democrats, rallying workers, young people, renters, union members to challenge and expose anyone who sided with big business through our action conferences and protests. We're not gonna run cover for you while you betray working people. We're not gonna subordinate working people's needs to your political career. And despite the quisling efforts of Democrats and labor fakers, we won a tax on Amazon and big business to the tune of over $200 million a year. And so that's, I think when it's like, you know, oh, how are we going to win things? I think that we have lessons here. We have experience here of fighting and winning. We have a track record. And because it came up in the breakout discussion I was in, may not have come up in all of them, but I think there's been a lot of discussion around how, you know, when we're presented with crisis after crisis and an absence of leadership and a clear approach on a fight back, you know, that people say, how do we help one another within our community? And there's a lot of talk about mutual aid. But, and hopefully I'm not being too sharp here, but mutual aid, in my opinion, absent class struggle, it's just collectivized charity. We cannot address our needs with our already meager material resources. We can't rob from Peter to pay Paul. That doesn't work. What's needed is a political struggle to take what we need back from the billionaires who stole it from us. And there's a historical precedent for this. The origins of my own union began with mutual aid. The Bridgman's Mutual Association was formed by ironworkers, who at the time, that was the most dangerous job in the country, to pool funds so that workers killed on the job would have their funeral costs paid for, with some money for the wife and children left behind. But this did nothing to address the unabated construction fatalities or the poverty wages of my forebears. And it wasn't until workers began militant organizing drives and successfully unionized that pay and conditions improved. Because this did change the balance of power between the workers and their bosses. So I want to thank you all for showing up today, but it would be negligent to just leave it at that. Today is not enough. Everyone in this room has a job to do in the struggles ahead. And every single one of you, I'm looking at you with the shawl, you guy in the white shirt back there, every single fucking one of you, you fucking matter and you can do shit. After our breakout group, there was a healthcare worker who asked me about, how do I organize? It's fucked, right? In healthcare, it's fucked. How do I, with my coworkers, like there's nothing left. And that's your workplace is political. Your workplace is where you organize. Like, and if you don't have a union, then the best thing for someone who wants to start a union is to organize with your coworkers and start acting like a union. And that's when we talk about concretely organizing, is to see yourself not as someone that things happen to, but someone who takes action, someone who realizes that there are daily conditions that are unacceptable. That's the conditions of all of us. And if you talk to any one of us, chances are you're going to find that common ground. And that's the basis on which we can get organized. And that's what I think tomorrow with Workers Strike Back around a Fight the Rich campaign that crystallizes, it makes concrete how we can address those things. And then it's up to us as individuals to go back, not to be like, I went to the conference, it was great, back to regular, right? It's to go into our workplace, into our communities, into our unions, and have those conversations and bring them to the next meeting. And anyway, I think I'm probably like way over time, but every single one of us needs to organize in our apartment buildings, workplaces, unions, communities for mass actions, including protests, occupations, and strikes. Obviously, we build up to those things, but we shouldn't be embarrassed about the strategy of our struggle. And I'm not going to pretend that it's going to be easy. Respect to Brother King, but there's no arc of a moral universe that bends toward justice. There is only class war, the outcome of which will be decided by whether or not regular people like us wage the necessary struggle to fight back. So I would appeal to everyone here to join Workers Strike Back if you're not already a member. Let's learn from our proud history of class struggle, and let's make full use of our being here in this room, and let's get organized today to fight for tomorrow. Solidarity.
That was a great speech. Excuse me. His name is Logan Swan. I saw Jenny ask, what's his name? Logan Swan.
Thank you, Logan. That was an amazing speech. Okay, so the next person I'd like to welcome to the stage is Tiso Karina, who is a rank and file member of Teamsters Local 223, a union of United Staff and a member of Teamsters Mobilize. He's been down in Oregon supporting the strike of 5,000 nurses who are organized with the Oregon Nurses Association at Providence Health. And ONA nurses won a tentative agreement just yesterday as a result of their strike.
Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome. Well, I want to thank Brother Logan for that speech, because that was a hell of a speech, so I want to give him a round of applause again. So I want to say hi to begin with to all of our Teamsters that are watching out there, because I know there's quite a few of us watching. I also want to read first a statement from Teamsters Mobilize, us as a group. On behalf of Teamsters Mobilize, we thank the organizers of this Workers' Strike Back Organizing Conference. We are appreciative of this platform. And as many have said today, in the words of the great the IWW, an injury to one is an injury to all. Teamsters Mobilize started in 2022 in the lead up to the 2023 UPS contract, and many of us came together as UPS part-timers to address our issues and concerns. Some of us who didn't work for UPS stood in solidarity with our Teamster family at that point. We are a grassroots rank and file led organization inside the Teamsters. Our mission is to engage, educate, and empower rank and file Teamsters and every worker. We are committed to bringing a militancy, transparency, and democracy to the Teamsters. And right now, if you've been watching everything in the past 72 hours, it's probably needed more than ever. That being said, we are ready to fight the bosses and the class collaborators in the leadership of our union who serve to weaken it rather than strengthen it, and you know who you are in leadership. We reject the political duopoly that seeks to divide and conquer the working class. The working class and ruling class have nothing in common. Nothing in common. Specifically, our General President, Sean O'Brien, who you've heard a lot about today, has recently come out in support of Donald Trump's xenophobic, nativist policies, and of course, publicly endorsed the right of state governments to enforce right-to-work laws. Just a fucking betrayal, quite frankly, as Brother Logan said. Now is the time to act to save our union. And I hope everybody that's watching on the live stream that's Teamsters are hearing that. Even non-Teamsters, I hope everybody's hearing that right now. And we as Teamsters Mobilize are gonna be at the forefront of that battle line, because we have to be. We're eager to work collectively and collaboratively with all brothers, sisters, and siblings who are dedicated to the cause of working people and will stand by your side with that aim firmly in sight. Now, these are the comments that I want to add in addition to the statement. A lot of it's already been framed in the Teamsters Mobilize statement that I read, but it's been hard for me to keep up with what seems like an endless barrage of bad decisions coming from Teamsters leadership. I personally was a very strong supporter of the Oz slate, and I walked for him, a lot of other people that are on that slate. And I can tell you, I personally talked to some of these officers and expressed the betrayal that I feel from our leadership. And that was a hard conversation to have. And some of these examples, things I've already articulated, the anti-immigrant sentiment, the support for anti-labor candidates as previously stated. Specifically, leadership has said time and time again, we're gonna hold both parties accountable. We're gonna hold all politicians accountable that are anti-worker and anti-labor. And quite frankly, all I've seen, and I'm not in love with the Democrats by any means, But all I've seen is a lot of shit talking about Democrats and not holding the right wing accountable at all. We need to hold both accountable, but I'm only seeing one side getting hit at all. That being said, I want to be real clear here. Sean O'Brien does not speak for all of us as Teamsters, and if you think that, think twice, because it's just not true, and I'm here to prove that. And I do want to emphasize that what we need to do in terms of a plan to change, we need to have a plan to change the culture of all of our unions. It's not just about the Seans, any specific leader. You know, they're not the root cause of the issue. They are absolutely the perpetrators primarily right now, but they are not the root cause of the issue. In fact, the root cause of the issue has probably been around longer than some of us in this room have even been around. So we need to push back against these bad values in our unions, these values that have been around for generations, quite frankly. And we've inherited that fight, unfortunately, and we're the ones that are going to have to deal with it. So we need to do it right, and we need to engage it head on and not be afraid of it anymore. Like I've mentioned, much of how I feel has already been articulated by Teamsters Mobilize. I hope some of you will come to our meetings and see what we're all about and see that, you know, we're the folks pushing reform in this union, the reform that we desperately so need. And I want to say I'm glad that we've come together to make our union and our movements better places, because there's a lot of folks in our movement, or sorry, in our union that don't feel that we have any business doing anything out of wages, hours, and working conditions. And I'm here to tell you that that is not true, and we are pushing back against that openly and actively. Our movement is intersectional, and anybody that doesn't believe in that is a fucking traitor to the labor movement, bar none. So I want to thank the Teamsters that are in our union now and in the past who paved the road for progressive voices in our union. Their work continues through ours. There have been folks in our union that risked everything, including their lives, to make this union a more militant, democratic, and transparent union. So I just want to give acknowledgement of that, including my mentor who passed recently, Alan Baird, who was the director of the Coors boycott in Northern California in the mid-'70s. And in the spirit of organizing, before I close, we are having a special meeting on March 2nd at 2 p.m. Pacific. Our topic's going to be no ICE raids and know your rights. It'll be on our socials, and this is keeping in line with our movement is intersectional, and anybody that doesn't believe that should not be in this movement. Thank you. Solidarity.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing speech. I'm sure we've all enjoyed our speakers so far. Our next speaker is the leader of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, political theorist and strategist who's developed the theory of African internationalism. He's traveled to over 19 countries building Black power struggles throughout Africa, Europe, and the Americas, and establishing solidarity relations with other colonized peoples' movements. He's driven the establishment of over 50 Black community economic institutions across the United States designed to free African people from the colonial mode of production. Please welcome Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
I bring you greetings of Uhuru, which means freedom in Swahili. I want to express our appreciation for the work of Kshama Sawant and those who organized this program, and I wish that I could be there with you in person today. I am Omali Yeshitela, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the Uhuru Movement for Worldwide African Liberation and Socialism. I began fighting the system of colonial capitalism in the 1960s. I'm still making that fight today, and we are closer than ever to winning total liberation for African and all oppressed peoples. I agree with the slogan of this conference that when we fight, we can win. We in the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement have been fighting, and we are winning. Nearly 3 years ago, Biden's FBI violently raided 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru movement in St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida, including my home, with flak-jacketed soldiers, laser-guided rifles, tanks, flashbang grenades, and drones. They took our phones, our computers, and our files. 9 months later, Biden's DOJ indicted me, along with 2 leaders of our party's white solidarity and reparations component, on federal charges of being agents of Russia. The so-called overt acts charged in the indictment are all expressions of what is supposed to be protected free speech. Running candidates on a reparations platform, testifying at United Nations reparations hearings, publishing articles in our newspaper, The Burning Spear, circulating a petition charging the United States government with genocide, speaking out against the U.S. proxy war against Russia and Ukraine, exposing the fact that NATO expansion toward Russian territory provoked the war that has now taken millions of lives. They tried to lock me up for 15 years. We were offered a plea deal, but we chose to fight, and we built a popular campaign in the streets and through the independent media. We went to trial last September. The jury found us not guilty of being Russian agents, but guilty of conspiring to be Russian agents, conspiring to do something that didn't happen. We are appealing. In December, we were sentenced to 3 years probation. The judge said no prison time because everything in the indictment was protected free speech. The government knows that I don't work for Russia. They're upset because I don't work for them. I work for black people and the oppressed peoples of the world. I want to thank the many friends who are here today who supported us throughout the Uhuru 3's Fight Back campaign, including Jill Stein, who came to Tampa, Florida for the start of the trial and spoke in our defense on her campaign trail. So today we hear cries of panic and fears from many who say that fascism is coming. But the conditions they anticipate being imposed on the general population are conditions that African and indigenous people in America and colonized people around the world experience daily. We live in a country that was founded on the brutal kidnapping and enslavement of millions of African people and the genocidal war waged against the indigenous people to steal and settle their land. Worldwide capitalism was founded and continues to depend on the colonial exploitation of the peoples and resources inside of America and around the world. That system is in crisis because colonized peoples around the world are seizing this moment to recapture our human and material resources. That's why we see the global shift in the political and economic configuration of the world that is also impacting inside the United States. Today, there is an uneasy equilibrium between the dying forces of the colonial mode of production and the rising tide of anti-colonial socialism. While some see this moment as proto-fascist, we remember that the proto-fascism of the McCarthy era was disrupted by the anti-colonial struggle of the civil rights movement that kept the society open for everyone. We in the African People's Socialist Party are preparing to govern. At the same time, as we are fighting for policy changes within the current system, through campaigns for community control of the police, opposition to gentrification, and freeing political prisoners like the just-released Leonard Peltier, we are creating our own ability to feed, clothe, and house our people, negating the colonial mode of production that keeps us enslaved. As an example, in our headquarters in the black community in North St. Louis, we have acquired over a dozen dilapidated properties and built a community garden, a farmer's market, a workforce, housing for released prisoners, recreation facilities, and events venues. We have begun to work to build a women's health center and 2 bakery cafes in St. Petersburg, Florida. We operate an FM radio station, a food kitchen, an events venue, and publish our monthly newspaper, The Burning Spear. Indeed, when we fight, we can and do win. We look forward to working with you all and to build a world where everyone can enjoy peace, prosperity, and happiness, no one group at the expense of another. We are winning. Uhuru.
Thank you so much to Chairman Omali for sending that video of solidarity. I think showing the breadth and strength of this movement is a really important part of today, so we all be feeling energized. And in that vein. We also have today with us Nick Cruse from the Revolutionary Blackout Network, which is a Black-led multicultural network of activists and citizen journalists focusing on empowering communities through education, organizing, and direct action. So go ahead and roll that for me, please.
What's poppin', my friends? Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to make it. I had a lot of fun meeting you guys in Chicago and Seattle. I much prefer doing these in person. So I want to thank Kshama for giving me the opportunity to still record a video despite not making it in person. Right now, it's very important for us to stay active and stay mobilized because we are just witnessing another pendulum swing. It's inevitable that Donald Trump will disappoint MAGA. That's just a simple fact of the situation. The capitalist class will always portray the working class, and there will be a lot of poor and working class people who will be left behind in the MAGA economy. There are a lot of people who will see Donald Trump serving Israel in the military-industrial complex, and they will feel betrayed because they thought they was voting for someone who was anti-war. That's why it's extremely important for us as a working class movement, as socialists, as people who are class conscious, to be there for the working class as they are abandoned by the ruling class. And this time right now is very interesting because we have a lot of Democrats that are going through some things right now because they are realizing that neoliberalism in the Democratic Party is inept and liberalism is not the ideology you need to defeat Donald Trump. You need a populist movement. So when they are down, as they are questioning their political party and they are panicking, we have to be there for them and pick up the people who are disillusioned by the Democratic Party and their incompetence. There was millions of voters. Remember, 80 million people did not vote for the two-party duopoly. There was millions of people who voted for Biden who didn't vote for him the second election because of the genocide in Gaza, which is another important point, which is why we actually provide a real option for the working class. We need to provide an anti-Zionist, pro-peace, left populist movement. And this is where the Democratic Party failed, by pointing out the hypocrisies of American First, by manipulating the differences between the MAGA woke right who believe in Zionist censorship versus the MAGA influencers who are similar to Candace Owens and their followers who are starting to question Zionism. As Donald Trump continued to serve Israel, we have to be there to pick up the people who realize that Donald Trump actually doesn't stand for American First. This is why it's extremely important for us to establish that we are hostile towards the empire, that our number one priority is to end the military-industrial complex and the corruption that destabilizes the lives of Americans. And the majority of the American people are with us because, as I mentioned before, 80 million Americans did not vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. And this is by design. The ruling class wants to disenfranchise well-informed working class people who want the best for their families. And there are many people in this country that wants to hold the billionaire class accountable, that want health care for their neighbors. 1 out of 3 Republicans support Medicare for all. The majority of independents, the majority of Democrats, the majority of people support ideas such as increasing the minimum wage, of ending the never-ending wars. But the ruling class distracts them with irrelevant culture war issues, which is used to distract the working class and convince poor white people to vote against their interests regarding the Republican Party. And many people who believe that the Democratic Party has the best interest for the LGBTQ community, they vote against their interests by voting for a genocidal Zionist capitalist in the Democratic Party. So it's very crucial, and this is why I implore us to do. We have to completely reject the culture war and the liberal identity politics, which is used to distract the workers from anti-war, populist movement, which is actually meant to challenge the capitalist class, which is our number one goal, because just reforming the modes of capitalism will not end the corruption and will not end the exploitation of our people. So it's very important for us to have an anti-war, anti-Zionist, socialist working class movement to challenge the working class. And something else that I want to strongly emphasize is our only push, our biggest push for electoralism should be via ballot initiatives. In the last election, when the American people, including the extremely deep red state of Missouri, decided to vote for Donald Trump, they also voted for an increase of the minimum wage. They voted for affordable housing. They voted for economic populism over and over again in Missouri. So whenever the American people have a chance to choose, they would choose things like a Medicaid expansion, like Missouri voted for. Now we have the Missouri governor who wants to override the will of the voters, because we live in an authoritarian hellscape where there's no way that the people can actually express their will on the government except via ballot initiatives, where we had to force their hand, like what is happening in Missouri. So if you don't have ballot initiatives, that should be your primary focus. And I am meaning a very small percent being spent on electoralism. We need to spend our time being there for our communities, organizing for the working class and the poor, standing in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters, and advocating for an end of nuclear war. That should be our primary focus. I appreciate you guys for inviting me on, and I hope you guys are willing to work with us at Revolutionary Blackout as we continue to expand our mutual aid organization and mutual aid societies among the left. So thank you, Kshama and Worker Strike Back, for inviting me once again. Thank you guys, and have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you so much to Nick
And
Cruse and
Christina, I'm not
RBN.
controlling the sound here. They
I
got
think,
the
you know,
sound
all
in the
these folks who
house.
had to send videos, also for me, really underscores the sacrifice that everyone who's here in person really made, because we know we don't take for granted the time, the energy, the resources to travel. So we appreciate people who are able to send these solidarity messages. We now have actually a hybrid contribution. So we've got one person in person and one video from Due Dissidence. I think maybe we could get Russell to come up here for when we're doing Keaton so that you can have it sort of side by side. You're probably used to that. But yeah, I think Due Dissidence, they weren't on my radar ahead of this election. And then they took a singly just incredible, strong position. They joined us out in Chicago at the DNC. And we've just been, you know, fighting alongside ever since. And we're really proud to have them here. So yeah, I think you're up first, and then we have Keaton's message. So yeah, welcome, Russell.
People keep asking me where Keaton is. I'm like, Keaton won't go to Connecticut, much less Seattle. Forget about it. I always think of the line in The Godfather. Hey, he could have had his own family. You couldn't get him out of that one meal town. All right, this is going to be maybe not the best opening of a speech today, but it's definitely going to be the dorkiest opening that you're going to hear. The great science fiction writer Frank Herbert, told you, opens his masterpiece with the line, "A beginning is the time for taking the most delicate care that the balances are correct." Why are beginnings delicate? Because they are by their nature unmoored and rootless. Any small thing can destroy an effort at its beginning, whether a novel, a business, a resolution, or a political party. Any distraction, any conflict, any loss of momentum, and it can all evaporate very quickly. Add to that the reality that we must face from this beginning, so that we do not, as Kshama might say, make illusions. The left is more broken on every level, from the cultural to the intellectual to the spiritual, than it has ever been in my lifetime, and arguably than it has ever been in this country. That is partly through self-inflicted wounds and partly a result of external pressure, sometimes exerted through the kind of infiltration and psychological operations that we now know for certain USAID, NED, the IRI, and many others have been running overseas for decades. It would be naive to think they haven't been running the same kinds of operations here at home. And when we look at the state of the left, we must offer some grudging admiration for the effectiveness of their efforts. We saw the end result of those efforts recently when the DNC offered content creators a cash bonanza by streaming their race for a new chair. The high comedy of this pure distillation of the essence of what the Democratic Party has been reduced to by its Wall Street owners working in tandem with an activist wing that is only allowed to exist precisely because it is ridiculous and ineffective at advocating even for the narrow identitarian issues that are the only issues allowed them by the party's donor class. It was as clear a lesson for activists as Ozymandias in the desert. This once great and powerful political party brought low and yet still there sticking up out of the sands of its own destruction to beg for money. Look on my work, ye mighty, and write a check. This was the final outcome of the Frankenstein's monster experiment of stitching together disparate elements of the civil rights movement, running them through a blender of tortured postmodernism, elevating obscure crackpot academics as spokespeople for the truly repulsive, zero-sum, all against all vision of society that came out the other side, and telling people this was what the left was all about. Not solidarity, identity. Not class, not the hard realities of material conditions. Instead, these ideas were replaced by a secular theology, with the villains often being the workers themselves, who hadn't been educated in the new jargon, and who not only didn't accept and embrace every new sexual and intellectual fetish of the ruling class, but often had the temerity to openly question them. As it turns out, polyamory is not a politics, and the hunt for microaggressions is no substitute for the hunt for better wages and free health care. And so the Democrats have not only fallen, hollowed out from the inside by the same narcissists and neurotics they let in to explain the purpose of their continued existence as a party after they sold out their old working class base. They have turned over the country to a re-energized Christian right that's going to end up making the Reagan Revolution look like Woodstock. This is where we are, and it should serve as a cautionary tale for any who are going to attempt to recover the lost power and reputation of the left. A political movement can survive hatred and hostility, but one thing it cannot survive is the perception that it is ridiculous. And by mistaking the need for tolerance with the need for indulgence, by confusing the mission of helping victims with the celebration of victimhood, by treating strength as a vice and incapacity as a virtue, not only the establishment left, but a good portion of the activist left has come to make itself look ridiculous. Any movement that indulges these ideas will end up being an enormous waste of time and money for all involved. The first person who wants to form a sub-caucus that has nothing to do with improving conditions for all workers should be, if not canceled and rejected, lest we become the same censorious prigs we condemn, given a firm talking to and a very clear and unambiguous refusal, so that the organization doesn't end up like the DNC or the DSA or countless other attempts at focusing the energies of the left, devoured from within by people whose only purpose is to divide and weaken. For a left that's gone 40 some odd years without a serious union presence in its councils or any real connection to laborers and tradesmen who may not think the way they do on every issue, repairing that relationship and reestablishing that connection is going to take a lot of humility and a serious course correction. This weekend, there is an opportunity to create a new vision that begins to repair the damage done by the Clinton ascendancy and the neoliberal politics it ushered in. We are fortunate to have so many talented people join in to help, including our many peers in the indie media space who have come together today to both appear on the live stream and to create a collective super stream of the event. And to lead the way forward, we couldn't have a better person than Kshama, who is that rarest of things in this foul year of our Lord 2025, a leftist that wins things. As one of our viewers recently said, Kshama is ride or die. She has won tangible victories for workers against the corrupt Democrats and the oligarchy they serve. Kshama has beaten the Leviathan that is Amazon, both imposing a local tax and the first $15 minimum wage in the country. And how did she do it? By inviting everyone into the tent, without elevating or denigrating any below or above the others. That is how you win over workers. That is how you build solidarity. That is how you create an alternative in waiting for the moment when the foot soldiers of the MAGA movement, who need to pay rent, see a doctor, take a plane, or collect Social Security like everybody else, come to realize that tech bro billionaires were never coming to save them, only to preside over their final destruction as a class and to dismantle what meager protections they had left from the greed of their own. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keaton Weiss from Due Dissidence. I'd have loved to have bought a plane ticket and flown out to be there in person, but for some reason my USAID check hasn't cleared this month. I called the Treasury Department to see what the issue could be, but no one answered. Instead, I got an automated message telling me that they're experiencing unusually high call volumes and that there were 328 white South African farmers ahead of me in the queue. So I never did get to the bottom of it, but in any event, it's a great pleasure to be able to address this conference. Back in May of 2021, during the brief but brutal to endure honeymoon period of the Biden administration, I struggled with how to, or even whether to, continue to engage politically. It was a very strange time when the country, coming out of the COVID lockdowns, seemed eerily content to settle back into the old pre-Trump way of doing things. Order had been restored, democracy had been rescued, of course, and normalcy had been reinstated. Lucky for me, though, despite having fallen into a pretty severe political depression, I had, months prior, committed to be a part of a telethon fundraiser for Kshama Sawant's effort against the Democrat-led recall in Seattle. And so in order to not break my commitments, I of course agreed to follow through and show up. And the evening of the fundraiser, I met Kshama and her team for the first time over a Zoom call in what was ultimately a 4 to 5 hour event. And for the first time, I saw what, if I'm being honest, I haven't really seen anywhere else at any moment since, which was a group of hardcore leftist activists who had their shit together, who could actually organize and win against the entrenched financial and political interests in Seattle. And win, they did. Kshama's team in Seattle pulled me back from the political brink. They kept me from falling into despair at a time when things seemed quite bleak. And today, of course, we find ourselves once again staring out at a political landscape that seems even more unforgiving than the one I just referenced, which is why I can think of no better place to be than here with many of that same team that so inspired me 4 years ago. Now, what makes these times even more difficult than before is that as the right wing amps up their assaults on ordinary people, the discredited liberal class has wrought enormous havoc by tarnishing the brand of noble left causes, tainting them in the minds of the working class. Environmentalism has been hijacked by uber-wealthy do-gooders who lecture the public from Davos, where they flew in on their gas-guzzling private jets. Anti-racism has been given a bad name by a cadre of PMC grifters like Ibram X. Kendi and Robin DiAngelo. The very concept of public health is now a controversial idea, thanks to the lies and mismanagement of a thoroughly corrupt for-profit medical system that destroyed what remained of its reputation these past 5 years since the pandemic struck. To be frank, liberal elites in and adjacent to the Democratic Party have failed at just about everything these past 8 years or so, except for one thing. They've succeeded in destroying the credibility of the American left by convincing the masses that we are one and the same. This is why the first and most urgent order of business for an emerging left movement is to make crystal clear in the mind of the public that we are not. In order to do this, we must remain laser focused on issues and causes that empower all working people of every race, color, and creed. Well, except for the white South African farmers. Fuck them. But everyone else should have a seat at the table, no matter who they voted for, how they identify, or, very importantly, I think, where they live. Workers from the East Coast to the West Coast, the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt, from the U.S.-Mexico border on down, in the Gaza Strip, and in the West Bank. All working people facing subjugation, from wage slavery to human trafficking to ethnic cleansing and genocide, are our class allies and must be treated as such, no matter the ruling class's efforts to divide us against each other. If we stick together, and in the words of our now dear leader, fight, fight, fight,
Okay, there we go. Our next speaker will be Hassan
It was
Abdel
almost over
Salam,
anyway. I don't
the
know what happened on the
co-founder
street.
of Abandon Biden, which then became the Abandon Harris movement. They challenged and turned away from the Democratic Party for their ongoing support of the genocide in Gaza. And ultimately, the Abandon Harris movement endorsed the anti-war campaign of Jill Stein and Butch Ware in 2024.
No, in the chat, that wasn't quite the end. It had like 10 seconds left, but that's all right. You got the point.
Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. A lone voice. Relentless, again and again, calling for justice. Piercing through the cold on Minnesota pavement. November 1st, 2023. We stood our ground announced that we will never vote for the president. We came out in droves in 2020 and we made President Biden the President of the United States. We witnessed enough, the brutality, the bombardments, 3 weeks of genocide. Intolerable to the American conscience, we had no other choice. Our strategy to punish the president for his genocide, to send a signal to the political landscape that if you engage in genocide, you will lose the election. We persisted. People said, don't. The lesser of two evils. A ceasefire is coming. You're such a small population, people of conscience. You can't make a difference. The chorus of cynics, their voice never drowned our persistence. We walked and ran towards November 5th, holding hands, singing, "We shall overcome." From Arizona to Georgia, from Georgia to Wisconsin, from Pennsylvania to Nevada, from North Carolina to Minnesota. We spoke out, persuaded our friends and our neighbors. We canvassed, we texted, we protested, and we won. Victory on November 5th, to resound through history, that we punished the vice president at the hands of people of conscience. The numbers and the data reveal that if the vice president, the president, did not commit genocide, likely Vice President Harris would have won. Our path continues. Our victory on November 5th emboldens us. A first chapter in a long story in the winding path of justice. We ask you to join us as we try to build a movement for all Americans to call for justice in our foreign policy. America has been pernicious in the name of its exceptionalism. Its maimed, destroyed, attacked, displaced, and murdered innocents. And here domestically at home, our inhumane policies, at abandoned Biden, abandoned Harris, we rebrand, reinvigorate, to galvanize a new movement, calling for Medicare for all, Medicare negotiating drug prices, ending homelessness, and ensuring a humane foreign policy worldwide. I will never forget Brother Faris, the real founder of abandoned Biden, in that prison where I was held by Israeli forces who detained and tortured me for weeks in 2022, for no other reason than that we wished to protest peacefully. And there in prison, I met Brother Faris, one of the youth that I got to know that year. Him pacing before me back and forth in prison. He asked me that unforgettable question. What will you do if you go back home? If you go back to America? I never thought I'd go back. My interrogators promised me that I'd never be released. But I decided to answer, what will you do if you go back to America? I said I would speak out. And the most extraordinary thing happened. on the face of Brother Faris. A huge, brilliant smile appeared. That what brought him pleasure is that you now would hear his story. That what brings the pleasure, the happiness on people oppressed worldwide, is the knowledge that together here, we would arrest the villainous atrocity and vices of our government, at home and abroad. And now, a new beginning. Let not the momentum dissipate. Join us in this movement with Workers Strike Back and the Green Party. Abandon Biden, abandon Harris. A movement for which we can say, finally, abandon genocide, abandon brutality, abandon injustice. Together, to bring a smile on Brother Faris's face and all those oppressed in our pursuit on this winding course towards justice.
All right. So I have 3 final speakers before we do our closing remarks today, and I appreciate everyone who's stayed through this conference. I know it has been educational and energizing, but also long. So we've got 3 final speakers, and we're calling this section Struggle Reports. Worker Strike Back members across the country have been organizing, as we've spoken to, in their communities, schools, and workplaces. And from those struggles and from victories, importantly, we have gleaned some important lessons. Part of being consciously organized is weighing up the lessons of every fight. And so we have a few Worker Strike Back members here to speak to that. First up, I've got Calvin Priest. He was the campaign manager for the Tax Amazon campaign. And he's also speaking to the hands-off the 15 victory that was, it's featured in the video that we had earlier. So please welcome warmly Calvin Priest.
As Emily said, I'm a member of Workers Strike Back. I'm also a member of Revolutionary Workers. So Kshama spoke earlier about our fight to win the $15 minimum wage, how we were able to defeat big business and the Democrats to win the highest minimum wage in the country. We knew when we won our victory that the fight wasn't over. And Kshama said as much in her victory speech, which we showed part of it on the video earlier. We knew because no fight is ever over under capitalism. The bosses and their political servants will pick their moment to go after that victory, to try to undermine it or get rid of it altogether. And we're seeing that again right now, as the Republicans and Trump are preparing to go after Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare, some of the biggest victories of the US working class, with the help of the Democrats. This is one of the many reasons that capitalism cannot be reformed, that it has to be destroyed. Our victory on 15, though it was and is the strongest minimum wage law in the country, was incomplete. We weren't strong enough to win everything we were fighting for. In any fight with the bosses, whether we win, how much we win, is not about the morality of the bosses or the politicians or making persuasive arguments to them, because they have no morality. It comes down purely to the strength of our movement and our support within the wider working class versus the bosses. That's all that it's about. So with the help of many labor leaders, sadly, the Democrats ran through a series of loopholes in the legislation. One of them was they gave small business a 10-year-long phase-in before they had to pay tipped workers the full minimum wage. That had problems written all over it. To be clear, this was not because big business or the Democrats give a shit about small business. Obviously they don't. As we knew at the time, this was a loophole that they hoped they could cash in on later as an avenue to undermine and to start to unravel the law. And predictably, last summer, the Democratic city council members, with the socialists no longer in the city council, decided to do exactly that, to begin their assault on Seattle's historic and massively popular minimum wage. They were totally dishonest about it. Again, they said it was all about small business. They said it was all about COVID and how it was so hard on small business, how it was unexpected, despite the very obvious fact that it was workers who paid the price for the pandemic. They used identity politics. They had the sole black member of the city council be the one to trot out this attack. Joy Hollingsworth is her name. And by the way, we should always name our enemies. We should use their names. We defeated them. We defeated them using the same strategy we have used in all of our fights, because since no fight is ever over under capitalism, until we destroy it, that's what we have to do. We built a movement. We called a press conference. We organized an action conference. We mobilized to City Hall. We politically called them out, slammed them in the City Council chamber, including Hollingsworth explicitly. We exposed all of their lies. We said that any of them voting to dismantle 15 needed to be booted out of office. And we did win. And as of January 1st of this year, Seattle's minimum wage is $20.76 an hour. Obviously, it's still not enough. But we defeated big business and the Democratic Party again. We defeated them in their attempts to create a permanent sub-minimum wage in this city and deny workers the more than $3 an hour raise that they needed to survive. We did that even without the benefit of the Seattle City Council. In addition to defending 15, our movement also just won an offensive victory. We campaigned for the Prop 1 ballot initiative, which expands our Amazon tax that we won in 2020 to fund affordable housing. We canvassed and tabled and answered the lies of the corporate media again. The NGOs that filed the ballot initiative, unfortunately, did not want to antagonize big business and the establishment, so the increase was only for $52 million a year. It raised our Amazon tax victory that we won in 2020, raised $450 million last year by itself. So while we disagree with those NGO leaders, it was nonetheless an important victory. And it shows, I think, very clearly the huge support there is for taxing the rich and big business right now. It shows the huge anger at Amazon. And it shows that we don't have to sit back and only carry out defensive fights. We can also go on the offensive and win. And we have beat Amazon, I've lost count now, I think 4 times. And so I think there is a space to bring a much stronger version of the Amazon tax initiative, both here and in other cities, because affordable housing is a crisis everywhere, as is the massive anger at the rich. I also wanted to make a couple of quick points about mutual aid. So I know there's a lot of discussion about mutual aid, and I basically agree with what Logan said earlier. It's completely understandable that people feel that they want to do something for the people that they know that are struggling, but the problem is we have limited resources, we have limited energy, and we can win offensive victories like these. We can make the billionaires pay rather than trying to struggle to, for GoFundMes, et cetera, to try to get by. And that's really the best direction for our energies, not only because they're the ones with the billions and not us, which is the critical point, but also because in engaging in class struggle, people learn. That is how you build a movement, that's how you build an ongoing movement, and that's how you create leaders. It is through these fights, the $15 minimum wage fight, the tax Amazon fight, the fight for renters' rights that we fought. That is how we built leaders, that's how we built an organization, that's why we have Workers' Strike Back right now. That's why we're having this conference right now. And so we need to build on that. It's very easy for us to get dispersed and go in different directions and do different things and get tied up with the many people struggling under this system. But the way people learn is through struggle. And so it's absolutely crucial that our orientation be towards strategically taking on fights where we can do real damage to the bosses, where sometimes we can win, and where we can build a stronger movement going forward rather than constantly being on the defensive.
Yes, it sucks to play defense all the time. That is absolutely true. I'd like to introduce our next two speakers, Matthew Malloy and Keel, who are student worker organizers at the University of Missouri, and they're here to talk to us about their struggle to gain a $25 an hour minimum wage.
Hear me okay? So just correction, it's Kyle, but that's okay. It's spelled differently, so. It's spelled K-I-E-L, so that's probably what the confusion is. Anyway, so I'm gonna start. So my name is Kyle Corcoran, and I'm excited to be here, everybody, today. So I'm glad to see all the comrades here today, and I'm gonna say it's a privilege to speak and share my experience as a graduate worker within the University of Missouri system, and as an organizer in Kansas City, and as a member of Workers Strike Back, and also as a member of our emerging union, which we'll call the United University of Missouri United Workers. So, okay, I'm gonna describe something here. So the University of Missouri system, it's made up of 4 different universities in Missouri, right? So you have St. Louis, you have Columbia, you have UMKC, and you have Missouri Science and Tech, which is in North, right? So they have about $2 billion for an endowment. So on average, so the system pays its top academic office. So what I mean chancellors, I mean provost, I mean the president, about $1 million. The president for the UM makes about 2.5. So if you compare that to student workers, right? Student workers are the backbone of the UM system at all levels. So graduate, undergraduate, professional students, right? So undergrads typically work a lot of on-campus jobs. So we're talking about library services, which all students use. They use them for the front desk, they use them to get the books. You know, they even have staff record, like the rec centers are staffed by undergrads all the time. So they run the front desk, they run the equipment, that type of stuff. They even pay them to do tutoring for fellow students, right? So graduate students are a little more complex. So for most of the time, they have them do research or they have them do teaching, right? But the thing is, if everybody stops working, the graduate undergrads, the campuses aren't going to work, right? They're going to grind to a halt. So on average, the dollar amount for undergrad workers is about $9 to $12 an hour. So for a university that has $2 billion for an endowment, they're paying someone to man a desk $9 an hour. So yeah, they don't really care. So they know it, they don't care, right? And graduate workers make about $1,800 a month. That's the max. So like, how UMKC works, it has different grad programs, right? So it pays them differently, and like STEM are more focused, so that's the max you're gonna get. And that's once a month, $1,800. Yeah, so it's not enough, but again, they don't care about any of that. So let's be honest, nobody can live on $1,800 a month, let alone $9 a month when you're young. It doesn't matter if you have a family or you're single, right? You can't live on that. So like I know that from experience. Like I've taught Forum at UMKC for about 2 years with their math classes and some of their like undergrad math classes, right? And I have a son who's about 16 months old, and it was a struggle to get by. Like I had to borrow money from the dean. He was very nice, he gave me money, but and then as I'm also the president of the graduate student council, right? And people will come to us and say, we don't make enough money. We teach 2 classes. And when, like one person, like we go to the school, they tell us that they can't do anything about it. And they'll tell them to go to the food pantry. A bunch, yeah. Which is, again, it's very frustrating if you're working 2 classes or if you're teaching 2 classes and you're taking classes and then you go, well, I get paid once a month and I have a bill, and they're like, go to the food pantry. They just don't care, all right? So the idea is that we have to take these on. Like, these wages are unacceptable. tuition, rent, and basic living expenses keep rising, right? In the school, the university of itself, across all these 4 schools, aren't responding to any of this, right? This is unfair because, like I said, students don't only work, they are people outside of the classroom. So they have families and responsibilities. So again, it's not fair to them. This is all, if the students don't work, then the faculty and the administrators can't run the universities, right? But they get paid a lot more than we do. So when we bring it up to them, right, their attitude is to shut down any type of discussion about this. So we try to get papers, the school papers, to put out stories. They will do interviews and then get student experience, and then at the end they will pull it and say that the school has put pressure on them to not publish just a paper about working conditions, not about paper about unions or a call, just to say this is on average what a student worker makes, right? And then, which is unacceptable. They've even told some students that they can't talk about unions at all, and they sometimes threaten to fire them too. But yeah, that's unacceptable. They also, for international students, it's even worse because they are afraid to organize or even speak because of what they think that the school is going to do, right? So, and then this is all this to summarize all this. This experience has reversed something I know. Student workers need to fight back, right, against an administration. So this is kind of where we launched the University of Missouri Students and Workers United, or UMSWU for short. And then alongside Workers Strike Back is helping us. And right now we're trying to table at UMKC as a start about 3 times a week to get people to sign a petition. This petition's about $25 an hour for undergrad, professional, graduate work minimum, no exceptions to that. And then also international students in the UM system are forced to pay a health insurance fee up front. So that's about $1,500 they have to provide. And they can't, and then they're not allowed to get medical services because they restrict them to just use it on campus. So it's not very fair. I don't know what they're doing. They just don't care. Yeah. So yeah, we supported also we're such a mandating medical for all in this. We want to support because there are schools in the UM system that support the Gaza and they support Israel with the genocide. We're demanding that to stop. Like UMKC is pretty bad. They do. We want that to stop. Sure, nobody should be supporting genocide. They should not use methods of education to do so, right? So then to end it on more, if anybody's watching Kansas City, we're going to have a rally, the live rally at March 8th at 2 p.m. at the Charles B. Will Amphitheater. If that's right, UMKC across the river. So we would love for you to come and show out, and we want to get as much support as we can for this because students are suffering and they should not be told to go to the food pantry as a result for trying to just better themselves. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Matthew. I am a socialist, member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers. So Kyle described the work that we're doing in Kansas City, organizing student workers around a $25 an hour minimum wage and free health care. He's described how even the university administration at a state university is so hostile to workers and their rights. We've just been, as I said, just organizing around these 2 demands, and students have been intimidated. Some students are afraid of losing their student visas because a lot of the student workers at this university are international students. Even in this early stage, the university is using xenophobic and racist intimidation, even in just this early stage of organizing. We know that workers can win nothing without a fight, without a ferocious fight. And for example, after Seattle workers won the $15 an hour minimum wage with the leadership of the 15 Now movement and Kshama's Socialist City Council office, the University of Washington administration refused to pay up, saying the city law did not apply to them as they were a state institution. The unions and workers at UW, joined by 15 Now and Kshama, held protest rallies and publicly forced the administration to concede back then. We must always keep in mind how local, state, or even national fights fit within the larger class war. This is why, one of the demands on our petition is ending the genocidal war in Gaza. The University of Missouri system is invested in the genocide. And so obviously, the labor movement and workers have a key role in ending this war. And even early on in these stages of our organizing, we want to inject that international solidarity into it. So Workers Strike Back and University of Missouri Students and Workers United are only getting started, but we understand how important this fight is. We have talked to about 150 students so far in Kansas City, and it's clear that the vast majority of them are angry and are looking for a way to fight back. It's clear that if students could win a $25 an hour minimum wage, that it could ripple out and set a new standard for wages across the city, which is currently $13.50 an hour, and put enormous pressure on big business and the city's mostly Democratic politicians. But we have to be very sober about what it will take to win something like this. We saw what it took for the Seattle 15 Now campaign to win $15 an hour, and I join Kyle in urging those watching from the live stream in Kansas City to attend our rally on March 8th. This is going to be a 25 Now rally. These students need support from workers outside of the university because, as they said, the amount of students that we talk to that want to be in this fight, but they're afraid of the intimidation, they need support from their fellow workers. And also, this fight for 25 is a fight for every worker. As 15 wasn't won anywhere until it was won in the city of Seattle. A win for workers anywhere is a win for workers everywhere. This is something we have to fundamentally understand in this movement. Labor and working class history shows us we must look beyond the workplace. As I said, one of UMSW's very first demands was a demand to end this genocide in Gaza and that the University of Missouri completely divest from the weapons industry profiting from Israel's war and occupation. Workers must build international solidarity if they are to combat the divide and conquer strategies of the billionaires. The history of class struggle shows us time and time again exclusions based on race, nationality, or national border only weakens the working class movement as a whole. This is why it's incredibly important not only to make demands concerning the workplace or industry, but also to have broader demands. This is a critique that we have received often in our organizing, but we think standing in solidarity with Palestine is essential. Having broader demands also points us towards the future. Demands like nationalizing the energy sector won't be possible unless labor unions join in on the struggle. So I just want to reiterate one more time for those watching in Kansas City, we're having a 25 Now rally on March 8th with Workers Strike Back and University of Missouri Students and Workers United. I hope everyone in Kansas City can join us, and thank you so much for your time and solidarity, everybody.
All right, so we have one more struggle report, and I'm really excited to be introducing Raghav Kaushik. I think I first met him in the foyer in City Hall when it was full to the brim with hundreds of Indian American activists, and they were passing around Indian-style pizza, which if you've never had, you need to go out and have some because it's amazing. But they weren't just there to turn out for city council, which is already an impressive feat because they held those stupid meetings at 2 p.m. on a weekday to make sure that working class people can't go. But they made sure that the hundreds of people who turned out wouldn't have to leave early, that they would have all the snacks that they need to sit there and tell the Democrats exactly what they thought of them. And with that strategy, right, we were able to win not just, I think we spoke in the video about the historic ban on caste discrimination, but before that, actually, a repudiation of the racist Modi regime and their citizenship laws, which I think really were an international harbinger of sort of the move to the right and that we've seen, all over the world. And now we're sort of seeing Modi and Trump buddying up yet again. I remember at the time, the Democrats said, oh, well, this isn't a Seattle issue. And they were wrong then, and they are wrong today. And that's why we're really excited to have Raghav Kaushik speak to the importance of international solidarity in the fight against oppression.
I really like what Calvin said in his speech before about offensive fights and defensive fights. The theme of this conference has been to fight the rich. And to fight the rich, we do need to fight defensive fights. Like, when Trump is firing civil servants, we need to protest it. But that's not enough. We need to go beyond that. Higher minimum wage, Medicare for all, free public transit, ending caste discrimination, issues like that. We need to win concrete victories like that, material gains, starting with the local level and then going on to the national level. And we have a great example of how to win such victories over the past decade right here in Seattle. And in fact, I'm here to talk about precisely one of them. Exactly 2 years ago, February 21st, 2023, the Seattle City Council banned caste discrimination in the city. And Seattle became the first jurisdiction outside South Asia to do so. Media coverage of this was viral. The news just became viral. You can hear Kshama talking about socialism and tax the rich and things like that in various Indian languages like Hindi and Marathi. The governor of the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, tweeted his congratulations. It was so big. And that was incidentally probably the first time in history that someone named Stalin was congratulating a Trotskyist. Caste is a system of oppression that's hierarchical and based on birth, and it divides people into these rigid groups, with groups at the lower tiers facing severe oppression and even violence. And this, even though it's 2,000 years old, it continues to this day in India. And it's a fundamental fault line of Indian society, being a major factor behind the rise of the right wing. So it's not just some arcane, old, irrelevant issue, right? It's very current, very relevant even today. And caste exists not just in India, but it exists among the diaspora here. I am a tech worker, I work at Microsoft, and I have seen caste play out myself in Microsoft. There were internal Microsoft emails, which were in fact published by the Washington Post a few years ago, where there were casteist comments being made by some employees against others who are caste oppressed, called Dalits, and questioning their intelligence, work ethics, and so on. And no one was ever held accountable for it. And there are many other examples like that. We collected them as part of our movement of caste discrimination that's present in the US. And the fact that it's so relevant today is what makes the victory significant. The opposition to our movement was bipartisan, and that's been a theme of all the talks today. We had the Hindu right wing, and like I said, caste is a real trigger point for the Hindu right wing. And that's a point that's often not very well understood, because the public image of the Hindu right wing is they are Islamophobic, which is true, but they're also casteist, right? And so, when it comes to defending the billionaires, they try every method. So the Hindu right wing was majorly opposed to us. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad, which is one of the biggest most prominent right-wing organizations in India, the US chapter, and they're closely aligned with the Narendra Modi administration. They opposed the ordinance. And the Democrats were not much better. And the clearest example of it was when the fight for caste went from Seattle to California, where the governor of California ultimately vetoed the bill unilaterally. It was a unilateral decision. There was no pressure from anyone. And I'll come to California in a bit more detail in a bit. But even in Seattle, right, it's not like the city council Democrats voted for us because of the kindness of their hearts. It took a strong movement and a lot of pressure to make them vote for it. Incidentally, the Modi administration, because of victories like the caste victory, they're rewarding our campaign by denying Kshama a visa to visit her family in India. It's an act that's so outrageous that it's received considerable media attention in the past few weeks. Denial of visas is a favorite weapon of the Modi administration to crush dissent among the diaspora. There are plenty of Sikh Americans who get denied visas for being critical of the Indian government. It's even prompted the Human Rights Watch to issue a report. Like in the case of the caste issue, the Democrats are happy to play along, and they're just paving the way for it. Representative Adam Smith, who is a member of the American Sikh caucus, has done nothing on this issue, right? Shame. You know what he's busy doing? He's busy supporting Israel in the genocidal frenzy. He's also very happy to describe anti-war voices as left-wing fascists. Yeah, that's actually true. You can Google that. He did do that. He's disgusting enough to do that. Anyway, we're going to be organizing a rally to protest against Adam Smith on connecting his support for Israel and his silence and complicity with the Modi administration and the denial of visas exactly 1 month from now. March 22nd, that's also a Saturday, and it's going to be at noon. There's flyers describing this event that are being circulated, so please show up and show your support. Back to the caste victory. Our coalition was broad, and this goes to the theme of internationalism that Emily stated. We had anti-caste groups, we had socialists, we had labor unions, we had other South Asian groups like Muslim and Sikh groups as well. There was a very broad coalition that was needed to put pressure on the city council Democrats to vote for us. And this reflected an understanding in the movement, and this goes to the worker strike back theme, right? That all oppressions are linked, and that the fight against them, therefore, should also be linked. One thing I do want to call out, and this was a point that has come up in earlier speeches as well, is about identity politics. And just to be clear what I mean and what I don't mean, right? The particular fight here was about what was against caste oppression, and caste is an identity marker. So we need to be clear that we're not saying that we shouldn't be fighting such things, fighting caste oppression, and the George Floyd protests were inspiring, great. But there are tendencies within movements where these identity-based markers tend to warp decision-making, and they affect movements badly. And those kinds of tendencies we have to be opposed to. And there were examples of that in the caste movement itself. For example, I'll just pick one example. There were anti-caste groups within our coalition who felt that we shouldn't have a movement-based offensive kind of an approach. They felt that we should talk to the city council members kind of one by one in back channel negotiations and kind of slowly nudge them to support what we want. We decided that kind of approach is not going to work. In fact, there was other parts of a movement where the principle was follow Dalit leadership, right? So if we had blindly taken that up and followed that, we wouldn't have built a strong movement. And who knows, we might even have lost, right? We might not have won. So that is the kind of identity politics that we have to guard against, and that we did guard against in the Seattle victory. Incidentally, I mentioned the California thing where Governor Newsom vetoed the bill. But it's interesting to look at what the background to that was. So after the Seattle victory, the movement spread. There was a desire to fight caste oppression across the country. And California was the biggest example where that happened. What happened was that the organizers there kind of fell back to their back channel based approach. They didn't emphasize the movement too much. In fact, they went to the extent of saying that Kshama shouldn't be there because she's going to talk about socialism, and that might upset the Democrats who they were recruiting. And that might be too extreme, apparently. And that hurt the movement badly, right? That kind of approach, that kind of attitude hurt the movement. And it was an uphill fight. So even if we had built a strong movement, it would have taken a massive fight, but we would have given ourselves a much better chance to win. Instead, what the activists there actually did, their approach kind of paved the way for the governor to ultimately veto, right? So that's a massive lesson that we have from the caste fight. And that's something we need to keep in mind as we advance get into our future fights, including on the caste issue. Those are the main points that I wanted to make. But going back to what Calvin said, which I really liked, the victory against caste discrimination, like the one for Tax Amazon, like the one for 15 Now, were all examples of offensive approach. And it almost feels like we've had so many such victories. So no, this requires a lot of skill and a lot of dedication and commitment to that particular approach that results in this, because there are many failures too. And not just in California. I mentioned the California case, but I've actually seen failures in Seattle itself. And even Kshama has seen some of those, where a reluctance to use this approach resulted in defeats. So this approach is hard learned and takes the kind of sophisticated analysis that Worker Strike Back brings to the picture. And that's what it's going to take to fight the rich. Solidarity.
Okay, we've almost made it to the very end. Thank you all so much for being here today. I just want to say real quickly that one of the answers to identity politics, of course, is to both fight for our common interests as workers and, of course, against all forms of oppression, including racism, sexism, caste oppression, anti-trans prejudice. We must do both things. Quick announcement, there is a social here at the end of the event with pizza and soft drinks after our closing remarks, which will be coming up. And that will go from, the end of the event until 8 p.m. Tomorrow, the Worker Strike Back conference is here starting at 10 a.m. If you have not gotten your schedule, you can still pick one up from downstairs when we go downstairs. And please, please, please clean up around yourself. There is no one here to clean up after you. Our final speaker for tonight, and we'll be providing our closing comments, is Willow Reeder. Willow is a public mental health worker in Boston, Massachusetts, and they are a member of Worker Strike Back and the Revolutionary Workers. And they are providing our closing remarks tonight. Thank you all for being here, and see you soon.
When we fight, when we fight, when we fight. Thank you so much to all of our speakers and to everyone who sacrificed your time to be here today. We had well over 200 people here in person, with another 6.5 thousand tuning in over live stream throughout the day. So I'm Willow. I work as a therapist in a community mental health agency unionized with SEIU in the Boston area. I love the work that I do, and I love my clients, but I see firsthand every day the impact of this rotten capitalist system on mental health. And while many of my colleagues feel burnt out and demoralized by our extremely limited abilities to improve the lives of those that we serve, I am grateful for the clarity and hope provided through my membership in Worker Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers. It's important and entirely necessary that we are here together as working people, union and non-union, as forces on the left, to discuss the way forward to build a united, militant, working class movement to fight the rich and both their parties. People are increasingly drawing the conclusion that both parties are for big business and the rich, that our needs are diametrically opposed to theirs, and that we cannot reform the Democratic Party. That Donald Trump, while he may have won some people over with his promises to bring down inflation and end the war on Gaza, is ultimately beholden to the rich and going on the offensive against workers and youth, and is calling for ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders is trying to suck his former supporters back into the fold of the billionaire-backed Democratic Party by talking about Medicare for all after having squandered every opportunity to fight for it. AOC and the squad try to pose as leaders of the resistance to Trump. Labor leaders are promising to work with the Trump administration rather than leading the charge against his anti-worker and right-wing agenda. But in stark contrast, we are here, clear-eyed, discussing a way forward, and we need to make that count. We must oppose Trump and the right wing, but opposing Trump and the right wing is not enough. We need to build the kind of movement that can win historic victories for working people that clearly demonstrate the strategy needed. We need to launch bold campaigns to fight for expanded Medicare for all, social housing, free transit, a living wage, and an end to deportations of immigrants, war and occupation, and attacks on trans people and other oppressed communities. We need to unionize Amazon. And as someone who joined Workers Strike Back just this morning said, we need to kick Jeff Bezos in the proverbial teeth. We need to defeat Bezos, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and all their billionaire cronies. While the Democrats move further and further to the right, including many Democrats in Congress joining in on Trump's attacks, we need to provide a clear alternative to overcome the divide and rule strategies of the ruling class. We need to build a new mass anti-war working class party, a party that includes Workers Strike Back, the Green Party, Abandon Harris, and other organizations. What's it going to take to build a new party for working people? And what kind of party do we need? We need a party that has a fighting strategy to win what workers need. Medicare for all, taxing Amazon and big business to fund social housing, free mass transit, ending all military funding for the Israeli state and the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank, unionizing Amazon in every workplace, and bringing down Trump, the billionaires, and both their parties. That is the program of our proposed Fight the Rich campaign. Free Palestine. We need a party that has fighting leadership, with a track record of building effective movements, of taking on big business, taking on the Democratic and Republican parties, and winning. We won't win by just running a lot of candidates for office, and we don't have the capacity to do that. We need to concentrate our forces to wage effective class struggle campaigns, which could include running a few strong leaders in key elections. But a working class party has to do more than run elections. We need a party that will lead mass movements, militant protest action, mass civil disobedience, coordinated mass strikes to take on the power of big business. We need a party that will disrupt business as usual and use every tool at our disposal to win our demands. We shouldn't see this as launching just another third party to give more choices on the ballot during elections. We need to bring together the forces of the working class and the left to build the kind of mass party that can push aside the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the bosses, and ultimately their entire system. In 1854, the Republican Party, which at that time was a new radical anti-slavery party, was founded through a coming together of anti-slavery forces that had engaged in pitched battles against the expansion of slavery, including against major pro-slavery offenses like the Kansas-Nebraska Act. It was a coming together of those who had worked to build anti-slavery third parties in the previous decade, including the Liberty Party and the Free Soil Party, the abolitionist faction wing of the Whig Party, who correctly decided to abandon that party, just like working people are abandoning the Democratic and Republican parties today. We need that sort of coming together today, of the best fighters from the Green Party, of Abandon Harris, of the militant wing of the union movement, of principled socialists, of Workers Strike Back, revolutionary workers, and of the millions of working people that are not currently part of any organization or union. The anti-slavery Republican Party, when it was founded, didn't emerge out of thin air. It was born out of movements and concrete struggles. And that's what the Fight the Rich campaign and Workers Strike Back are all about. We need to take what we've discussed today and put it into action. Workers Strike Back is calling for a national day of action on March 22nd, protesting Congress members from both parties who have supported and fueled the genocide in Gaza and demanding an end to military funding of Israel. And we're proposing a follow-up organizing conference via Zoom in 3 months' time to discuss progress and next steps to fight the rich. Can I get a show of hands for who here is currently a member of Workers Strike Back? That's amazing. And who here has signed up today to become a Workers Strike Back member or can pledge to become a member before you leave this conference? Please go to one of the Workers Strike Back tables and sign up to become a member. Buy a copy of our pamphlet about how Kshama Sawant and our movement won historic victories in Seattle, like the Amazon tax and the first major city $15 an hour minimum wage. Buy a copy of Revolutionary Worker, the magazine of Kshama Sawant's socialist organization. If you're watching online, become a member of Workers Strike Back right now. You can go to workerstrikeback.org/join and sign up to help build this fighting organization. Thank you all so much for being part of this movement. I hope to see all of you back tomorrow for our Workers Strike Back convention, where we'll hear more about work happening around the country, discuss the Fight the Rich campaign and our priorities, and vote on democratic structures and leadership to build Workers Strike Back into the strongest possible fighting force with chapters around the country. If you're attending tomorrow, please bring back your lanyard and your name tag with you to help you streamline things. And we invite everyone here to stay and join us for a social in the Great Hall downstairs to continue these important conversations informally. Real quick, who's our enemy? Who's our enemy? Thank you in solidarity.
That's a wrap, and we don't have this room anymore, so please head downstairs to the Great Hall where we've got pizza and soft drinks.
Oh, it's seriously, you just put it right down the line, man. All right. Perfect. All right. See you tomorrow. Oh, Black Freud there.
You got to unplug the headphones. It's got the. There you go. That's good. A little better.
Hang on. All right, I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah, but the sound is pretty lousy.
Should I go out and come in?
Yeah, go out and come back in. I think that's a good idea. All right. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna stop that screen share. Beautiful. There we go. All right. Hey, Philip Blair, I'm going to read this out loud since you asked. Bernie of December 2024 was against Big Pharma. When interviewed by Jon Stewart, Bernie of January 2025 was defending Big Pharma when RFK Jr. was before his committee. I've never seen a reversal so extreme. You requested that I read that out loud, so I did. Thank you, Philip Blair. Appreciate that. All right, let's bring Russell back in. You're there.
All right, how we doing?
Yeah, better. Good.
Oh, I said your name was
That was me.
Yeah.
All right, you're good now.
I got it. Yeah, I'm switching the camera.
But that's the thing. I mean, it's not.
So we're Workers Strike Back, and then we have a separate organization that's revenue.
Chapter cannot.
And so everybody's in
a home
workers.
for bad ideas and or despair or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Election. So we do it right in the.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a fair amount of people still around.
better.
Cool.
Personal contact is, like in person is better. But yes, at the very least, yeah. And the national.
Including our friend Black Freud.
Let's be in touch.
Hey, Black Freud is back.
It's a lot of times the protests that happen, they're completely sort of a wonderful piece, wonderful piece.
Yeah.
Just wonderful.
Totally.
Black Freud, enjoyed your work there, Keith.
Oh, thank you.
Actual victories,
And you're
like
wearing
Calvin
green here.
and said
Still
victories.
had like an impact,
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you.
That's why we're sharing all this and
Thank you, Stephen Millie.
otherwise nothing's going to change.
Yeah, I'll do whatever I can.
Awesome. So glad you joined.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks so much for messaging me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate
there are a
it.
lot of people who tell me, what do you go on Jimmy Dore, that most of his audience is right wing, and that's true. But that's the thing. There's you.
Exactly.
And there's other people who are messaging me directly who are also listening.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, there's working class people listening all over the place.
Thank you. Glad I
Really
nailed it.
appreciate it.
Absolutely, 100%.
South Africa thing was funny.
Oh, yeah? I had to go over in the room because I couldn't hear
All
the
right,
reaction.
Kshama, how do you feel about how it went?
I thought it was really fantastic. It was the breakout groups were a good evidence that people are really thinking about things, and a lot of discussion and debate came up, which is important because that's when people are engaging. When people push back and bring up their own ideas, and then we get to push back if we don't agree. But I think what's crystal clear to me from today is the hunger for actual strategy to win. I mean, I'll encapsulate everything for today from the words I heard from a woman who works at BFI4, which is Amazon's fulfillment center in Kent, which is a neighboring city. The big fulfillment center here, Amazon Center. And we've off and on talked to the workers there, but she was in my breakout group, and afterwards she's the just the emotion in her face, like, I want a strategy to fight Amazon. I hate Bezos so much. I don't have words to express it. I want to do something. I want to embolden my fellow workers to fight back. And so ultimately that's what it is. And I think what we need to gear up for is what I would call the hard shit of organizing. Organizing a rally like this is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's so goddamn hard to pull this together.
That's why we were very surprised you agreed to take part in our 3-hour roundtable about workers' co-ops. Now, which starting now.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, no.
Great event, Kshama. Very impressive.
Yeah, but now,
Yeah.
we need to actually organize.
Yeah. Do you want to say anything, Keaton? Hang on. I'm gonna turn this around because the camera
Yeah, can
is
they hear me?
really weird on that setting. Yeah, hang on. That's better.
Hey,
All right.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. No, great job. Congratulations. I know that was probably, a real lift to organize, but as always, great job. It was the speakers were great. I thought, on the whole, it was great. It was fantastic. It went really well, and we had a lot of engagement here. So we'll rack up all the view counts and see how we did. But quite a bit of engagement here for sure.
That's fantastic. If I can just say one thing for any of your viewers who are listening, and also for
Sure.
our conversation, I was just talking to Russell about how the thing that stood out to me is the hunger among working people for concrete strategies to get organized. And I was talking to this Amazon worker who works in the nearby fulfillment center, who's clearly itching for an actual avenue to beat back on Bezos. So I think the hard shit of organizing has to also happen, and that's part of why we organize this today. But I think concretely moving forward, one of the main things we're going to be doing through Worker Strike Back is really building up the labor caucus of Worker Strike Back, because most workers are not in union. So statistically speaking, we need an organization like Worker Strike Back that will actually share the labor history and the actual strategy, and then help workers talk to their co-workers, begin organizing in the workplace, and all the concrete stuff, which unfortunately the union movement leadership is not doing. I mean, they're completely absent from organizing Amazon, as I was saying earlier. And then even inside the small proportion of the working class that is inside the union movement, they face the same problem. The leadership is not offering them any strategy for fight back. They've been sold out. So ultimately, I think work that we can do in workplace organizing through Worker Strike Back, really explaining to our Worker Strike Back members how they should push back on the bosses. That's going to be crucial. So part of the work of the Labor Caucus will be also to develop organizing pamphlets, organizing toolkits. How, for example, a concrete question that came up yesterday, we had a meeting with the cause, the North Carolina Amazon workers who tried for a union but failed. They are trying to learn from the setback, like what needs to be done. And one of the things concretely that needs to be overcome is how Amazon has a very systematic program to separate workers and isolate them on the workplace. It's not like a shop floor where everybody's on assembly line and you can talk to one another and you have a shop steward, for the, coming union and all that. It's very, very hard. So that we have to find a concrete way to how to make sure that these workers can come out of that isolation. It's not like I have all the answers right now. I'm talking about this is the stuff we have to work on and we will be working on.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Kshama. Well done as always. And then you guys got the convention tomorrow, which we will not be streaming, but Russell will be there and we'll be reporting on that as well.
And thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
That's very
Our pleasure.
impressive. An organization reflects its leadership. It speaks very well of your leadership that this was an event of such diversity and solidarity.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was really great.
Hi.
Yeah, man. I thought the speeches were on a whole really good, really good. I thought all three of the headliners killed it in different ways. Pete Hager said, Kshama was kind of the the organizing, Hedges was the philosophy, and then Jill Stein, laid out, point by point.
I mean, if he had watched it long enough, he would have realized we were the clowns.
Yeah, there
Calvin,
you go.
Calvin.
Hey, Calvin.
Hey, Keaton. Hey,
how'd you feel about how it went?
I thought it went fantastic today. Yeah, I thought it was really good. It was really awesome that you guys were able to do the stream. Obviously we had, the room was packed here, but it was great, obviously, also to have a much larger audience, on shows. So it's fantastic. I thought, some debate came up in the meeting today. I thought it was really good, and I think that it's ironic, of course, that Bernie Sanders is doing his tour against
on the same day, right? Isn't he doing it today?
A tour to redirect people back into the Democratic Party. Yeah, on the same day. It's obviously. The Bernie Sanders campaign had a huge, both of them had a huge impact. Millions of people were excited to see somebody campaigning on working class politics, fighting for Medicare for all. But he has completely betrayed people, by kowtowing to the Democrats again and again, and now, at this point, he has betrayed us on Medicare for all, on the $15 minimum wage, and on Gaza, and instead of realizing his error, he is instead doubling down on that error. And unfortunately, some people are, following him in that. But I think it's really important that there is this alternative thing that is happening right now, that people are realizing we're not doing that shit anymore. We're not going to organize, a political revolution against the billionaire class in a party of the billionaire class.
Right.
That we're going to organize independently of both of these parties, and we're going to fight against the rich. We're going to fight against the bosses, and that it's our own independent strength that is going to make change happen. It's not going to be by putting our illusions in, Bernie Sanders or AOC or anybody else who is taking us for a ride.
Yeah, we were talking about this with Jill Stein and Briahna Joy Gray earlier. I don't think those are ex-Bernie people who are watching Bernie streams and going to those rallies. I think those are the old Hillbutts. I think those are broken libs. And Bernie has sheepdogged to the point that they find him acceptable. And his old base is gone.
I think it's some of both, to be honest.
Yeah,
I see people on social media who I know, who were part of the Bernie movement, who are on for this ride again. Most of the people who are in the Bernie movement are saying, fuck this.
Right.
But there are some of those. But I agree with you, though. A lot of the people who are excited about this are like, thank God we can use Bernie now because we need him to keep people from leaving our party altogether.
Exactly.
Their polling's in the fucking basement.
Right.
21% of people approve of the Democrats in Congress.
Right.
I mean, you can't really sink a whole lot lower than if you look at individual ones, it's even lower. And so it's a disaster for them. And so they need Bernie. They need Bernie. They need him to come to the rescue.
They're
and tell them we're going to fix the party. And so yeah, a lot of people aren't falling for it though, and that's the key thing. But a lot of the people who aren't falling for it right now are not getting active. We need them to get active. That's what this is about. There's, I think, growing agreement that both of these two parties have fucked us over, again and again. And there's going to be more agreement from the Republicans when they see what Trump is doing. When a lot of the people who are hoping he would be defense, see what he's doing, see his attacks on workers, see how it all shakes out and how it impacts them personally. So that process is taking place. But the problem is all of that anger isn't going to go anywhere unless we actually build organized movements. Right. And one of the things we've been talking about is we don't need a campaign that rises up and then people go home. We need to do what we did in Seattle. In Seattle, we took on a fight. Kshama's first election campaign, we elected the first socialist in Seattle in 100 years to the city council. Right. But then we didn't sit on our asses. Right after that, like within a few weeks, we organized the launch of the 15 Now movement. And we organized neighborhood action groups, mass marches, mass rallies. We filed a ballot initiative. We forced the Democrats to pass.
Like you actually meant it.
Yeah, we actually made it happen. And it would not have happened just campaigning on it. That's the thing. Election campaigns are very limited. If that's all you do, they're very limited. And so, but then we didn't stop there. We went on and we won a whole number of victories that year. And we fought every single year. We won victories. And we've won a whole dozens of renters' rights. We won the major victories. I think we've talked about. Kshama's talked about on your show. The Amazon tax that last year raised $450 million for affordable housing, the highest minimum wage in the country, et cetera, et cetera. We just talked about the victory on caste oppression, we were the second city to pass a ceasefire resolution, which the Democrats watered down, but it was still the strongest one that was passed. And so we went from fight after fight after fight to we're always looking to build on the momentum of the moment to carry out, to launch the next fight. That's how you have to do it, because we're not going to defeat the billionaires by running election campaigns and then taking it easy. And but we're also not going to change things. We're not going to change things by only, talking to each other about how screwed up things are. We actually have to take that understanding and we have to turn it towards actively building movements and actively building them intelligently, strategically, so they can win. Because that's another thing. There's a lot of bad ideas out there about how to build a movement. And if we don't actually bring clear strategies, clear tactics, a sober sense of what's actually happening, analyzing the forces against us, looking at what our tactics can be in that fight. If we don't do that right, then we just lose, and then that demoralizes people. So that's the other thing that Workers Strike Back brings. We bring the experience of winning things. And the victories weren't accidental. The victories happen because we are serious students of history. We're serious students of the class struggle. We understand, what we're up against, and we pick the fights that we pick based on the forces that we have. And then when we do that, we build the maximum fight back that we can to put as big a possible pressure as we can to make the politicians understand that if they don't support the things that we're fighting for, we'll destroy their careers. They have to feel like there's damage to their careers if they're going to vote for something for working class people, whether they're Republicans or they're Democrats. And so we had an ongoing process of building more and more and more momentum, getting more and more people involved in the fight. But we need to do that on a national level and actually an international level. But we need to do it on a national level with Workers Strike Back here right now in order to do what we did in Seattle around the country, so that instead of people getting involved in the Bernie tour and getting screwed over once again, that we get people involved in actually fighting and winning things.
Are you suggesting that AOC's strategy of winning Instagram is not going to be effective for workers?
I don't think AOC and strategy really go together, but yeah
probably not.
Calvin, congratulations on a great job. Thank you so much.
Yes, very impressive.
Very
impressive.
Thank you.
Stuff.
Thank you both.
Of
we
course.
really appreciate. Yeah, it's great to work with you both.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll keep it going. All right, folks. Well, I think that is our stream, is it not? That's our show.
I think that's a show.
That's our show. All right. Well, we want to thank everybody.
Good night, Seattle!
Yeah, obviously, Calvin and Kshama and Jill Stein, Chris Hedges, everybody for organizing such a great event. Thank you guys so much. We want to thank our mods, Jezzy, for putting in the whole day as a mod on YouTube. Thank you so much, Jezzy, for sticking with us the whole time. Jake came in the booth. Want to thank our in-studio guests, Kit Cabello, Nick Cruse, Omali Yeshitela, Blakeley, Jen Perelman, Pete Hager, Anthony Zenkus, Briahna Joy Gray, We had a great lineup today. Great to see everybody. Russ will be back at the convention tomorrow. We'll be reporting on that
We had
after
Jill
the
Stein.
fact.
We had Black Freud. We had
That's
Chris
right.
Hedges.
That's right. You had everybody. Yes, we even had Jill Stein and Chris Hedges as in-studio guests for a while on the live stream. Of course, we are back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, for our regularly scheduled show. Not taking the day off tomorrow. We will be back at it. Folks, everybody, thank you so much for joining. Thanks to Workers Strike Back, and congratulations on a job well done. As always, we knew you would crush it. You always do, and you did once again. We thank everybody very much for watching. Smash that like button on the way out. Share this stream. Smash that follow button on Rumble, that subscribe button on YouTube, and we will see you all tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, right back here on the main channel. Until then, there we go. Yeah, we're coming for the. All right. Until then, everybody be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.